Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. In Illusionary Power Part 2-234 Chapter 6, up till now. A.N. So, it has come to my attention that things need to be addressed. Quite a few things that you guys have mentioned in your reviews. I am going to take some time to clarify a few things here. 1. Eri. There are a lot of ways to safely protect her in the Midoriya abode. First of all, we know Izuku has the ability to hack UA, which has one of the most sophisticated firewalls in the world thanks to Nezu, so it should be no problem to put in a fake record for her. I'm not going to go into the specifics on how they hide her, appearance-wise, you'll find out in literally the next chapter what they did. The heroes also don't know what exactly happened to her. They only found Overhaul dead, no evidence pointing to who committed the murder or took Eri. To them the most likely candidates are the League, Toga specifically because of her tendency to use knives, because they were there at the time as well. Nobody knows Mysterio was there, at all. Well, other than Overhaul and Chronostasis, but they're dead so, and cannot even follow his trail out, he covered it up. 2. Mineta. He was expelled from the hero course. He was bumped down to general studies. You will actually see him again in this chapter. 3. Izuku's villainy. He will prove himself to be the villain soon. I don't appreciate being told I was clickbaiting when we haven't gotten to a part in the story where he can prove it. I've said multiple times that this is all set up. 4. Filler. Yeah, I've gotten this said a few times. Trust me, I know how you feel, but it's necessary. I really want to write Mysterio too, but I have to establish the other characters first. Hopefully this chapter will feel less like filler since you get the League here, and they will have bigger roles later on in the story. Also, you get to meet two of the next major players in Izuku's story. They won't have two prominent roles here, but you'll see them. I won't tell you who they are, but try to match their quirks with two of the villains I mentioned on the list and see if you'll get it. 5. Repeating events. That's why I'm combing POVs in this chapter. This will have both Kodai and Bakugo's POV featured in it. Trust me, I know it's a hassle, I have to write it skeptical smiley face. 5. Kodai. She's a little different than her canon counterpart. In this she's a bit more of a strategist and will only continue to get better at it. Regarding her basic intelligence, she is not as smart as someone like Bakugo or Kendo. This is subtly hinted at when Kodai had to repeatedly study for the written test and Bakugo didn't. On a side note, I adjusted her ball throw part to better complement physics. 6. Bakugo. As for why Bakugo thinks Izuku is dead, it is actually explained. First, he literally told him to do it if he wanted a quirk, full well knowing that the kid was a big dreamer and had always wanted a quirk. Second, who would care if a quirkless kid committed suicide? Nobody would bat an eye, especially in Katsuki's experience. Thirdly, Bakugo is incredibly paranoid. After the sludge incident he was scarred and then became confused and regretful. He saw his life flash before his eyes and realized what he did, so in a way he's just scared and paranoid because he knows he tortured him his entire life. That's why when it's revealed that Kodai has two completely unrelated quirks, he gets mad because Midoriya was bullied for having none. It's a bit hypocritical, but he feels like he's changed his view and won't stand for some bullshit like that now, and you all know it's impossible to change his mind. 7. Edits. I will occasionally go through and edit parts of the story. There'll usually be small changes like spelling mistakes or description, dialogue adjustment, but nothing major like adding a whole new scene in. So, now if you see a mass string of updates, sometimes you know why. Additionally, the first chapter is now back to normal, with the future vision having been removed due to story changes. That will probably be the only mass edit I'll do without letting you all know about it first. I don't think I missed anything, but if I did and realize it later I will add it into the start of the next chapter. Before I say anything else, please, if you decide to skip this chapter based on what I say next, at least read the author's note at the very end. I need your guys' input on something, if you wouldn't mind. One last thing though pertaining to this chapter and canon events. I will not be doing a complete walkthrough of the canon events. So, for example, I am going to gloss over most of the Camino Ward incident and all of the Island stuff. They aren't going to be important to the endgame plot, and will relatively be similar to canon, so they are ultimately unnecessary to fully include. On the contrary, the entirety of the sports festival, minus some third event fights, will be included because it showcases the characters' skills and some new relationships. The USJ is similar, but will not have the entirety of it included because there isn't much of a need for it. So, the USJ will likely be a short version. We'll see what happens. So, things after the sports festival will likely be a bit small in some places. The main reason for it is because I don't really need to go through them. That's not what this story is about. This story is about Mysterio, but I need to show character development for our characters too, so that's what I'm going to mainly be showing. Not to mention that you guys already know about the stuff the characters will do and discuss during those moments, so it's better to just do a rundown of the event in a summary rather than completely hash it out again. Also, yeah, this chapter is the longest of them so far, like 25,000 plus words or so. I wanted to just get everything caught up to Izuku's stuff now rather than waste another chapter on it. If you want to, you can skip this chapter. It's up to you though. Next one will be Mysterio again, yay. For some specific reviews. A sleepy penguin, yeah, I know, sorry. Hopefully this one will feel less like filler for you. After we get to the cultural festival, which is very, very soon, we will be back on track for the main story and will start to include more original content. Wheeldex, glad you're loving it so far. Also, expect a private message from me at some point if you haven't already received it or seen it. Guest, very good observation skills, my friend. That's a pretty good summary for it, good job. Moses Arc Reborn 2000, you've seen my PMs, but still, thanks. Phi. Rofon, glad you liked the backstory for her. It was hard to write. You will, indeed, see Izuku again in this chapter, just not much of any new scenes. BioRL. How are people going to know he's Mysterio now? There is literally no evidence pointing to him, none. The only people that knew he was there were Overhaul and Chronostasis, but they're dead and took that little Tibet of knowledge to the grave with them. Nobody knows Eri is living with a normal family either. There is no way for them to confirm that. If anything, they think the League had something to do with it. There are ways she'll be kept off grid, we just haven't seen it yet, I assure you that. I can also assure you that Izuku will be the villain of the story. He'll prove that he will be soon enough, but just because he's acting nice with Yui and saved Eri doesn't make him a hero. Also, Aizawa most certainly can expel people, but in the case of Mineta he just transferred him to general education. I guess I could have made it clearer in the last chapter that it happened that way, but now you know. That's really all of them. I PM'd some of you to respond more directly as well, so if you didn't see anything here I may have PM'd you. Also, yes, I changed the title for last chapter. I think some people were getting misled by it, and plus I can use that title for later. I will also be referring to them as Katsuki and Yui in this chapter, since we are following the both of them. There will also be some moments where the POV will switch to a third party, or something similar. By the way, 13 is a girl as it is confirmed, so that's 13's gender in this story. You will see repeats of the Izuku and Yui interactions in this chapter. However, they are a bit different. I recommend reading them and not skipping them. I'm going to throw this in for fun too, good luck figuring it out. Current Sinister 6 lineup. Izuku Midoriya, Mysterio. Eri Midoriya. Anyway, now we get to the canon storyline stuff. After the raid concludes we jump back to Izuku for the cultural festival. This chapter centers around both Yui and Katsuki, but it's more Yui than Katsuki. In fact, it's mostly her for this whole thing since Katsuki doesn't really contribute much until later in the story. Anyway, if you get through it all, leave a review if you want. Also, I'm going to be really proud of you. Hope you enjoy, and sorry for any spelling errors you may find. I realized that when I copy it over from the docs page I write in some errors and the writing get created, so sorry. It was only day 3 at UA High and already was the class bracing for something bizarre after Aizawa entered the room. After the quirk assessment test on the first day, then the battle trial the next, the class couldn't help but prepare themselves for what will bring their misery to the surface. However, when Aizawa simply stated that they would be picking a class representative, they all proceeded to exaggerate the normality in it. Katsuki scowled at the noise while Yui resisted the urge to flinch at it. Mostly everyone wanted to do it, aside from Yui. Even Katsuki raised his hand midway up because he wanted to be in charge. They eventually decided to do an election, with whoever having the most votes winning. Yui begged to whoever was listening that she wouldn't receive the majority vote. It seemed as though someone heard her plea, but decided to half-ass it and give her second. Yaoyorozu Momo had gotten the most votes, with her getting the second most, Kendo for third and then Katsuki for fourth. Everyone else had either voted for themselves or voted for one of top 4. Katsuki grumbled in disappointment and some anger, knowing that Neural Face had placed ahead of him. Yui, however, shyly spoke up. I forfeit my position as vice president to Kendo. Eyes fell onto her, mostly of surprise. Some of them hadn't even heard her speak before. Meanwhile Kendo looked honored. Why, though? Yui looked to who had spoken. Asui Suyu, the frog-like girl, had been the one to ask her. Asui continued. You're one of the most capable people here. You're the one that came up with the strategy to use against Bakugo and Iida too. You seem plenty capable, Ribbit. Yui's expression didn't change, but she knew what she had to say. I have no communication skills. The job does not suit me. She explained in the most blunt sense. Kendo is academically smarter than me and has better social skills. Nobody really decided to argue about it after that. They respected her decision. If she didn't want to do it then she didn't have to. Lunch came around sooner than expected for any of them. Yui found a table in a far corner of the room to sit, attempting to disappear from everyone's sight and mind like usual. However, she had a visitor. There you are, I lost you for a moment. She actually got scared for a moment there, actually jumping a bit, making the person chuckle. Yui turned toward the person only to end up seeing a very familiar orange set of hair accompanied by a friendly smile. Kendo helped herself to the seat across from Yui, much to Yui's slight displeasure. I hope you don't mind if I sit here, Kendo started. You're the only person I've really talked to so far, Sue. Yui eyed the girl nervously. Kendo just kept trying to get close to her. She didn't know why. To Yui, there didn't seem to be a real reason as to why Kendo would go out of her way to try and be her friend. She wasn't really worth it, in her eyes. Why? Yui mumbled, but it was audible enough for Kendo to hear. What do you mean, why? Kendo gave her a sly smile. You're going to have to be more specific. Yui grumbled in mild annoyance, but her expression didn't change much aside from it looking like she was giving Kendo a small pout. Why are you trying so hard to get close to me? Kendo shrugged, simple, really, we both need friends. Yui looked at her more like stared. Kendo eventually started to speak again. Okay, maybe I noticed that you looked a little lonely, but seriously, I want to be friends with you. I don't really understand why you want to be cut off from everyone. Kendo looked like she had finished talking, but then she remembered, oh, and thanks for giving me your position as vice president by the way. Though I think you would have made a great vice pres, it was ultimately your choice in the end. Yui was a little surprised, to say the least. She never really expected anyone to want to actually be friends with her before. She didn't really know how to respond to that, but she was wondering, you voted for me. Kendo cheerfully nodded, yup. You seemed like you could be a good leader, so I thought I'd vote for you. I mean, you did carry the team during yesterday's battle trial. It wasn't that Yui didn't appreciate the compliment, but she just didn't know how to feel about it. She had never had any interaction like this before. Were they friends? Should she ask? Would that be weird? Are we friends? Kendo raised an eyebrow before shrugging. I mean, I want us to be. But if you're not okay with that, then I won't push you to be my friend. Even if it isn't me, you should probably still get some kind of friend. You look like you need one. She wasn't wrong. Yui definitely needed a friend. Yui also noticed that Kendo was actually being genuine in what she was saying, meaning she actually wanted to be friends with her. It meant a lot, it really did. But Yui was so unsure as to what to do. Let's be friends. Kendo was a bit taken back by the blunt request, or more of a demand than anything, but she ended up chuckling in the end. Sure, glad to be your friend. Then awkward silence invaded their area. Neither of them liked the invasion of such a vile enemy, so Yui decided to ask something. What do friends do, exactly? Kendo looked at her for a full minute, thinking about something before actually responding. Friends hang out sometimes? They talk a lot, and, friends get to make jokes and stuff. You've never had friends before either, have you? Yui's immediate statement to what she said had left Kendo baffled and red in the face. She lowered her head, shamefully. No. Then, Kendo picked her head up and looked at Yui, still a little red. Look, it's not my fault. My dad is a retired pro, and when he found out about my desire to be a hero, he made me learn martial arts at his dojo. I think people at school were afraid of me after I beat up some bullies one time. You take it a lot better than me. I have absolutely no social skills and I cannot even express myself properly. Yui, once again, responded immediately. She would have talked and tried to bond over the fact that both of them had parents that are pro-heroes. But Yui didn't want to leak information that her parents perhaps didn't want to get out. Kendo leaned back in her seat. Still doesn't mean I can't be socially awkward at times. I still try though. Kendo suddenly smirked and crossed her arms. By the way, I just made it my personal goal to help you overcome those personal blockers. Yui tilted her head in mild confusion. What? It was all she could say. Really? How could Kendo possibly help her express herself more? Kendo waved a dismissive hand. Don't think about it too much. Let's eat our food, yeah? We can talk a little more later. With that, the two ate in mostly silence. Only once or twice did Kendo make a comment about something to Yui, but that was all. Yui genuinely did enjoy Kendo's company though. Was this what it felt like to have friends? On the other end of the cafeteria, however, a certain blonde spiky-haired, cranky, explosion boy sat. He sat alone in the middle of the cafeteria with a mild scowl on his face. He was sure people were afraid of him, so there was that, but he didn't really care what other people thought about him. Katsuki, more often as of late because he had finally gotten into UA, became lost in his regrets. He regretted not being able to apologize for everything he had done. He regretted not being the friend he should have been. Even after everything, Deku still looked up to him even though he shouldn't have. He offered Katsuki a helping hand when he probably needed it, and Katsuki's ego didn't appreciate that. He often wondered if Deku would be proud of him. Oh, it's you again, a cheerful voice announced beside him. He looked up from his foot, which he had been intently staring at, to see a familiar round face with pink cheeks. She smiled at him, and he growled. It reminded him too much of Deku. She leaned forward a bit, her expression becoming more of a worried one as her face came closer to his. It was a little too close for Katsuki's liking. Are you alright? You seem a little spaced out. Katsuki looked in the other direction, admittedly a bit flustered because of the girl's lack of knowledge about personal space. Never had a girl done that before with him and he really didn't know how to react. I'm fine, go away, was his simple attempt at getting her to leave. It didn't work. The girl only smiled at him again, perhaps it was bigger than before, but he couldn't see it. Why don't I sit here with you? You seem a little lonely. Katsuki grumbled in denial. However, it seemed she took his grumble as one of acceptance because she cheerfully announced, "Thank you very much," before sitting across from him. He turned his head toward her and began to glare at her. What do you want, round face? She pouted, first of all, my name is Uraraka Ochako, not round face. I would appreciate it if you called me by my name. But if we become friends, then maybe, I will let you call me that. What's your name, since I told you mine? Katsuki was shocked. Nobody had ever claimed their dominance over him like that before. It was clear she wasn't taking any of his bullshit and he actually respected her for that. Katsuki snorted, whatever, Uraraka. Bakugo Katsuki. She suddenly jumped up. See, was that so hard? You're getting there? Katsuki went back to his brooding face as they kind of just sat there in silence for a while. Katsuki would never admit it aloud, but the presence of someone that had a similar attitude to Deku was actually a little refreshing. It was almost like he was still here. Katsuki once again couldn't help but think of how badly he had messed up. It seemed that Uraraka noticed his downcast expression and heavy sigh, so she decided to speak up again. You know, my cousin passed the entrance exam too. Katsuki didn't really care about that, but anything to get his mind off of those depressing thoughts was good for him. Really? Uraraka happily nodded, seemingly excited about getting Katsuki out of his little brood. Yup. Her expression morphed into one of curiosity. I was actually looking for her before I came and sat here. I couldn't find her. She put her hand to her chin. She usually likes to stay alone and stuff though, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. She laughed a little awkwardly. Katsuki thought that this cousin of hers might be depressed or something. It wasn't like he couldn't relate to it. She's in your class, too? Uraraka noticed that his expression had started to change and suddenly started to talk about something again. She's got black hair, her hair is a little like mine, and, I don't remember her quirk, but she's usually quiet. Uraraka flinched when Katsuki slammed his fist on the top of the table. He knew exactly who she was talking about and did not want to think about her. Just doing that pissed him off. Are you alright? Uraraka worriedly asked. Was it something I said? If so, I'm so sorry. She got up and bowed in an apology. Katsuki looked at her bewildered. This was too familiar to him and he didn't like it. It was too much like what happened with Deku. He wouldn't be like he was then. Katsuki let out a tch and turned his head to the side. It wasn't you, don't apologize. I just thought of something that pissed me off. She looked up from her bow. Really? When he nodded, she stood back up straight and acted like she was wiping sweat from her forehead. She sat back down at the table, looking at him curiously. Can I ask you something? He gave her a side glance. You can ask, but whether I'll answer depends on the question. His voice had become rather tame, with no hint of anger or any other emotion. Really, it was a normal tone for a normal person. Well, since I saw you at the gates before the exam that day, I've been wondering. Katsuki turned his face to look at her fully. Why do you want to be a hero? I saw the news broadcast after the slime villain thing and heard what you said. My reason seems kind of petty compared to that. Katsuki couldn't help but freeze at the question. Despite Uraraka's innocence in asking it, the topic itself still brought back some bitter thoughts. I'm sorry, you don't have to answer if it's a sensitive subject, she told him after most likely noticing his face become more downcast. Katsuki started, surprising Uraraka a little bit. She honestly didn't think she'd get him to talk. I made mistakes. A lot of them. He looked at his hands. I still have regrets. But, I want to make things better. It was vague, but still true. Katsuki looked at her, his eyes narrowing a bit at the next memory. What I said that day has a lot to do with it as well. They all sat there that day watching me die. I was lucky. Lucky. That doesn't sit right with me. I want to be an example of what every hero should be. Uraraka was amazed, to say the least. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was open a tad. Katsuki snorted at how ridiculous it looked. When he did, she seemed to snap out of her little trance and actually respond to him. That's so cool, I can see you becoming a really good hero. My reason is a bit petty, like I said. Katsuki looked at her, leaning back in his seat and crossing his arms. Try me. I've heard worse reasons, like just 2 days ago a little midget wanted to be a hero to get in bed with some girls. Katsuki was amused when she shivered in place. Yeah, no, not like that. I want to be a hero for money. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, because clearly there was more. I always wanted to help my parents since I was young. They never really let me. This is the best I can do to help them. Katsuki shrugged. That's not a bad reason. You want to help your parents, and I'm sure other people too, right? She nodded. Then what are you so worried about? Yo, is there a seat open over here? A new voice interjected. The two sitting at the table already turned toward it, being greeted with a friendly smile full of sharp teeth and hair that could kill. Uraraka smiled at him. Nope, you're okay to sit here. She gave him a thumbs up. Katsuki glared at her, but she either didn't notice or didn't care because she didn't even bother to acknowledge it. Shitty Hair sat at the table as well, next to Uraraka. Thanks, by the way. I heard your reasons for being a hero. I had to say, you're both so manly. Uraraka became flustered and thanked him over her embarrassment, but Katsuki chose to ignore the compliment. The last thing he wanted was for his ego to resurface. I'm Kirishima Eijiro, nice to meet you. He was incredibly loud, and Katsuki didn't really like it. Shitty Hair and Uraraka shook hands. Uraraka Ochako, she smiled at him, then gestures over to Katsuki. He's Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki grunted, not wanting to deal with him right now. Uraraka jumped up and slammed her hands into the table. Don't be like that. He's being nice. You can at least say, hi. She sat back down, pouted, crossed her arms and promptly looked away to show she was upset. Katsuki grunted again, turning to the newcomer, hi. Shitty Hair laughed, genuinely amused. Well, nice to meet you. He rubbed a hand behind his head awkwardly. Uraraka seemed satisfied, or at the very least happy he said something. See, was that so? Then, the UA alarm went off. Panic ensured the cafeteria out of fear of a villain entering the school. People were getting trampled, pushed aside and ultimately left behind as every student tried to flee. The situation was resolved rather fast, with Kendo taking the mantle of announcing to the crowd that it was only the press that had gotten past the gate. Everyone had seen it for themselves by looking out the window and began to recuperate themselves. Needless to say, Katsuki and Yui both were disappointed by the way everyone acted. UA students shouldn't act like that, in their opinion. The day had proceeded as normal after that, or at least as normal as it can get at UA. For the students, the incident was merely swept under the rug, but some people thanked Kendo for her ability to think on her feet, which she really appreciated. Aizawa announced to the class that they would be going on a field trip for some kind of rescue training exercise. They were all given the option as to whether or not they wanted to wear their hero costumes, not that the choice mattered because they all decided to wear them anyway. The place they were heading to was somewhere off campus, so they would take a bus to get there. Aizawa mentioned something about it being a bit of a long ride as well. Katsuki and Yui had relatively the same opinion on the hero training. It was absolutely necessary to being the type of hero they wanted to become. Katsuki, especially, knew that he would be taking this training completely seriously. There were multiple reasons as to why, but one major reason was because he didn't want anything like what happened at the sludge incident to happen on his watch. They all filed into the bus, and even with Ida's attempt to do it in an orderly fashion, the design of the bus proved his efforts to be fruitless. Then began the ride off to wherever Aizawa was taking them. Everyone's seating was a bit unorganized, so Yui was sitting next to Asui and Kirishima with Katsuki further in the back in a window seat sitting next to Invisi Bitch. He kept forgetting about her. Next to Yui, the frog girl Asui spoke. I usually say what's on my mind. She turned to Yui, who was next to her. Your second quirk is a lot like All Might's. Yui looked down to her, her expression always unchanging. She was a bit panicked on the inside, though she had a way to avoid any suspicion. Merely a coincidence. We both just seem to have strength enhancer type quirks and they work in different ways. Kirishima, who was next to Asui, spoke next. That's true. All Might doesn't hurt himself when he uses his either. Then they talked about the flashiness of their individual quirks, as well as popularity and strength among everyone there. Yui didn't care much about the second part of the conversation. Katsuki, however, perked up at Asui's observation. Her second quirk was a lot like All Might's. He would need to investigate this more in depth at a later date. They arrived at their destination not too long after that. Apparently the place was called the USJ. It is not to be confused with Universal Studios Japan. The place was actually called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, meant to educate Hero Course students about rescue training. There to assist in teaching the lesson was Space Hero 13. Yui knew that her cousin would have loved to be there, just because of 13. Apparently, All Might was supposed to be there as well, but 13 has held up 3 fingers to Aizawa to tell him he had gone over his limit. Yui quickly picked it up. Katsuki did too, but he couldn't investigate now. 13 had gone on a pretty big rant about how dangerous some quirks can be. 13 used their quirk as an example. since Black Hole can kill easily. Yui and Katsuki both were paying attention to the rant, since both of them had quirks that could easily do the same. 13 finished the speech a few moments after and started to lead them all into the building. Just as they were about to enter, the lights around the building shut off and water in the fountain in the middle of the room began to flicker on and off. A black swirl then appeared, then in a mere moment grew into a larger mass. From inside, a hand made its way out. Then someone stepped out, followed by more and more people until what seemed like was an entire army stepped through. The class was confused, thinking that it was something like the entrance exam. Aizawa yelled at them not to move, ordering 13 to protect them. It dawned on them all what was happening. They were under attack. Aizawa put on his goggles and jumped into a full frontal battle against the villains in the middle. Eraserhead was never a one-trick pony, and he made that abundantly clear before he jumped into battle. The sensors around the building were down and their phones were unable to get a signal. Todoroki had explained that they were fools but certainly not dumb. They had a goal in mind by coming, and had the operation carefully planned out to accomplish that goal. It was clear that they had someone with an electric-based quirk interfering with the signal. A lot of the students were downright worried, or afraid. All of the students made a beeline for the exit once Eraserhead jumped into action. They were almost there when the purple mist that had transported the villains into the building suddenly appeared in their way. My apologies, but I won't let you leave. The mist formed into a larger mass again, with glowing yellow eyes staring down at them. Some of the students began to cower in fear at the mere intimidating look. We are the League of Villains, nice to meet you. The villain began speaking, very gentlemanly-like. Katsuki prepared himself for a fight while Yui stood a bit defensively in front of some of the weaker or more frightened classmates, two of which included a girl with a mushroom hat and a girl with white hair. It may be a bit presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into UA High School, the notorious home of the heroes, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Almost all of the students felt their heart rate increase substantially. They were there to kill All Might and were incredibly confident in accomplishing that goal. Yui was frightened to her core, but stood strong in front of her classmates. Though she may not act like it, or may not want to talk to them, she still cared for everyone there. Katsuki glared at the villain in front of him with murderous intent. They were there to kill All Might, arguably the strongest person in the world and the #1 hero. He didn't know whether to give them props for setting a high standard or berate them for being absolute morons. As much as he wanted to just spring himself at the must villain, he knew it wasn't a good idea. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? The mist villain seemed genuinely curious as to where the #1 hero was. Most likely to kill him, but still. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1 I'm required to play. He began to spread himself out, widening the mist around them. Katsuki noticed 13 pop a finger off in preparation of using Black Hole, so when he saw Shitty Hair about to rush the villain he had to hold him back. 13 aimed her finger at the mist villain and activated her quirk. The villain started to get sucked into it, interrupting his previous action. While the villain was getting sucked in, a metal brace around his neck became exposed for a split second. A split second was all Yui needed in order to see it. The mist villain had commended the quirk itself, noting it to be astounding in its own right. However, he pointed out that 13's own combat experience was little to none, since she mainly focused on rescue. The more observant students picked up on it immediately and yelled at 13 to stop using her quirk. 13 did so and just in time, as the mist villain has made a portal in front of him and behind 13 so Black Hole would backfire. 13 quickly thanked the students for possibly saving her life before quickly refocusing back on the villain. Yui quickly spoke up, there is a metal brace around where his neck should be. Possibly a weakness. People noticed the shakiness in her voice, surprising them a bit since they never knew anything besides how monotone she can be. However, what she said didn't go unheard. Everyone there registered what she said and prepared themselves mentally and physically to take him down. They all expected a hell of a fight. What they weren't expecting, though, was the mist villain to suddenly get pinned to the ground under some kind of telekinetic force. The ghost girl that Yui had been previously standing in front of stepped forward, her hands motioning down. Yanagi Reiko, quirk, poltergeist. She is able to telekinetically control objects with the weight limit being around the weight of an average person. Everyone stood there in mild shock while Yanagi kept the villain down, the brace around his neck exposing itself more visibly. The villain grunted, you have a telekinesis quirk. This is quite the unfortunate scenario for me, isn't it? Sensei will be quite disappointed in me. They're attacking without any knowledge of our quirks. Katsuki spoke up, walking closer to the villain. You seem pretty confident that you can kill All Might. Katsuki knelt next to the villain, putting his hand over the brace. If you talk, I may be inclined not to blow this thing here to bits. He used his other hand to make pops of explosions in a show of dominance. What's your plan? The villain glared at Kastuki as 13 and some of the other students surrounded him. I will not talk, do your worst. I know how they're going to do it. People looked to the person who had spoken. The girl who looked like a rocker with headphone jacks hanging from her ears had spoken up from the end up the stairs. She turned toward everyone. My quirk, earphone jack, does more than just what's on the outside. It also enhances my hearing, so in actuality I'm very sensitive to sound. She looked out toward the middle of the USJ, where a big muscly monster stood next to a guy covered in hands. The one covered in all of the hands is the leader. He's been mumbling to himself about Sensei and about All Might. They plan to use the monster thing next to him against All Might. Then we have to get reinforcements, 13 stated. She looked toward Iida. You're the fastest one here, correct? A nod. Good. She turned toward everyone. You guys need to forcibly open the doors and get him out of here so he can run to the school and get help. Iida looked perplexed, rapidly shaking his head. I cannot do that. It is my duty to stay here and just do it 4 eyes. Katsuki yelled at him, getting into his face. If you don't go get reinforcements then we might just be fucked. As much as I dislike the way he worded that, he's right, Kendo added in. You getting other heroes for help is optimal here. Iida clenched his fists, moving his head to the side and turning toward the doors. Fine, but I don't like it. He made a dash toward the door to pry it open, along with a few other students that included Asui, Shoji, Aoyama, Kirishima, and a few more. 13 Sensei, Kaminari started to speak, please let us fight. Everyone turned to him, a few all ready to go and a lot more hesitant. Listen, everyone, Aizawa Sensei probably can't hold out that much longer. He needs our help. Yui nodded, this is true, eyes were on her now. If what Jiro said is true then there's a chance the monster will be sent on Aizawa Sensei. She looked at 13, you going down there alone will not help either, as you do not have a lot of combat experience and are actually quite vulnerable. They don't know our quirks, so we have an advantage in the field. Some of the others voiced their opinions, mostly in agreement. Yeah, let us be your guards. Kendo stated. If we guard you from attacks you can get close enough to use your quirk on the monster. It's suffering, the girl with vine hair stated, looking at it from afar. That is not a natural mutation quirk, something happened to that thing to make it like that. It needs to be saved. And by saved you mean put down, right? Katsuki crossed his arms, also looking out at the monster. I agree. If that thing is as dangerous as they say then what choice do we have anyway? 13 looked at the students, unsure as to what to do. They had a point, all of them did. Aizawa would get overrun sooner or later, and if not then either the leader or monster would attack him. The thing was meant to kill All Might and from appearance alone 13 could tell that it wasn't exactly human anymore. They couldn't just stay out either, since Aizawa was in danger and after he was taken down they'd just come to them next and reinforcements may arrive too late. The best shot they had was to have her use black hole on it to quickly put it down. Very well, 13 addressed the students, surprising them. We will fight. Get me close enough to the monster and I'll get it. All right. Kirishima exclaimed, running back. Sounds like a plan. Iida is out of the building getting reinforcements as well. 13 nodded, good, I need some of you to stay back and help Yanagi guard the villain, everyone else help me get close. Right. The class shouted in unison before separating to do their assigned tasks. A plethora of students decided to stay behind to guard the mist villain including Aoyama, Shoji, Asui, Hagakure, Kaminari, Jiro, Shiro and of course Yanagi. Everyone else decided to be the vanguard, including Yui, Katsuki, Kendo, Kirishima, Tsunotori, Komori, Tokiyami, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki and Shiozaki. 13 was in the middle, surrounded by a semi-circle of the students as they went down the stairs and eventually onto the main area. They made their way through the horde of villains. Some that were already knocked down by Eraserhead had recovered and began attacking the group of students. Some villains even started coming out of the various zones in the USJ to attack them. Their efforts were pointless as the students quickly picked off every attacking villain as they steadily worked their way up to where Aizawa currently was. There were a few close calls where a villain somehow was able to get through and almost hit 13, but they were quickly taken care of. The ones with quirks capable of range combat were sometimes the most helpful, those of which included almost everyone there. They were able to pick off villains before they were able to get close. Yui was able to throw the various objects at the villains before enlarging them to knock them away. Tsunotori was able to shoot her horns like a cannon, which efficiently immobilized a lot of them. Shiozaki used her vines to protect them all from ranged attacks, but also to hit multiple people from incredibly far away. Kendo too was helpful at swatting away villains that got close. Todoroki was especially helpful with this task as well, since his ice could easily reach villains nearby and was incredibly versatile. They eventually made it to Aizawa, who had just engaged the leader covered with hands. Aizawa went for an elbow jab, but it was caught by the villain before it could make contact. It's really hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant where your hair falls. His voice was creepy and sent shivers down some of the kids' spines. That's when you've finished an action. Aizawa's arm started to crumble under the villain's touch, and the space in between those instances has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, eraser head. Aizawa quickly punched the villain off of him, making him fall into the ground. Aizawa then jumped away at a quick speed to gain distance between them. His arm hung limply at his side as he stood back. Villains were about to attack him again, but Katsuki and a few others jumped forward to intercept them. Aizawa looked confused, before turning to C13 with the students. 13, I thought I told you to protect the students. 13 ran up to him, as fast as she could even run. There wasn't much of an alternative. We were attacked by the mist villain, but he's currently down at the moment. Iida made it out of the building to get reinforcements and it may have been too long of a wait. Aizawa let out a frustrated sigh as the students that attacked the villains returned to the group. What's the plan then? They want to kill All Might using the big guy, Katsuki interjected. Aizawa turned to him. We plan on using 13's quirk to put him down. What? Aizawa turned to 13. You couldn't have possibly agreed to that. It's necessary, 13 interrupted him. The thing was clearly experimented on, it's not human anymore, and if it's strong enough to kill All Might then it's our only option. We all know there are times like these where there's no alternative, even if we don't like it. Aizawa let out a tch sound and clenched his left fist. I hate this, but you're right. He looked at the tall monster. It seems to only obey direct commands from the leader, so it won't act independently. You must be really confident if you're sharing your plan with me. The villain with the hands began to stand back up. Typical, classic heroes. Oh yeah, I'm sure you were monologuing like a classic villain. Katsuki yelled back at him. The hand villain scratched his neck in annoyance. I will neither confirm nor deny that. But it doesn't matter, Numu won't be stopped by the likes of you, he's got enhanced strength and speed. He then looked around and examined all of the students, so Kurogiri failed, huh? If he wasn't our ticket out of her then I'd kill him. Numu. The black, muscular creature thing looked down to the hand villain. Everyone felt a chill crawl down their spines just front the gaze of the thing now known as Numu being directed at them. The hand villain pointed at the group, kill them, then go free Kurogiri. The Nomo couldn't even be seen, but it dashed forward and hit Aizawa, sending him back into a nearby wall. The Numu began to wail on everyone there, one at a time, stay clear, everyone. 13 then popped open 3 fingers and aimed it at the Numu. She quickly activated her quirk and began sucking the Numu in, beginning to disintegrate it to dust. It couldn't escape, even with its enhanced strength and speed. A black hole's pull is so strong that not even light can escape from it. Once about half of the Numu had been turned to dust, she shut off her quirk. The hand villain scratched his neck in frustration before yelling out, no. How can you have defeated Numu so easily? Gra. This can't be how it ends. The students had begun to recover, as did Aizawa, somehow. They all began to circle in on the hand villain, who had been baking himself into a bit of a corner, when the Numu began to twitch again. Everyone, including the hand villain, began to look at the downed villain as it suddenly regrew the half of its body that had been disintegrated. Oh, how could I forget? The hand villain exclaimed happily and a bit excitedly. Numu has super regeneration as well. Everyone eyed the Numu again, forgetting about the hand villain momentarily. Numu, get 13 then kill the rest of these brats. Numu did just that, swatting 13 away and off to the side before targeting the students. They were taken out rather easily, some using their quirks in an attempt to shield themselves or escape but all in vain. Yui was conflicted about using one for all, since she didn't want to sacrifice her arm when she may need it later. Katsuki, Todoroki and a few others attempted to hit it, but it didn't work. Ha! Don't even bother. Numu has shock absorption. Aizawa had his face slammed into the ground multiple times. Some of the other students tried to put up a fight but stood little to no chance against the Numu as it went would to anyone it could find to beat up. The Numu had decided to take an extra amount of time on Kirishima because of his quirk, hardening. The Numu apparently thought that one hit wasn't enough so it decided to wail on him more. Kirishima was in great pain. Yui knew what to do. She quickly stood up, since she had been hit by the Numu earlier, and charged one for all in her left arm, looking directly at the hand villain. She then ran at him at full speed, intending to hit the villain with every ounce of strength she could muster up. Just as she was about to make contact, a blur shot in front of her and took the hit, creating a puff of smoke in the air. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the Numu standing in front of its master. It had protected him from the hit. Yui expected this. If she targeted the leader, then the Numu would instantly return to protect him. Her arm was killing her, though, and was now officially out of commission. That was close, the leader mumbled. Hey, your quirk, it's just like All Might's. I want to kill you even more now. The leader stepped to the side of the Numu, smiling wickedly behind the hand that covered his face. No. The leader was interrupted by an explosion at the front door. Heavy steps began to make their way toward the end of the stairs, leading everyone to look. It's fine now, I am here. All Might appeared at the end of the stairs, not smiling and glaring down at all of the villains below. Finally, the hand villain mumbled. Numu, get All Might. See if that internet guy's advice was right and aim for the left part of his chest. Yui was shocked. They knew about All Might's injury and were going to use it to their advantage in the fight. All Might may need help, but she couldn't do anything against the monster. It dashed away in the blink of an eye, rushing toward All Might as he jumped down to battle. The two began to engage in combat across the USJ, shaking the entire building. Now, the leader mumbled. Yui had turned around to look at the door earlier, leaving herself exposed. She quickly turned around to see a hand start to reach for her. Where were we? We were at the part where I kill you handy. Katsuki shouted, blasting himself toward the leader and aiming a hand right for his face. The leader didn't have time to react and was promptly blasted in the face by an explosion. Katsuki landed next to Yui, shorting her a glare. Don't let your guard down next time, dumbass. Yui looked at him, mildly surprised that he even saved her but also appreciative. His tone when he spoke was one of concern, not anger. Yui let out a very small smile and nodded to him before they both turned to face the leader, adopting their battle stances. The leader mumbled something of an apology to his father while picking up the hand that had fallen from his face and putting it back on. He eventually stood and glared at the two students ahead of him. Stand together, die together. He began to rush them, both of them ducked and moved to the left and right respectively. Katsuki, who had been on the right, used his left hand and aimed an explosion right in the leader's face. He ducked and attempted to grab Katsuki's arm, but Yui punched his back and sent him off balance. Katsuki then used that to grab the back of his head to bring it down so he could knee him straight in the face. It was a hard hit that made the hand come off of his face again and break apart on the floor while the leader tumbled on the ground. The two students stood by one another again as the leader looked at the shattered hand on the floor. He clenched his fists angrily. You'll pay for that, you brats. They could see his dried and scarred face behind the sloppy blue hair. His gaze was of pure hatred and anger, wanting solely to make them suffer. He attempted to rush them again, but Yui took some of the items that were stored in her pouches and threw them at the leader. She used her newest ability to enlarge the objects, with the rate at which the objects grew being too fast for the leader, with him ending up getting hit, falling to the ground once again, this time somewhat surrounded by enlarged objects. Suddenly, the Numu flew out of the building from the ceiling up above. The leader knew that this was bad, now looking at the students with wide eyes. Not too far from him, the girl with the mushroom clothes was starting to get up. The leader quickly got up and dashed over to her. Yui and Katsuki couldn't make it in time and he was able to put an arm around her neck and place 4 fingers on her neck. The girl, who Yui recognized as Komori, made a soft whimper and yelp. Don't move, or else she dies. He moved the 5th finger closer to her neck to emphasize that point. Yui and Katsuki immediately stopped their advance, scared he may do something drastic. All Might approaches the students, out of breath from his fight and holding his left side. They knew exactly where to aim. So the information was good then. The leader seemed happy. I'll give the guy props for selling that information. I should give him more money. But it seemed Numu wasn't strong enough, the final boss was too high level for it. Who told you about my stomach? All Might yelled. Nobody should know about that. The leader laughed. Wouldn't you like to know, symbol of peace? I'm not gonna let you get our info guy, he's way too reliable. Now, he kept backing up, let me go or else your precious classmate dies. All it takes is a single finger and she's dust. They were stuck in a standoff. Neither hero or villain wanted to back down. Eventually, All Might relented. Alright, fine, just don't. Spores began to come out of Komori's body. The leader started to breath them in and cough, glaring down at the girl in his grasp. What the? He let her go instinctively as he clenched his own throat. The girl fell to the ground as the villain fell to his knees, struggling to breath. Yui ran to her classmate and helped her and away from the villain. She started to mumble, visibly upset. I didn't want to do it but. The villain glared at them as he struggled to breath, mushrooms appearing on his body. The number 1 hero and her classmates look at her for an explanation. Young Komori, what did you do? He breathed in my spores. She started to explain, looking at the number 1 hero before looking at the villain. My quirk, mushroom, allows me to spread fungus spores from my body and almost instantly grow mushrooms from them.
He breathed it in. So you grew mushrooms inside of his body, Katsuki finished, glaring ahead at the suffering villain. I didn't want to be, but he. All Might put a comforting hand on her shoulder. It is all right, young Komori. You did what you needed to do. As All Might tried to comfort the girl, Black Must began to appear from the leader's right side. The villain now known as Kurogiri looked at the leader, Tamura Shigaraki. It is time to retreat. How the fuck did you escape? Katsuki began to rush forward, aiming directly for the brace around Kurogiri's supposed neck area. He was too late, though, as he used his quirk to swallow them both up. But, before they fully disappeared, the leader, now known as Shigaraki, gave them a glare that promised both Yui and Katsuki pain that they couldn't ever possibly imagine. The reinforcements that were meant to arrive had shown up shortly after the two retreated. Everyone that was meant to be guarding Kurogiri had been knocked out cold, somehow. None of them even knew what happened, but they didn't seem to have any long-lasting injuries. Aizawa and 13 seemed to have the most damage done to them, aside from Yui's arms, which was healed by Recovery Girl. After everything that had happened, everyone was sort of just silent. Nobody said anything about it, but small groups were formed and people sort of just enjoyed the company of another person. Katsuki wasn't one of those people, preferring to brood on his own rather than stick around people. He didn't really have anything against anyone, aside from Yui, it's just he preferred to be alone. Yui was similar, preferring to think alone than be around people. It had always been that way for her. They were given some time off of school. Nobody really complained, since everyone was feeling off after the attack. But everyone knew, despite how shaken they were about it, they survived. They were able to collectively work together and push back the villain attack. That eased them a little bit, but they all still couldn't help but think of the outcomes that could have happened. After their short break had passed, everyone seemed to have moved past it. Spirits seemed to be quite high in the classroom, with conversations coming to life and new bonds being formed. Some students actually developed a bit of closeness during the attack, which in its own way was nice. Despite the fact he should have been recovering in a hospital, Aizawa still came in to teach the class. When Iida asked if he was alright, he brushed it off and stated that his well-being didn't matter. Instead, he told them that the sports festival was drawing near. The students were a bit perplexed. Jiro asked if it was really the right decision to have the festival so soon after the attack, but Aizawa assured everyone that everything would be fine. It would be a way to show that UA would not shake and fall, showing that their crisis management system is as strong as a rock by holding the event. Security would also be strengthened 5 times that of previous years as well, just as another precaution. It seems to be enough for the students and they let it be after that. Heroes everywhere would be watching for scouting purposes and everyone was set to prove themselves. That same day at lunch, All Might asked her to have lunch with him. She accepted the invitation and he led her to a private room to eat. He told her, bluntly, that he did not have much time left as the symbol of peace. He requested that she make herself known to everyone out there, let her know that she was there to step up for him when he stopped down. She would try her best. Then began the 2-week wait for the sports festival. Yui chose to train herself as much as she could. She knew she had to evolve from being a glass cannon, so she would do that. She would do it to protect the people around her. Katsuki was similar. He wanted to improve so something like what happened at the USJ never happened again. He wanted to beat the shit out of any villain that dared attempt to attack them. They both trained intensely for the sports festival which was to come. Katsuki found some kind of secluded place to train his body and quirk without raising any unnecessary alarms. Yui decided to mostly train one for all. It was her main goal to evolve the quirk from being a one-hit and out type thing, so she would. She didn't really think that her body needed much improvement anyway. She chose Dagoba Beach as her main training spot. It was nice, pretty secluded, and an overall open area with a lot of space for training. For the first few days she worked on her power limiter. In order not to break her limbs, she just wouldn't move her body when she channeled the power through her. She used an image of a burning stove as a gauge. She imagined the power output for the fire, from full blast to a low flame. She took that image and applied it to one for all, controlling the amount of flame that was put into her arm. It took hours out of a few days for her to finally get that down. It was harder to gauge a seemingly unlimited amount of power than it looked. She was only able to get it to around 5% without her arm feeling any sort of pain. Anything too much higher and her body started to hurt a bit, but she would have to experiment with the higher percentages later. After that though, she discovered a problem. She shouldn't have to rely on just her arm to use one for all. When she thought about it, All Might flowed the power throughout his entire body, not just a singular limb. How would she be able to protect people if she merely used the quirk in sections? So, she sought to do that next, and it didn't take long. She took that 5% power and distributed it evenly throughout her body. She could feel the flame spread to each limb, essentially warming her up on the inside. Streaks of red appeared on her body, before disappearing and getting replaced by a dark blue lightning that covered her body. She wouldn't lie, she was excited about the new revelation. When she moved, she found that her movements were enhanced and faster than they were before. She figured it applies to her strength as well, but she couldn't really test that at the beach. She ran with this new form that she decided to call full cowling, getting used to its feel and adjust herself to the new power output. She did that for days, even going into some back alleyways to practice her parkour skills, just like the video games she played. It was sort of illegal, but she wasn't caught doing it, so it was fine. One day, though, she had arrived at the beach to train one for all a bit more when she saw a familiar individual with green, curly hair. He seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere and the sound of the waves. Yui wanted to greet him, since they have met before. It is you again. She had fully walked down the stairs and started making her way over to him by the time he turned around. He seemed surprised, and a bit shaken, by her sudden arrival. Did he not expect her to suddenly be here? Well, it's not like she could blame him for that. He nodded at her, a small and friendly smile appearing on his face. He was actually a little shorter than her, or at the very least almost the same height. It was probably because he looked like he hadn't worked out a day in his life. She stood next to him and began to look out into the horizon as he spoke. I didn't expect to see you here. Nor I you, she simply responded, looking over at him. What brings you here? He took in a deep breath and then let it out. He seemed almost nervous. I was frustrated and needed a place to relax. She could understand that. There were times where she too became frustrated and sought out some form of relaxation, usually from somewhere environmental. She nodded to him as he said, what about you? Same. It was somewhat true. Full cowling was frustrating her. She was having trouble getting the hang of the necessary movements she needed to input so she could have optimal control of the form. Whoa, video games were really getting to her more now. A question came to her mind, though, and she could use an opinion on it, especially from someone that doesn't have any direct involvement. Can I ask you a question? He raised a brow. Sure, go ahead. It is actually a few things. She admitted, a bit nervous as to what was about to be asked. He nodded, not caring about the multiple questions that were to come. If you were given power, what would you do with it? How would you use it? He could answer this a few ways, and she hoped he covered what she wanted. The question in general was bugging her since the attack, so she could really use an opinion. Well, power is a pretty broad term, but if I were given one then I'd do the most good I could with it. With great power comes great responsibility, I think would be a good saying here. Did he get that from somewhere? Yui has a vague memory of seeing that same saying in multiple things but she couldn't exactly remember what. But still, it was good advice so far. It looked like he was going to say more, so she didn't say anything yet. What I would do with it would depend on the quirk, or power as you called it. If you were given a power involving healing then I would likely want to go into the field so I could heal potentially injured people. Sometimes hospitals are too late, and despite the risks of going out there, I could save more people than just staying put in some hospital. For something like strength or endurance then I'd obviously put myself in front of a villain to protect people. That's what heroes are supposed to do, after all. He had the same viewpoint as her regarding that subject. They had minds that thought similarly, at the very least. It was all good advice and it was refreshing to hear it from someone not directly involved in heroism like she was. He seemed to have a grasp on what really makes a hero, too. There was a sense of admiration in her, at that moment, but she buried it deep within herself for now. She did have to wonder, though. Why isn't he a hero, or trying to be one? He seems like prime hero material and would be great in the hero course. She had to ask, how old are you? He seemed a little freaked out at the sudden request for his age, but he still responded, 15. Yui was confused now. Why didn't you apply to become a hero then? You would have made a great one. She saw his eyes light up at her compliment for a moment before darkening under some kind of thought. His smile disappeared as the waves crashed into the shore. He looked up at her. I think it's my turn to ask a question, don't you think? His words carried a special kind of venom that she couldn't quite fathom, so it took her aback. She still nodded to the request though, it was only fair. He took a deep breath before asking, do you think someone quirkless could become a hero? She was surprised, no doubt about it. He looked back out into the ocean as she thought about the question. Yes, I do. It was the truth. She looked out into the ocean as she spoke to him. Anyone can be a hero, quirkless or not. It will be harder for them, sure, but if they try hard enough they can succeed. She thought of a real-world example. Eraserhead is a good example of this. His quirk does not help him fight, just even the playing field. He basically fights quirkless himself. He seemed uplifted by what she said. His smile seemed to grow wider in his happiness, which was something Yui admittedly adored. May I ask why you wanted to know? His smile dropped after that, and Yui's mind and heart began to race. Did she say something wrong? He took another deep breath and Yui could feel herself tense for some reason. I'm quirkless. The confession was shocking, but not unforeseen. She, in the back of her mind, figured that it was a logical reason for him to ask such a question. All my life, I've been waiting for someone to say that, he admitted to her further. Yui got the context of what he was saying. Nobody told him he could do it. It hurt her, on the inside. When I was 4, my quirk never came when everyone else's did. He looked at his hands, seemingly remembering something. I was shamed, bullied, beat up, and so much more. He looked back to her. Up till now, nobody has ever said, you can do it, and that's what hurts the most. Yui didn't even think before she wrapped her arms around him. A single year rolled down her cheek. She could never imagine something like that happening to her, but for it to happen to him just for something he couldn't control, is just cruel. No wonder why he didn't apply. He was probably afraid of the same treatment happening at a hero school, or his self-esteem fell so low he thought he couldn't possibly do it. He was hurt for simply just dreaming, and became broken because of it. He needed someone to lean on, because from the way things were sounding, he had nobody, no friends he could rely on and talk to. She needed to let him know that somebody cares for him. The contact they shared seemed warm and nice, something Yui had never experienced before. She too never had any real friends, but her case was different. But, would their outcome be the same? Maybe, making friends wasn't so bad of a thing. In her now slightly shaky voice, she told him, I'm so sorry you had to go through things like that. He hesitated at first, but his arms eventually found their way around her back as well. She was happy. They eventually separated from the embrace. She noticed a tear start rolling down her cheek and she couldn't help but place a hand on that cheek and wipe away the tear. In a way, Yui felt guilty. She continued to speak to him. I'm sorry. Her voice became a bit softer. I wish that I was there. I wouldn't have let you suffer by yourself. She knew he had received the emotion in her words, but he shook his head with an appreciative and small smile on his face. Don't feel bad. What's done is done, there's no changing that. And besides, if you were there too, you would have been hurt too. I would never wish that upon anyone. After that statement, something inside Yui sparked. She didn't know what it was, but she felt an urge to ask him. He seemed like the ideal hero, better than she could ever be. She was sure All Might would respect this decision. She started, but her own nervousness cut her off. She took a deep breath to calm herself before asking, if I could give you a quirk, would you take it? He was taken aback. He clearly wasn't expecting any kind of question like that. How could she blame him? The question sounded impossible in and of itself. His response genuinely surprised her. I would refuse. It was the truth, she knew it. He gave her a heartfelt smile before he started to explain. I'd appreciate the offer, but I wouldn't take it in a million years. Being a hero isn't just about power to me, it's about what's in here. He pointed to his head, then his heart, and in here. He paused before speaking again. Those are the main components in heroics, not some kind of power. Yeah, a quirk would be useful to punch a villain, but a lot of the time anyone could create a device that can do something similar. There are multiple routes in heroics too, not just the fighting side. That right there was why she asked him in the first place. Yui admired him, that was confirmed now. She also knew there was more to it than what he said, but decided not to push on the subject in case he was uncomfortable with it. She smiled at him, an admirable way to view heroics. What is your name? She could see some pride in him after that, which was amusing. Midoriya Izuku. He held out his hand, hoping she'd take it, and you? Kodai Yui, she responded, gladly taking his hand. She curiously asked, if I may ask, do you live around here? He nodded, yeah, I do. Right here in Musudafu, only a little bit of a walk from home to this beach. What about you? She was surprised for a moment. I do as well. I live in an apartment complex, it's not too far from here. I just moved in not too long ago though. It was his turn to be surprised by that. Me too, actually. Apartment complex 2, down a few blocks. Apartment complex 1, she responded quickly. Yui blinked. He started to laugh, and, by some miracle, she joined him. She laughed, like she actually laughed. That was a milestone right there. Midoriya was something else, alright. We were right next to each other and didn't even know. She responded in quite the chirpy fashion. After that, they both just stood there in the open, taking in the nice breeze and listening to the ocean waves hit the shore. It felt really nice to Yui. This feeling was entirely new to her. She wanted to keep that feeling. It was turning to dusk, which Yui quickly realized. She looked at him, a bit unsure at first but then confidently tapped his shoulder to grab his attention. May I see your phone? He was confused but complied anyway. She snatched his phone as soon as he took it out, her heart racing all the while. After fiddling with them for a bit, she handed his phone back to him with his contacts still open. He saw what she did and started to try and reason with her. You don't have to do this, She immediately held up her hand to stop him from talking, which worked. She started to speak instead. Nobody was there when you needed it most. Let someone be there for you now. Let me be your friend, Midoriya. He accepted her plea, unable to bring himself to decline. She inwardly cheered for both him and herself. She had a friend now. Despite her uncertainty on what to do next, she was happy she made it to that milestone. After that, the two exchanged goodbyes as Yui had to soon get back home. She didn't like being out after dark. That was the day two loners made a friend in each other. For the rest of the days leading up to the festival, she lightly trained one for all. She had been getting the hand of the enhancement of full cowling, so she didn't need to exactly push herself any more than necessary. She also privately asked Aizawa for an extra ticket for her new friends. She knew that the sports festival tickets could be quite expensive and her friend didn't seem like the kind of guy that would have a wad of cash laying around. She also just really wanted him to watch her in the festival. She didn't know why, but his eyes were more important than any pro hero's eyes could ever be. It took her ages to just text him a simple, hello, so she could ask him if he wanted to go. Luckily for her, everything seemed to go well and he agreed to go. The day of the actual festival seemed to arrive quickly after that. Todoroki straight up challenged Katsuki and Yui both. The two didn't really know how to take the challenge, but Katsuki's mind was fuming. He swore if Todoroki half-assed it then he would personally make him go all out. Midoriya told Yui that he got caught up in some kind of accident and would be running late, probably missing the speech. Speaking of the speech, she was informed ahead of time that she would be the one giving it due to her placing first on the entrance exam. She immediately revoked that privilege from herself, opting for someone else to do it, which they agreed to. They were going to give it to the second place person then. Apparently, the one that got second place was Katsuki. He was surprised by it at first too, since he probably wasn't informed ahead of time like she was, but accepted the opportunity to speak anyway. Yui noted that whatever training Katsuki did was basically off-grid. Nobody knew what he was doing, and he was more silent in class than he usually was. The only time he'd converse with people would be at lunch, where apparently he found a friend in Kirishima and in another girl from Class B. Speaking of a girl from Class B, Yui finally found her cousin, Uraraka Ochako. They exchanged simple greetings and a few questions but started to quiet down when everyone made it out into the field. Katsuki walked up to the podium and up to the microphone, his fists clenched at first but then started to relax. I messed up. Those 3 words shook the entire stadium. They were heartfelt and broken, like he had lost something. Yui never thought she'd see something like this from Katsuki. When I was younger, I let my own ego get in the way of my thoughts. I let it consume me and dictate me, and because of that I was a jerk. He admitted aloud for literally everyone to hear. But, after an incident I saw what I was and strove to change myself. A lot of you probably saw what I had to say at the sludge villain incident a while back. I want to be a hero, not just because I want to show heroes that don't want to act how to do their job, but to protect. I want to protect people. Not just from villains, but I also want to protect their dreams and what they strive to be. I'm going to win this for everyone. I want be the best hero I can be. I'm sure everyone here can relate to that. He hesitated for a moment before stepping down from the podium. When Yui looked at him, she could see the hurt in him. He looked like he was about to cry, which was a sight she never thought she'd ever see. He wanted to say more, she knew he did, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Slowly, people started to clap. It built up more and more to where almost the entire stadium was clapping for Katsuki's speech. After a while, everyone calmed down and let Midnight announce the first event. An obstacle race would be up first, something which Yui was excited for. Full cowling would certainly be put to the test here. Her athletic abilities already provided a significant boost to it as well, so if she imagined it right she should shoot ahead of everyone there. When the race started, everyone tried to funnel into the one tunnel in an attempt to get ahead of the pack. Unfortunately for most people, their feet were frozen to the ground due to an ice wave. Yui and Katsuki both were able to avoid it, much to Todoroki's displeasure. Yui let the fire course through her and fuel her movements. She swiftly passed Todoroki, who was in the lead, and dashed ahead of him. Katsuki grit his teeth in frustration and started to fire explosions every second to increase his speed. It was impressive and no doubt hard to do, so the fact he was gaining on Yui didn't even make her mad. Todoroki was falling behind now, so he decided to get creative. He decided to let the ice push him, creating a wave behind him and letting the ice carry him toward the front. Yui had a steady lead for a while, but Katsuki was gaining on her with Todoroki keeping a steady third. She vaguely heard present mic over the loudspeaker say that the first obstacle was coming up. Yui didn't register at first and just kept running, but when a giant hand attempted to swat her she was forced to stop and dodge. It seemed Katsuki had a similar events happen to him, since he too was forced to maneuver around. While the two of them were dealing with the robots, Todoroki merely froze them in place, allowing him to skate right under them, allowing him to take the lead. Yui and Katsuki didn't let him get away with it for long, since Yui expertly and athletically maneuvered around here while Katsuki blew his apart. The chase was back on with Todoroki in the lead and Katsuki tied for second with Yui. Katsuki was starting to slip past her, so Yui decided to push herself even more. She increased her maximum power output by a small but, only to 7%, but it was enough to even the pace between them. She almost didn't stop in time when she arrived at the bottomless pit. Katsuki and Todoroki had an easy time with this one, with Katsuki flying over the gaps with his explosions and Todoroki using his ice to skate across the rope bridges. Yui after quickly, using full cowl to help her jump from one area to another, soon making it to the other side and continuing her pursuit, though she was now behind by quite a bit. The last obstacle was a landmine field. Katsuki and Todoroki were already halfway across, but they were too preoccupied with slowing the other down that they were slowing down in general. She didn't have much of any other option but to go through. The three of them were actually quite far ahead of the pack, so she could afford to take some time here. She had an idea, but it was risky. Not that it being risky would stop her now anyway. She ran back a bit from the minefield before running forward, her maximum full cowl activated, and right when she reached the edge she jumped into the air. It wasn't much of a leap, but it helped gain distance and avoid other mines. She only needed to watch where she was landing and then jump again accordingly. That was her plan, and it worked. She caught up to the leaders in no time, passing them out and soon landing on the other side in a sprint forward toward the finish. The boys behind her decided to, screw it, and started to use their explosions and ice respectively to accelerate themselves across, despite the fact they were making it easier for the other participants. Yui kept a steady lead up to the end where she was announced the winner. By the time she stopped running she was actually out of breath. Katsuki barely made second with Todoroki in third, speaking of who was glaring at both Yui and Katsuki with a focused rage. After that more and more people began to file in soon after that. Even the small, purple kid, Mineta, was able to get through the race. However, he was only able to do it because he attached himself to someone's back, who happened to be Yaoyorozu, and let her carry him to the end. Katsuki looked like he wanted to blast him back 10 years into the past. Up next was a cavalry battle, which admittedly Yui and Katsuki found not that interesting of an event. You make teams, there's horses and riders and you steal points off of the riders' heads. Yui's team was stuck with the mega load of points, which made her a target. Katsuki enjoyed going after her team for a while before he gave up since he was just unable to reach it. There were a few close calls during the event but ultimately it was pretty tame. But, most notably, Mineta once again pulled through and passed the event on Team Shinso. In between the second and third event, Todoroki requested to speak to Yui alone. She was confused but accepted anyway. She would have rather met up with Midoriya or something but from the way he looked at her, she knew it was something important. Unbeknownst to them, Katsuki had seen it too and decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. Are you All Might's secret love child or something? She did a double take. Did he really think that? She rapidly shook her head. No, that isn't how it is at all. Please do not misunderstand. He lowered his gaze, but still kept up an intimidating atmosphere. You said, not how it is, so there is a connection between the two of you that you probably can't speak about, right? Yui felt herself sweat a little but at his incredibly observational skills. That was an incredibly small slip up but he picked up on it immediately. She didn't say anything though, so he spoke again, endeavors my old man. I'm sure you know that he's been stuck at number 2 for forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. Yui was surprised. She didn't know why he was talking like this, or why Endeavor's infatuation with All Might had to do with either of them. What are you trying to tell me? What do you mean? Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? The sudden question took her off guard for a moment. It was a random question, but Yui knew it held some significance to this situation. She nodded her head, she had indeed heard of them before and had no form of liking to it. It disgusted her, really. Choosing a spouse in order to make offspring to strengthen themselves, in a way. It was sick and in a way inhumane. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. Yui felt like she was going to be sick. Something like that never should have happened. If she had a say in the matter, she would elect Endeavor to be removed from heroism altogether. Todoroki continued to talk about his life, how his mother was always crying in his memories and that when she snapped she threw boiling water into his face, which was how the scar had formed. This was abuse on more than one level. This was why he wouldn't use his fire at all, to reject his father. Yui shook her head, walking up to him and putting a hand on his shoulder. At first he was surprised by the sudden action, but ended up giving her a half-assed glare. She spoke, I am sorry about your past. I cannot relate to such things, but I can tell you that you are thinking about your quirk the wrong way. He seemed genuinely confused at the statement, so she continued, when you got this power, it was no longer his quirk, but yours. It is your power, not his. He cannot dictate how you use your power, or what goals you set for yourself. Remember that. She walked away after that, leaving Todoroki to his thoughts. He seemed to be considering what she had said, which was a good thing. She could only hope that he could move past his past and look into the future. The third event came around soon after that. Facing off in the first round was Katsuki and Todoroki, and literally everyone could see the rivalry in both of their eyes. The two walked out into the arena after Present Mike introduced them in some bizarre manner. The two glared at one another, with Katsuki clenching his fist while angrily glaring at the dual quirk user. When the round started, Katsuki wasted little to no time in attacking. Todoroki would use his eyes to either evade or attack. Eventually, as Katsuki persisted with his attacks and became more relentless, he ended up releasing an entire glacier upon Katsuki, trapping him inside. After a few moments, people were starting to think Katsuki had gotten trapped inside, but small booms started to get louder and louder until eventually he found his way out of the glacier. Todoroki didn't let up after that though, but the effects of his ice side were starting to get to him. What's wrong, icy hot? Katsuki began to taunt, shoving an explosive play at Todoroki's face, which was dodged. You can easily get rid of that frostbite by using that fire of yours. You don't understand. Todoroki let out a wave of ice at Katsuki, which was easily dodged. Katsuki ran forward to attack again, shoving his palms at his opponent's body, trying to land a hit. On the contrary, I do. Katsuki keyed Todoroki in the stomach, sending him back and making him fall on his butt. I overheard your little sob story. Cry me a river. Todoroki looked up at him, shocked, then enraged. You. I what? Katsuki asked, walking toward the dual quirk user as he was getting up. Listen, there are people out there that would literally kill for a quirk like that. You know that. Todoroki sent more ice at Katsuki, running circles around him. Katsuki stopped his slow advance, standing still and merely exploding the waves of ice before they could hit him. The speed of the attacks had greatly decreased with the more frostbite he started getting. I used to know someone, Katsuki started, not that Todoroki cares as he sent more ice at his enemy. Katsuki didn't have to try in order to evade it. He was quirkless. Todoroki started to slow down. Katsuki had his attention now, he was always a big dreamer. More ice attacks came that Katsuki blew up, but people didn't like that very much. He wanted to be a hero but he was quirkless. The fight was basically non-existent anymore. Todoroki stopped attacking to catch his breath and listen more attentively to what Katsuki was saying. Katsuki shoved his hands into his pockets before looking at Todoroki. Regrettably, I was one of the people that didn't approve. Everyone hurt him and ridiculed him for just wanting to be a hero, but also for being quirkless. Katsuki looked down at his hands, clenching them into fists in frustration and regret. He looked back up at his opponent. Unfortunately, he's not here anymore. Todoroki's eyes widened at what Katsuki had said. That speech, he started, still catching his breath, it was because of him, wasn't it? Katsuki knew that the guy knew a lot more than that, so he simply nodded. Yeah, I'm striving to change from what I once was. He pointed at Todoroki accusingly. People like him are bullied for not having a quirk when you sit here with two and not even using one. And why? Because of some shitty family issues. People here are giving it their all when you're just half-assing it. Do you know how insulting that fucking is? Todoroki looked at his hands, clenching them into fists before looking up at Katsuki again with a fierce glare. Despite how Katsuki said it, his story had affected him. Flames began to erupt from his left side, making Katsuki smirk and everyone else become surprised by the sudden wave of heat. You're right, Bakugo. Todoroki said to him, I've been foolish up until now. I apologize for my irrational thinking. The frostbite that's as previously on his body began to melt off and Endeavor up in the stands began to freak out but everyone just ignored him. Katsuki bent his knees down, ready to pounce forward while small pops erupted from his fingers. Don't apologize to me, icy hot. It's about time you realized it. Now, he shot himself forward at a rapid speed. Let's fucking go. The two went at one another with their full-powered attacks, but ultimately Katsuki was able to knock his opponent out of the ring. Yui smiled up in the stands. She knew that Katsuki had a soft side to him, not that she could hear the conversation, but it had to be something significant in order to spark the flames. The other matches went by fairly quickly, with Yui facing off against Ishido Mina, which was quite easy for her. Yui would admit though, Ishido had some good athletic skills. She noticed that dance moves had been incorporated into her fighting style as well. The second round started off with Katsuki facing off against Mineta. Oh, the poor thing didn't even see it coming. The first thing that tipped Yui off was the fact that Katsuki entered the arena with a feral grin on his face. But, not even a second into the fight Katsuki punted him out of the arena. Mineta had to go see Recovery Girl after that, while Katsuki just looked mighty proud of himself. Iida faced off against the pink-haired support course student that had been on her team during the cavalry battle. She made a mockery out of him, basically. She eliminated herself after showcasing all of her gadgets. It was odd. Tokiyami and Yaoyorozu battle next, and it didn't last too long. Tokiyami played it tactically and pushed her out of the arena with coordinated hits on her shield. The girl looked a bit down about it, so she told Jiro, her friend, to talk to her about it later. Some guy with a copy quirk, Monoma was his name, from Class 1B faced off against Shiozaki. He was cocky and kept talking down on 1A which Shiozaki didn't appreciate, so she ruthlessly knocked him out. Kendo and Kirishima faced off next. Needless to say, hardening was quite useless when Kendo could just use her quirk to throw him out of the arena. Tetsu, who was basically a Kirishima clone, won his match against Zero. Zero was unable to move the steel quirk user with his tape since he was too heavy. The purple-haired General Studies kid, Shinso, won 2 rounds in a row by making his opponents walk themselves off the edge. Yui kept that noted since she may have to face him if she wins the next round. Speaking of the next round, she was facing her own cousin. Despite their familiarity, neither of them held back. Yui was surprised at how agile her cousin had gotten, since she was able to move fairly quick and dodge some of her hits. It didn't last too long, however, since Yui was able to get a solid hit on her eventually to knock her out of the ring. Katsuki faced off against Iida next, and much to his displeasure Iida was able to move quite fast and dodge his attacks. However, Katsuki was clever in more than one aspect and was able to lure Iida to the edge and force him to run himself out of the ring by making him unable to turn any other way. Tokiyami was able to beat Shiozaki due to Dark Shadow, as its maneuverability was able to get close to her and deliver a solid blow to knock her out. Kendo's match went the same as it did with Kirishima, no more comments needed to be made. Yui battled against Shinso next. From what she observed, his quirk was activated from some kind of communication method and it would essentially brainwash the other person. She just wouldn't speak to him, that wasn't too hard. The two of them stepped out into the arena, with Yui looking ready to fight and Shinso looming dead tired. The fight began shortly after they made it on the arena floor. I'm sure everyone just loves you, since you have 2 quirks. Yui was surprised by the harshness of his words. That was his game, then. To trigger his opponent to respond through insults. It was actually a pretty smart strategy, but it wouldn't work on her. There was no need to go all out in this fight, so she slowly started to walk toward him. His glare intensified. Do you know how people like me are treated? He started, looking at her intently. We're bullied and made fun of just for having a villain's quirk. I hate how people like you get praised for having 2 amazing quirks like that. Yui kept walking forward, but her mind was racing. He was similar to Midoriya, as well as herself in some ways. I'm sure they always called you a prodigy or something. I was called the villain in the making. Really nice, right? She eventually got in front of him and stopped walking. He has one more thing to say to her. I hate people like you that think you're so high and mighty just because you have a superior quirk and power. Yui shook her head before pushing him out of the arena. The match was over after that. Shinso rubbed his head while on the ground. Shinso, a voice called to him. He looked up onto the arena to see Yui with an incredibly stern face. I want you to come with me after the sports festival. I want you to meet someone. He was confused, but agreed to go with her anyway. She had asked Midoriya if he was willing to meet someone and he had also agreed. Hopefully things turned out the way she hoped. The next match was between Katsuki and Tokiyami. It wasn't much of a match, since Dark Shadow has a particular weakness to light which Katsuki's explosions couldn't help but produce. Tokiyami lost but ended up sharing a respectful bow with Katsuki, somehow. Yui battled Kendo after that. Kendo looked like she had been looking forward to the fight for a while now and was excited to finally get the chance to do it. Speaking of Kendo, the two started talking a little more after Yui met Midoriya on the beach. Yui started becoming more open to the idea of making more friends, which Kendo excitedly reciprocated. The two became more talkative at lunch and ended up getting to know one another a lot more. But as for the match, it was practically no contest for Yui. Kendo may be strong and agile, but her quirk was too slow and wouldn't be able to catch Yui in time before she knocked her out. Kendo realized this and stuck to basic martial arts, but Yui's superior speed was able to run her in circles, which eventually left her open to an attack that swept her off of her feet and then pushed off the arena. Yui went down and helped her up after that. They both knew that was the start of their little rivalry. The last match was next. They were given a little break time in between to rest and strategize. Katsuki was looking forward to this. Ever since she beat him during that battle trial, he had been itching for a rematch. Meanwhile, Yui was nervous. She knew Katsuki wouldn't go easy on her, so she would have to try her best and use her abilities to her advantage. Eventually their preparation time ran out and they were forced out into the arena. Katsuki had no grin, snarl, or anything, only a focused glare that tracked her like a hawk. He was focused solely on her and would beat her no matter what. Yui similarly stared at him as she got into an optimal running position, charging full cowl through her body as she stared ahead at him. Katsuki got into a fighting stance. Begin. Neither of them moved. They only continued to stare intently at one another, waiting for the other to make the first move. The audience was on the edge of their seats, clearly feeling the tension around the two in the arena. The students of 1A shifted around nervously, knowing how the two of their classmates had a sort of hidden thing going on. Katsuki's right foot shifted to the right just a bit, but Yui tensed after the slightest movement. The lightning around her body coated her in a weird warmth, somewhat different to the fire she previously had felt when using one for all on a single limb. Katsuki seemed too stubborn to make the first move, so she would do it this time. She upped her maximum output up to 5%, since 7% hurt her after a little while, and started to dash around the four corners on the arena. It was a perfect box she made around Katsuki. With every time she hit a corner she turned 90 degrees and went to the next one to repeat the first thing. She moved fast, with the color of her uniform being left as a blur as she moved from corner to corner. Katsuki stared ahead of him, unmoving. His glare intensed as he looked ahead. He then suddenly jumped up, shot off an explosion to propel himself up higher, then let himself fall back down and fire a powerful explosion straight at the ground. The impact made the ground shake, making Yui stop her running and steady herself. Small bit of rubble flew into the air as she stopped. She didn't have time to think as a palm made its way toward her face at a rapid speed. She moved to the side and behind him, but he didn't let up and continued to put pressure on her. He was incredibly fast, even with full cowl on its current bearable maximum. She was able to grab his wrist before one of his blasts could hit her face, pulling him forward as she moved to the side. She attempted to throw him out of the ring that way, but he used his explosions to stop his fall and continue his attack. Yui used some of the rubble from Katsuki's earlier ground attack to her advantage a bit. As she dodged, she picked up some of the larger bits of rock she could find and put them into her pockets. Yui moved to the side so she could avoid a blast meant for her stomach. When he went for a punch from the side, she quickly doubled back and ducked under it, raising her foot into the air and kicking him in the stomach to knock him back. He stumbled back a bit, clenching his stomach in a bit of pain. He looked up at her with his teeth clenched in frustration. Seeing as she had a good opportunity, she threw the rocks she had collected at Katsuki, using her mental ability to enlarge them. Katsuki recovered from the kick and began to advance again, blasting his way through the now enlarged pieces of the arena with ease. She continued to back away and throw them at him as she recovered her breath a bit. She could already feel her head start to throb from the amount of rocks she threw and enlarged, but she ignored it and continued to fight. Once she was out of rocks, she finally decided to go on the attack. She dodged a punch aimed at her face and countered with a punch to his stomach, which hit its target. He stumbled back for a second but quickly recovered, but even so that second allowed Yui to start attacking him. She threw punches at him repeatedly, her goal being to push him toward the edge of the arena for a swift knockout. Katsuki kept parrying and dodging her punches, but it was fine since she was pushing him back. Katsuki was able to parry one of her punches to the side, allowing him to get an opening to punch the shoulder of the parried arm. Yui stumbled for a second, allowing Katsuki to quickly bend down and do a perfect sweep with his legs, making her fall to the ground and land on her butt. She immediately recognized it as the move she used on him from the battle trial. He stood over her, glaring down at her. She looked up at him, holding the shoulder that was punched. "Do you give up?" he asked, putting his hands into his pockets. "I won't hurt you anymore if you just yield." Yui immediately shook her head. "I won't give up, even if I was on the verge of losing. I have people watching and counting on me to win." Her parents, Midoriya, All Might, they were watching her and rooting for her. She needed to win, or lose giving it her all. Katsuki seemed a little angrier than usual after that statement. "Well, I wish I did too." After that he picked her up by the collar and aimed her toward the nearest edge with a palm at her chest. Yui couldn't do anything or else she'd get blasted. She closed her eyes and accepted the loss. She tried her best and that was what mattered. Katsuki blasted her off of the arena, calling the match and declaring Katsuki the winner. Yui was upset that she lost, but at the same time happy and proud. She felt like she improved herself during the festival, and not only that but she fulfilled what All Might had asked of her. After that, the top three got to stand on the podium, with Katsuki in first, Yui in second, as well as Tokiyami and Kendo in third. All Might appeared and gave medals to everyone, whispering something into each of their ears. For Yui, it's as a congratulations and a thank you. All Might told her that he was proud and happy she had gotten so far and learned so much on her own, admitting he had been a lousy teacher. Yui was moved, a bit, at his words. For Katsuki, All Might had also congratulated him on fulfilling what he had promised to do during his speech. He told Katsuki that he was sure people would believe in him as a future hero, and that he would make a great one. Katsuki was upset, for a few reasons. Yeah, he won but, he felt so alone. Incomplete. He fulfilled his main goal of winning, especially after the speech he had given, but it still felt like it wasn't enough. The person he was winning for wasn't. That's when he saw it. In the audience, curly green hair and a face that matched his. Katsuki starred up there for a large amount of time. The person left the stands, and Katsuki was unable to follow yet. When they were allowed to leave, though, he hurried there as fast as he could. He needed to be sure. He needed to know if it was him. But, he couldn't find him. Katsuki's heart raced after searching for him everywhere. But, he was nowhere. Was it real? A hallucination? An illusion? A ghost watching over him, perhaps? Katsuki didn't know for sure what it was, but some strand of hope now lied within him that he was still alive. He would find him, he would, if he was still around, and he would apologize and make things right. Yui had brought Shinso to meet Midoriya. Yui was happy, because they ended up getting along just fine. She and Midoriya had both made a new friend. After that, things turned back to normal, or at least as normal as things can be at UA High School. Aizawa had announced to the class that they would be having their first internship soon, letting them see how many offers they got. Yui, not surprisingly, had the most amount of offers. She was a natural during the sports festival, since she was an excellent strategist, fighter, and knew how to keep a level head in a situation where she was beaten or outmatched. In fact, most of her other classmates expressed their admiration for her after the festival. It was funny, since Yui admired Midoriya. Katsuki had the second most votes. People, again, weren't too surprised due to his almost unmatched amount of power and skill in the field, not to mention his analysis skills and ability to think on the fly. Todoroki got the third most votes, and the amount was actually lower than most expected. But, it was still pretty high. Afterward they had to pick hero names. Yui had long since prepared for this. Her parents, before she started UA, told her that they had secretly agreed for her to succeed the hero name, Rule. Yui, at first, declined, but their insistence eventually convinced her. It was approved. Katsuki was one of the first people done. His was approved, and when someone in the class had asked him about how he had come up with it so fast, he said, "An old friend recommended it to me once when we were younger." His hero name was Ground Zero. Yui had been having a lot of trouble thinking about who she would go to for her internship. She had thought about asking All Might for recommendations, but he suddenly told her about how his old teacher had sent her an offer. She decided to go see All Might's old teacher Gran Torino. Katsuki chose Best Genist, mainly due to his high ranking and experience over other heroes. Best Genist was reliable in most aspects and Katsuki wanted to genuinely learn from him. When the internship started, for Katsuki it was confusing. Genist wanted to correct his bad behavior at first, but when he saw Katsuki actually being respectful he decided to do other things. Katsuki would attempt to learn what he could. Before Yui left to see Gran Torino, she noticed Iida was acting a bit weird lately. She knew his brother had been critically injured by Stain, so she wouldn't be surprised if that was what was bothering him. She would have spoken to him, but she doubted her words would mean too much due to their poor acquaintance with one another. Gran Torino himself was interesting. He, at first, played incredibly dumb. She realized it was an act, since she doubted he would send her an offer just to act like that. He was impressed she had figured him out and began to work on her quirk right away. She showed him full cowl which made him even more impressed. He told her that they would continue to work on how much power she could handle through her body and steadily work her way up to greater limits. The days seemed to go by daily quickly. They trained and practiced one for all repeatedly but never went too far. Gran Torino usually had them spar to improve her fighting skills, and Yui decided to note Gran Torino's own indoor strategy for fights for her to use later. Gran Torino decided to take her to Hosu so they could fight some villains. However, during the train ride there they were ambushed by a winged Numu. There were explosions and fire in the distance, so Yui asked to be able to help in the fight, and Gran Torino, who knew well what she could do in a fight, gave her permission to fight if need be. As Gran Torino took the winged Numu away, Yui made her way to the much larger battle. A stronger Numu was currently going to town on a bunch of heroes. The hero Iida was interning under was there, repeatedly asking where he was. Yui assumes the worst and decided to look for him. She roamed the nearby places in Hosu looking for him. She then remembered Stain. She knew he was going after Stain. She began to rapidly check back alleyways, cranking her maximum output to 8%, which she could now handle, and eventually finding them with Stain about to deal a finishing blow. There was another hero there too, native, but he seemed to be paralyzed, as was Iida. She was able to knock Stain off of Iida before he could be killed. He was perplexed at her arrival on the scene, but she didn't care. She sent out a distress beacon to all of her classmates, hoping that anyone was nearby they would come to assist. The event wasn't something she wanted to necessarily remember. Todoroki showed up just in time, sending a fire blast to save her from a sword to the stomach. She correctly deduced that Stain has a paralysis quirk based on their blood type, which Stain seemed to respect in a way. Stain also said she was different from the rest of them. The fact she had come to save them, throwing herself into the line of fire for others, made her a true hero, according to him. She agreed with the fact that heroes shouldn't care about fame, glory, revenge, and everything else, but the way Stain was going about spreading his ideals was something she would never stand for. Iida ended up being able to get up, and the three of them beat Stain together. It was scary though, they almost died more than once during the encounter. She would rather not want to relive the memory again. The police chief had come to talk to them after the entire ordeal. Since Gran Torino has given her permission to fight, she was able to take credit for the capture of Stain. She, however, declined, which shocked everyone there. Her reasoning was sound. Since it was a joint effort to bring him down, she would not take credit for other people's efforts. She didn't much care for it either. They instead decided to just give the credit to Endeavor, who had shown up at the last minute. They had finished their internships after that. Iida learned his lesson about going for revenge, inheriting his brother's hero name as Yui did her mother's. When they went back to school, their encounter with the hero killer seemed to be the talk of the place. Everyone asked them if they were okay and everything, even Midoriya had called her to ask at one point during her internship, as did Kendo. Katsuki looked like he wanted to break something though. Speaking of Katsuki, he learned a lot from Genist. He wasn't happy about the hairstyle he was forced to inherit, but the experience and advice Genist gave him was something he really appreciated and would later use in his hero career. All Might had the class do a little race to get to him first. Yui had ended up winning with full cowl, now able to hold around 8% of it without her body feeling like it would crumble apart. Gran Torino really helped with that. Later that day, after school had ended, Toshinori had pulled her aside to speak to her about One for All. He told her more about the quirk, and its origin. The quirk could not be passed unless the bearer wishes it to be, meaning it could not be forcibly stolen. It, however, could be forcibly passed. He labeled it as a special quirk in it of itself. He told her about someone named All for One, named after his quirk, All for One. He spoke about how he gave the first wielder of One for All, who happened to be his very own brother, a stockpile quirk because of his brother's quirklessness. However, the brother had a quirk all along, which was the seemingly useless ability to pass his quirk to someone else. The two quirks combined to make One for All, with every time it is passed down stockpiling more power. Yui was nervous and freaked out on the inside. This, All for One, was spoken about like he was the world's most dangerous person. All for One had the ability to steal and give quirks to other people, which made him incredibly dangerous. He had been the one to give All Might his injury, which did little to ease her worries. He had been around since quirks started popping up too, so he probably had some kind of longevity quirk. Toshinori had told her that one day it may be her turn to try and beat him, since even though he had thought to have killed him before, he was still out there now. He let her leave after that, leaving her with her thoughts on the subject. On a lighter note, Yui, Midoriya and surprisingly Shinso too kept in regular contact with one another, but Yui more so talked to Midoriya. She liked talking with him, but she didn't know why. It was especially helpful to talk to him after the bombshell Toshinori dropped on her too. She found him perplexing and interesting, and sometimes the things he said made her heart beat just a tick faster. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she knew that she actually had some form of enjoyment of it. Between that, Yui and Toshinori had taken a trip to Ai Island. The trip was interesting and eventful, as she was able to meet the Shields and learn a lot of new things. The only thing that really went wrong was the crisis that took place during the time, but it was resolved in the end and things had gone back to normal fairly fast. Final exams rounded the corner faster than any of them had thought. Out of panic, multiple study groups were formed in an attempt to pass the written part of the exam. Luckily, everyone had enough confidence in themselves and powered through the exam in the end. The practical was the interesting part. Instead of robots, as they were previously tipped about, they were instead told that they would be facing against the various teachers of UA, including the principal. Aizawa told them that if they failed, they would not be able to go on summer field trip. Yui and Katsuki had to team up with one another to beat All Might. Katsuki basically scoffed and went, "Yeah right," but after some insistence on multiple people's part, with Kirishima surprisingly having the most to say about it, he relented and decided to cooperate. Their match was one of the later ones, so they had time to strategize. When the two were discussing strategy, Katsuki's brilliant plan was to rush him in a head-on fight. Yui wanted to face Palm, but only did so mentally. Instead, they reasoned with using underground tactics to avoid All Might and reach the exit, causing a necessary diversion at random times to direct his attention away from their location. Katsuki reluctantly agreed that, yeah, it was probably their best chance to beat him. When it came around to put the plan to action, the two surprisingly cooperated rather well. Katsuki was an asshole, but he cooperated. They took separate paths, left and right, to ensure that if one got caught the other still had a chance. They caused small diversions to get All Might to investigate, which worked better than they thought. At one point, Katsuki had been found and had led All Might on a bit of a chase, for a few seconds. All Might kept trying to break Katsuki into finding out where Yui was, but he wouldn't break. Eventually, All Might had waited too long and Yui was able to successfully reach the goal. Only a few groups failed, but Aizawa revealed that he was deceiving them. Everyone would get to go on the field trip. It was some sort of training camp run by the Wild Pussycats. Aizawa made them go through a woods full of monsters and miss lunch the first day, but the dinner was good. There was also this 12-year-old boy. He seemed to be difficult. He didn't like heroes at all, wanting absolutely nothing to do with them. He passed out while they had all been taking a bath, protecting the girls from Kaminari's attempt to see into the girls' side. Yui had brought him to his aunt, who happened to be Mandalay. She told Yui a bit about his past, particularly about how his parents, an old hero team named Water Hose, got murdered by a dangerous villain. They thought that perhaps his behavior had to do with the trauma of losing his parents. They had also learned that Katsuki knew how to cook like a master chef. Since after the first day the Pussycats wouldn't provide them food, they were forced to provide for themselves and Katsuki took the role of class chef, not that anyone complained. Class 1B also showed up at the training camp while they were training, so there was also that. Yui noticed how her cousin was attached to Katsuki, in a way, and that he actually didn't mind her presence at all. Actually, he seemed to enjoy it, which he really did, but he would never admit that. A few days went by as they trained. Aizawa had everyone go through painful and rigorous tests to improve not only themselves but also their quirks. It was painful and hard for all of them, but they all ended up pushing through it until then end. During a fun little exercise they were going to do involving both classes, they were attacked. Blue fire spread throughout the trees in the forest and gas surrounded another area. The boy, Kota, was nowhere to be found during the attack, but Yui saw him head to his secret spot before, so she went after him. She found him at his secret spot being cornered by the villain Muscular, the very same villain that had killed his parents. Muscular immediately recognized her and let it slip that she was a priority kill or capture target, and also mentioned Katsuki as one of them too. It seemed that Shigaraki was still salty about what happened at the USJ. Muscular, despite what his orders were from the League, solely wanted to kill her and Kota. His quirk, some kind of muscle augmentation, was incredibly tough for her to fight against. Her current full cowl would not stand a chance against the sheer strength and durability Muscular possessed. She was forced to destroy her limbs so she could beat him. She knew they'd scar, but that's as a little price to pay as long as she saved Kota. Speaking of Kota, he was crying. She had almost died to Muscular, but Kota blasted him with a powerful blast of water which had distracted the villain enough for her to get free and take him down. He was likely a bit scared from this. She took him to Aizawa, who she had found wandering the woods in preparation to fight. Aizawa had taken Kota with him to safety after he had told Yui to have Mandalay broadcast a message. In the name of Pro Hero Eraserhead, both classes are given permission to fight. A lot of things happened after that, stuff Yui wasn't too keen on remembering, just like the hero killer incident. In the end though, Katsuki had been captured and a lot of other students had been injured from both classes. Yui had been in the hospital recovering from her intense injuries to her limbs. They were scarred, very badly, as she had suspected they would be. They were very visible streaks on both of her hands and arms. She still didn't care, since in the end she was able to save Kota, her appearance was of little importance to her. After she had initially woken up, the entire class had come to see her. They expressed their concerns for her in that moment and Yui didn't know exactly how to feel. She never had people do that for her before, so in a way it felt weird, but nice at the same time. Then Kirishima had mentioned that he wanted to save Katsuki. Everyone seemed hesitant and unsure at the idea, with others expressing their extreme denial in it. Yaoyorozu had put a tracker on Anumu that had also been on the scene, so she'd make another tracer so they could go save Katsuki. Kirishima has told everyone that if they were going, they would meet in front of the hospital that night, which was the day Yaoyorozu and Yui got released. After they had all left, Yui sat in her bed with her thoughts. Sure, Katsuki had been a complete and utter jerk to her since they first met, but did that mean she would discard her duty as a hero? No, she wouldn't. She had made up her mind to go save him with whoever else decided to go. A few hours after they had left, Yui heard a knock on her door followed by the sound of it opening. Hello. I'm not sure if you really want me here, but I thought I'd be nice to come and visit you. She recognized the voice as Midoriya's, turning to face him as he entered. He even got her flowers. She shook her head at what he had said. The fact he thought to come and visit at all was nice, heck he could have just called her, but he physically came to see her. She was touched, but there was also something else there that she couldn't identify. No, please, come in. He did as she asked of him, coming in and setting the flowers he had gotten for her on one of the tables. He pointed at them, scratching the back of his head. I wasn't sure what kind of flowers you liked, so I just got roses. She looked at the flowers. The fact he had gotten her anything at all was nice of him, he shouldn't put himself down so much. Your arms. He winced at just looking at them. Yeah, the scars were bad. She wasn't proud of them, but it was necessary. I had to, for a boy who was in danger. He seemed to relax himself at the reason. A boy? He asked. You told me you were going on some field trip or something. Why was a boy there? Mandalay is his aunt, I think. She told him. He nodded. He didn't like heroes, his parents were pro-heroes killed by Muscular. She looked at her scars again. That's who I fought to protect him from. I read an article about his escape not too long ago. Was it the League again? She nodded at his question. Guess they busted him out. She nodded again. She didn't want to really talk at the moment, especially with everything that was going to happen that night. She asked him to leave, which confused him, but he respected her request and left. Made her promise to talk to him again soon. The night rolled around faster than she had anticipated. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, herself, Iida and Todoroki had all shown up. It was an unlikely team, but they each had a common goal in mind. They had properly disguised themselves for the occasion, since they thought it was necessary. After that they had made their way to Kamino Ward, by some old warehouse. As they were gathering information on the place, heroes started to attack the place. Apparently the heroes were doing a counterattack on them as well. Someone was in the building though, and Genist, who had been attacking the warehouse with MT. Lady and Tiger from the Pussycats, tied him up with his fabric. When the guy broke free, he ended up destroying the entire place. Yui knew that this was all for one. He made them see visions of death. Not of just anyone though, he made them see their own dead bodies. It was sickening and made the five of them paralyzed with fear. The rest of the League and Katsuki had been warped there too. All Might had come in and attacked All for One but couldn't go all out with Katsuki there, so it was finally time for them to act. They used Todoroki's ice to create a ramp for Iida to push them off of with his quirk, having Kirishima call to him due to their friendship. It worked, with Katsuki exploding his way up to them and grabbing his hand. After that, they were pretty much home free. All Might, with Katsuki out of the way, was able to go all out. All for One pushed him to his limits and eventually made him reveal his vulnerable form to the world. But, despite that, people cheered for him to win. He did, but he had to effectively retire. He pointed at the news camera and said, "You're next." Yui knew what the message meant. People may have thought it was directed at the villains, but it was meant for her. She would become a hero people could rely on. She wouldn't become the next symbol of peace, but one of hope and reliability. Sometime after the incident, Toshinori had asked her to meet at the beach. He had reprimanded her, a lot. She didn't deny that she didn't deserve it. What she did was incredibly irresponsible and foolish, something that could have ended badly for all of them. She wouldn't argue against any form of punishment she may get. Despite that though, All Might hugged her and said he was proud. She was shocked, but didn't say anything and let the moment pass by. Her parents were a different story. They had called her multiple times since the attack, which she had neglected to answer, and when she called them back after the Kamino Ward incident they were absolutely livid. You couldn't hear it in her mother's voice, but from the words she spoke Yui knew she had pissed them off on top of all of their worries. Despite their anger at her actions during the incident, they were glad she was alright and asked her to visit sometime soon. Midoriya seemed too calm about the ordeal when she talked to him. She wasn't sure what was up with him, but he got off the phone pretty quick when she had called him back. She was upset, honestly. She didn't know if he was upset with her or not. She would have to talk with him again soon. It wasn't like that could be avoided anyway. UA has announced that the students would be moving into the dorms, so Aizawa and All Might would be personally visiting their parents to talk about it and get direct permission. When it came around to her parents, All Might had been the only one to go inside. Her parents were actually hesitant at first, but All Might had told them everything. He had told them about how he wanted her to pick up where he left off and become a new symbol to the people, because he saw her worthy enough to do it. Her parents couldn't deny that their daughter was extraordinary, and accepted. They had also made All Might promise to take care of himself as well as her, which he accepted without hesitation. When the day came to move into the dorms, Aizawa had told them that they would all, except Katsuki, be expelled under normal circumstances. He gave them a warning but said if something like what happened at Kamino happened again he would not hesitate to expel them. The apartment she previously was at wasn't relinquished or anything. She had asked her parents to stop paying for it but they refused, saying that if she ever needed a place to hang out or take a break she could always go back there. They had the money to pay for it as well, so they assured her it wasn't of any concern. They had also reloaded the place with replacement furniture after she had moved most of it to her dorm room, so there was also that. Aizawa had warned them that the provisional license exam was coming up, which was essential to pass if they were to be heroes. He had given them all time to practice their own super moves, which most heroes all had at least one of. Katsuki was having a blast discovering his super moves. He was able to make an AP shot, as he called it, in which he could send out a powerful ranged blast at a target. There were a few other ideas he had come up with too, but he was having difficulty getting them to actually work. She was having some trouble finding particular moves she could use for her two quirks. She had nervously called Midoriya, since she knew he had a knack for analyzing quirks and hero stuff. She was nervous because of the way he had acted after the incident. She was unsure if he was still mad or upset with her. But, when she actually talked to him, he seemed fine and willing to help. He agreed to meet her at the beach to discuss her quirks. It was odd, the way he acted back then and then now, but she didn't push the subject. His advice had turned out to be incredibly helpful. He started off with size, her original quirk. He had initially suggested that she could carry small objects around in her suit, but she had already covered that. He then suggested a separate pouch for actual weapons like a boss staff or something, that way if she needed a melee weapon she could always have one on hand. She actually liked that idea and had actually been considering taking up some weapons training for a while. For super power, which was what One for All was officially dubbed as, he suggested using it like super speed to disorient the enemy in order to confuse them. She also had been previously considering this. She had something similar at the sports festival but that's as pretty tame compared to the more advanced speed tactics. Gran Torino's running strategy in fights was something she noted as well and thought about utilizing in the future. For a combination of super moves he suggested combining the two. Use her advanced speed to continuously throw objects at the enemy. Running in random directions around an opponent would confuse them, yes, but if she was also throwing and enlarging objects at them then she could swiftly take them down and trap them. She took those suggestions to heart and told him that she would practice them on her own, which she of course did. She asked Ectoplasm to be her test subject, since he was supposed to be helping the students with super moves. The speed tactics worked beautifully. He couldn't follow her movements due to the speed and randomness of her pattern, even at 8%. The combination move worked like a charm too, since Ectoplasm was unable to properly predict where the next object would come from and had gotten hit or enough of an opening was created for her to attack. In the end he was incredibly impressed, as was Toshinori who had been there at the time to see it. Katsuki looked pissed at how much she had learnt in a literal day or so, but didn't act on his anger. Yui also considered using more parts of her body in attacks, not just her arms. She shouldn't focus on one particular portion of her body, but both. If she practiced both using her arms and legs in combat she would be incredibly versatile. When the exams had come around, they had all learned the hard way that other schools did not particularly like UA. Needless to say they were all ambushed off of the start, but even with that they were able to push through and pass the first test. Todoroki apparently had some kind of beef, as Kirishima put it, with some guy from a different school. It was distracting and it seemed like they would sabotage one another if they weren't careful. The second one was rescue, which they weren't able to properly practice due to the USJ. Despite that, 1A did their best to be the best heroes they can be by saving people in need. Even Katsuki was doing his best to be polite to those who needed his help and even went out of his way in most cases. Gang Orca had shown up at some point to play the villain along with a platoon of other guys. They had done their best to keep him at bay and protect the people. Despite the fact that Todoroki and the other kid, Inasa, kept getting in each other's way, they were able to work together in the end against Gang Orca. When everything ended though, Todoroki had been the only one in their class that hadn't passed. He was down about it, but he had the opportunity to do makeup stuff to get his license as well. One day, a disembodied head appeared to her in the ground. It was a senior, Tagata Mirio, as she later learned when the big three had appeared before the class the next day. He was a little, high-spirited, something Yui was pretty much the opposite of. Katsuki was annoyed by the blue-haired girl, Hado Najire, and curious about the other two. The third one, Amajiki Tamaki, was like her father in the ways of social interaction, putting himself in a corner and mumbling to himself at times. Somehow things led to the entire class fighting Tagata. Some of them thought it would be easy, but others actually took it seriously. Yui carefully considered the circumstances. There was no way he would challenge the whole class if he didn't have something up his sleeve, or think he wasn't capable of actually doing it. When the match started, his clothes fell straight off and fell to the ground. He was now naked, but he phased into the ground. Yui had seen it before, with his head in the ground. He had some kind of phasing quirk. He appeared behind them, naked, much to many of the girls' displeasure. Some covered their eyes, which led to them getting punched in the face. He had started by going after the long-ranged fighters first, leaving those that specialized in close range left. Yui, regrettably, didn't look away and focused on Tagata himself. There were opportunities when he would come up and attempt to attack then, so she figured that if she figured out those times then he could be open to a suitable counterattack. It didn't work. They all were defeated with Tagata yellowing, "Power RRR!" over their defeated forms. Needless to say Katsuki was pretty upset about that. He had told them he had to practice his quirk to become as good as he did, for multiple reasons, but Yui took the advice to continue training her quirk. Not too long after that Aizawa told them that they would be going out again for their new internships. Katsuki wanted to go back to Genist, who accepted, and while Yui wanted to go back to Gran Torino he denied her request due to some kind of ongoing investigation. Instead she had decided to go intern with Night Eye, All Might's old sidekick. When Yui had asked Toshinori to talk to Night Eye, he flat out refused. She didn't understand why, but suspected that they may have had some kind of falling out. However, she had discovered that Mirio had actually been interning under Night Eye, so she figured she'd ask him to set up a meeting. He agreed and took her to Night Eye's agency. Night Eye was something else. He had a weird thing with laughter and attitude, wanting those that worked under him to be positive, smile and laugh. She found one of Night Eye's sidekicks, Bubble Girl, hooked up to some kind of tickle machine. Eventually Night Eye saw her and gave her a semi-glare. She didn't know why he glared at her, but she didn't particularly like it. Well, of course she didn't like it, who would? In the end Night Eye agreed to take her into his agency after a little test to get a pen from his hand. He had used his quirk, foresight, on her so he could look ahead and predict her next moves. She improvised Gran Torino's strategy of bouncing on walls and doors, doing her best not to hit and leave marks on the many things on the walls. She had gotten the pen from him by using an unorthodox strategy which he was unable to dodge. She had an object on her which she had thrown and enlarged, but right as he dodged, he was backing into one of the corners with nowhere to go. This allowed her to take the pen in the course of a few more motions, since he couldn't properly dodge while being pinned on one side of the wall. Of course, he had foreseen the event taking place already, but he assured her that the test was necessary. He didn't seem too thrilled to have her on board, but he accepted her nonetheless and did tell her that she had some potential in her. Night Eye had informed them before a patrol to keep a lookout for Yakuza members, more specifically the Shihasaikai. On that very same patrol day, she and Lemillion, which was Tagata's hero name, ran into a scared 12-year-old girl. She had run into Yui's arms, crying and scared while asking for help. From the alleyway a man had emerged behind her, apologizing for his daughter. She knew something was wrong here, but Lemillion gave her a look as to not try anything. Despite her knowing that she was in danger, as well as the hurting feeling that plagued her gut, she reluctantly had to hand the girl back to the man. She knew that was the man they were looking for, but she could do nothing. She felt horrible. A meeting took place that included many heroes a few days later. Her cousin was among one of the interns that showed, as well as their assigned hero. Her cousin's hero name was Uravati, and was actually interning under the same hero as Froppy, which was Sue's hero name. Kirishima had also been there, along with Amajiki, with Fatgum. Aizawa had also been there too, along with many other pro-heroes. It didn't seem that there was anyone else she recognized there though. At that meeting they learned about what they planned on doing. They were using the girl, Eri, to create quirk erasing bullets out of her flesh. She had a quirk that was able to rewind living things, so they used that to essentially rewind a person's quirk factor. Yui wanted to get sick. She felt absolutely terrible. She had let that girl go back to him, basically letting her get tortured again. She could tell Tagata had similar thoughts to her, his face showed it. When Night Eye told everyone that they would be raiding their main base, Yui and Tagata both made a silent vow to rescue the girl and save her from the torture she was receiving. They were forced to keep the raid a secret from everyone. Yui made an exception for her parents, since they were qualified pros and, well, her parents. Yui expressed her worries to them, and they couldn't have been more supportive of her. They wished her the best of luck with it and hoped that the girl was saved as well. They believed in her. She had told Midoriya that she wouldn't be able to talk for a little bit because of the raid. He seemed to understand and didn't push the subject. She was saddened that she couldn't tell her first real friend what was going on, but she was determined to do something for and with him in the near future. The day of the raid came. She was nervous, they all were. She was nervous for herself, her classmates, and the girl she was trying to save. The sense of a looming failure threatened to drag her into the gutter, but she persisted and looked ahead, determined to succeed. They had pushed through the base, defeating villain after villain with the intent of getting to Chisaki Kai, Overhaul, who was actively using the underground tunnel network to escape with Eri. Tagata, Lemillion, had been sent ahead because he had the highest chance to reach the villains first with his quirk. The League had also been there, more specifically Toga Himiko and Twice. The two had been present during the attack at the training camp as well, and Yui felt a hidden rage inside of her when seeing them. They had hurt their classmates, and she wouldn't forgive them. After a short confrontation with the two of them, they had escaped to somewhere else through the underground tunnels. Rock Lock, one of the pro-heroes that had been accompanying them on the mission, had been injured by Toga and stayed behind to guard another downed villain, Mimic. They had rushed forward, the path having been clear for a while after that. They had only had to face a few more villains before finally reaching Tagata. When they had first arrived on the scene, those who were left, who were Eraserhead, herself, and Night Eye, were confused. There was blood scattered around the hallway in multiple places, and Tagata had been on his knees with his hands on his face. Everyone had focused on him at first, with Night Eye putting a hand on his shoulder to ask what was wrong. Lemillion looked at Night Eye, with tears coming down his face. I failed, sir. At those words, they looked around. Only then did they all realize what kind of fucked up situation they were in. On the ground were two bodies. One of them was Chronoste, laid in a bad position somewhere up ahead with blood pouring out of a hole in his head. Somewhere ahead of him was the boss himself, Overhaul. The sight of him made Yui want to be sick, and even though they would never admit it, Night Eye and Eraserhead had similar feelings. Overhaul's body had been mutilated. Several cuts were present everywhere on his body, deep and shallow, it was random. Almost nowhere on his body was untouched. His right eye was gouged out while the other had been stabbed by some kind of small tool, and was covered in blood. The eye that had been taken out laid next to him on the floor, staring at them. The mask he always wore laid on the separate end of the room, also covered in blood. Overhaul's entire body was covered in dry blood, almost nothing wasn't red. Someone made Overhaul suffer before finally putting him down. Yui was starting to get lightheaded, having to turn away. Night Eye has also fallen to his knees next to Lemillion. Mirio, he started, his voice shaky. He gulped. Did you? No. He cut him off, his voice stern and cold. I didn't see who it was. They were already dead when I got here. Eri is gone. Tears kept rolling down his cheeks, as the four of them were forced to leave the gruesome scene before them and wait for others to make it to them. Later, upon further investigation, it was found that Overhaul had been stabbed cut to near death before being shot in the head and killed. It was also discovered that his batch of permanent quirk erasing bullets had also been stolen, and the girl that they had been going to save was off the grid, taken by an unknown party. They suspected that the League, specifically Toga Himiko, had been the one to commit the murder, since she was on the scene, but nothing was confirmed as of yet. People were doubting that Toga did it though. People suspected that there was someone else they needed to worry about. Everyone was working hard to find the girl. Night Eye had also not been able to see that future when he looked ahead. He couldn't believe what happened any more than everyone else that was there. It opened up more questions about his quirk as well, since everyone had initially thought that what Night Eye saw was absolute and unable to be changed. That did not seem to be the case anymore. That night Yui had a nightmare. It was bad, really bad. Having a dream about someone surrounded in darkness mercilessly murdering your classmates, friends, parents, and teachers in the same way Overhaul had been murdered was not a good thing. She had woken up in the middle of the night because of it, unable to go back to sleep due to her own heart rate and fear. She had failed to save Eri, and now she's with someone else, possibly getting tortured still. She could still be suffering and she was powerless to stop it. When morning had come around, she asked Aizawa for a day off of school. He didn't argue with her or anything, immediately giving her permission. He knew what she had seen, and she was still young. She must have also had a tired look in her eyes that tipped him off to know she didn't get much sleep either. She had ended up wandering to Dagoba Beach to relax herself, but it did little to help. She ended up messaging Midoriya to come and meet her. She needed someone to talk to, someone to get advice from, and someone to judge her for her failure. She knew that normal people would tell her not to blame herself for situations out of her own control, but she just couldn't help it. She had an opportunity, one ideal opportunity, and she blew it. She handed the girl back to that monster, and in the end she's missing again. She needed to talk about it to someone, or else she'd never get closure. He arrived not too long after she initially messaged him. He approached her and greeted her with a simple, hello. When she turned to face him, she realized that she must have had some kind of change in expression. His expression shifted from happy to mildly concerned for her well-being. He knows that if her expression changed so significantly, then she must have been through something bad. He spoke again. Kodai, is something wrong? I failed, she quickly answered. He seemed surprised at the sudden response, taking him back a bit. He recovered quickly though and waited for her to say more. I failed, Midoriya. His expression turned to one of sympathy as he put a hand on her shoulder. What did you fail? She looked down to her feet with a guilt-stricken face. I failed to save a girl that needed help. He seemed to freeze, which somewhat surprised her. She didn't know why he froze, but maybe he was thinking. Was he disappointed in her? She spoke again. Tell me, please. She looked back up at him with pleading eyes. He seemed to look into them, awaiting her question. Am I a good hero? She looked at her hands before forming them into fists. Do I fit the ideal form of heroism? He was taken back by the question, clearly not expecting something like that to be asked. But, he responded anyway, yes, you are. He thought she was a good hero. Why? But, I failed. But nothing, he interrupted her. There was silence for a moment as he thought of what wording he would use to tell her what he was thinking. In the end, he sighed and ended up embracing her in a hug. It surprised her, and she couldn't help but think of the time they met at the beach and officially became friends. He spoke, sure, you failed. But everyone fails at least once. Everyone has their wins and losses. You can't expect to win every battle, and that's something you always have to remember. Her hands tugged at the back of his shirt, and they pulled tighter after he said the next part. To me, you are the image of what a hero should be. Selfless, caring, willing to put themselves at risk for innocent people that need help. Never forget that. She wouldn't forget it. She really wouldn't. Those words meant so much to her and he didn't even really know it. Tears, which she had noticed had been rolling down her face, stopped coming and they stayed in their little embrace for a while, just enjoying the moment. Eventually, they separated. She rubbed her eyes with her sleeves and looked at him with a soft smile on her face. He still looked a bit concerned, so he started to ask, Kodai, are you? Yui. She interjected. He widened his eyes for a moment in surprise. Call me Yui, please. It took a moment for him to shake away sudden shock, which was somewhat amusing to her. She had the urge to giggle, but suppressed it down immediately. He eventually developed his own soft smile and said, then you can call me Izuku, Yui. After that, they walked home together, splitting paths once they reached the first apartment complex, since Yui had to head back to her dorm. She was determined to do something for her friend after all he'd done for her. Up till now, Yui had her struggles and doubts about becoming a hero. She was afraid, mostly, of the failure she may experience. But, she experienced that failure in full. It destroyed her on the inside and grabbed her, holding her down so she felt like she couldn't get back up. Now, she was going to become better. With the people that had supported her, she felt like she could grow without a limit. Sure, she failed, but she would make it up by becoming better. She wouldn't let one failure hold her back. One day she'd save Eri, but until then she would have to work as hard as she possibly can so she could. She would become the best her she could be, and nothing would stop her. Like I said, this was really long. If you read the whole thing, thank you for sticking through it. I really appreciate that you took the time to read the entire chapter. Like I said, this was just to catch up to where Izuku's stuff left off. Next one we will finally see Mysterio again. Hope you guys liked what I did with the USJ and Sports Festival though. I also hope you guys enjoyed that little but at the end with the aftermath of Overhaul's death. I know this didn't have a lot of Katsuki, but after a certain point he really didn't need to be included as much, so I didn't go out of my way to include him. I also know that it feels like Yui got over Eri a little quickly, but she knows that obsessing over one loss isn't going to help. She knows that it would only hinder her in the long run if she let it consume and eat her on the inside. So, she looks ahead. She tells herself that she will save her next time and nothing will hold her back. Of course she will still mentally struggle with it sometimes and she's not completely over it, but all she can do right now is look ahead to what she can do herself to make the change later, if that makes sense. 234 Chapter 7, Initiation. I was going to talk more about the Reverse Flash stuff, but I'm actually having second thoughts on what I want to do for that arc. I may be changing the character to someone who is not an OC. It'll actually probably work better in the long run with Way 2 and hit a little harder. Actually, this is probably what will happen, and I'll save Reverse Flash for when I eventually get into the multiverse stuff. That doesn't mean the person I plan on sending back instead doesn't have Reverse Flash qualities, not exactly his powers or anything like that, but the concept of the characters will be similar plus more. Either way, the rules of time travel will not be the same as Marvel or DC's own versions. I will have my own rules implemented into my story. That's happening still, even without Reverse Flash himself. I take your opinions into account when I decide this stuff, so don't worry guys, it won't be an OC anymore. That doesn't mean that at some point, a long ways away into the future, we won't have the original idea for the character actually show up. A lot of you are confused on when I was actually going to bring this character into the story as well. It'll be soon, but not like the next chapter soon. Give it time, I've got a lot of other stuff I want to do before I include that. On to other things now. I have to thank you guys for all of the support you've been giving me with this story. I'm glad you all like it. Finally, it seems like it's been forever, but we're moving into the first real arc now that the setup is complete. Bear in mind that a lot of stuff is going to start changing, and while it may have some stuff from the manga included, it will not be a copy. This chapter is going to, in a way, set up a lot of stuff for the future. Relationships will build, stuff will be revealed, plans will form, and you'll get a peek into what Eri is going to become. Speaking of Eri, you get the whole rundown of how she's going to be taken care of in this chapter too. I should also note that Izuku and Eri will be like siblings in this story. Overprotective, cautious, close, siblings. Also, Eri will be referred by her new name for, most likely, the rest of the story. I hope you guys don't mind the name, I think it fits. I should probably go out and say right now that everything in this story means something. Or, at least most of the time. This means that if I'm building a relationship up, it's for a reason. On a few other notes, Aizawa's hero name is officially designated as Eraserhead, not Eraserhead, so that is how it will be presented here. The cultural festival will be, most likely, split into two parts. We have this one which includes a bit of catch-up and development into the main story, and the next one which not only concludes the cultural festival but also includes the next action sequence. I'm also purposely leaving out information about Izuku's workshop warehouse. This will come in at a later arc, so for now you don't know the levels of it or what it actually looks like. At most, you know it exists as well as the insane space it has, but not much else. Current Sinister 6 lineup. Izuku Midoriya, Mysterio. Eri Midoriya. Question mark. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. 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 You'll find out what persona Eri will be in the Sinister Six in this chapter. I'll say it's probably what you guys didn't expect. I've thought of many different possible personas that she could take, but I found this one unique and fitting enough to work. It may not be permanent and may change a few times, so don't expect it to stick permanently, but it will be around for a while. I'd also like to clarify that, while these characters will be becoming certain characters, like Izuku as Mysterio, they will not adopt the personality from them in the comics, shows, games. Like for Izuku himself, he doesn't want to do what he's doing for fame, attention, or anything similar to that like Mysterio from Far From Home. His goal is to fix the hero system through any means he sees fit. This will be the same for characters such as Scorpion, Prowler, and others as well. Another example would be Yui. She's going to be the character that most represents Spider-Man, but will not share his entire mindset. Just something I thought I'd let you know before you read this chapter and say something like, what do you mean she's going to be underscore? Underscore is a nut job in the games and comics, so does that mean she's going to be the same then? That's not the case. Despite who Eri is going to become similar to, they will not have the same personality. She'll have the same powers or similar abilities as the person, but, as I've already said, they will not share the same personality. I should also note that this won't be a permanent persona for her. Eri will probably be the only person in this story who rapidly changes their persona. I'll put an explanation as to why I picked this particular person as her first persona at the end of the chapter as well to help clarify. I will warn you ahead of time though, this will not be the cute and innocent Eri that you remember, but she will still definitely have those qualities. She's older now. She understands more now. Her view on things will be drastically different compared to when she's younger. She's spent a lot of her life being abused by Overhaul. Yes, I made the point at which she gets given to him happen earlier, so she's going to be scared, jumpy, untrusting, and an overall, different person. You'll see. Before I get to my last note, I would like to apologize for the delay on this chapter. I know it should have been out a week ago. I've been pretty out of it for a bit and I wasn't quite 100% positive on what I do for certain parts, so I was still making adjustments. I also have to admit that I was really nervous on how this one in particular would be received by you guys. I should take the time to say now that you probably shouldn't expect a consistent update schedule. It's just something I'm unable to do. Though, I'm still definitely going to try and update this whenever I can. I should probably also say that the grammar may be a little weird in some places, so I apologize for that. Additionally, as is my tradition, I want to apologize for any and all spelling errors you find. When I move the document I write on over to the website, for some reason the word count changes, so I have no idea if that's affecting anything or not. All of your reviews mean a lot to me to read, so I hope you all leave one. Speaking of them, I'll be responding to them at the end of the chapter. Anyway, enjoy. In UA, a private meeting between the staff was taking place. The conference had most of the pro heroes present: Eraserhead, Vlad King, Snipe, Midnight, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, 13, Hound Dog, All Might and Nezu, who technically wasn't a pro but was very useful in the discussion. Joining them was Detective Tsukauchi. With him he provided multiple files and records which contributed to the coming discussion. Alright, is everybody ready? Nezu asked, receiving simultaneous nods. Good. I have called this meeting to discuss the multiple hindrances that have affected us, the school, and most importantly the students. Is this about the league? Vlad King asked. We already had a meeting regarding them about a month ago. Did you find more information on them? Nezu shook his head. Unfortunately, the answer for both of those questions is a no. The hybrid creature looked toward the detective. If you'd please. He nodded, taking our several files and reports and beginning to pass around the room to each of the heroes. These are reports from multiple heroes regarding specific villain encounters which had been piling up since April, or around the time when the first term started. They started to flip through the reports, each of them growing more concerned with each passing one. Midnight raised a brow. They're specifically aiming for weak spots. She flipped to another file. Any idea as to how they're getting this information? The detective frowned. Unfortunately, the answers vary from time to time. However, one thing was confirmed: an information broker sold them the information. Using a large projector in the back, he pulled him multiple statements from captured villains. Most statements describe a simple website somewhere on the web that sells information on heroes for a hefty price. We are still unable to locate the site in question. Toshinori, who had been looking through his own files still. During the attack on the unforeseen simulation joint, he mumbled, catching everyone's attention. Shigaraki said that some guy on the internet had told him about the weak spot on my stomach. I almost lost the fight because of that. The staff grimaced at the new information. They knew about your weak spot? Present Mike asked, only to get a nod in response. He then stood up angrily. Then this confirms what I said at the other meeting: we have a traitor among us. Nezu held up his paw for Present Mike to calm down and compose himself, which he did and sat back down. Nezu spoke up. I do not doubt that anymore. It is not a coincidence that the League was able to attack training camp or was able to find out one of All Might's greatest weaknesses without being close to us. We kept the trip off schedules and made no announcement beforehand about it or where it would be taking place. He eyed all of the teachers in the room. Someone leaked the information to the League. If they are not among the staff, then they are among the Hero Course students. We will investigate all suspects, the detective leading said investigation. Are there any questions? After everyone had shaken their heads, the detective then spoke again. Now we move on to the most recent situation. An image of Overhaul's body appeared on the screen, making some of the teachers visibly flinch at the sight. I believe 7 students had participated in the raid with 2 bearing witness to this. How are they? Eraserhead shook his head. Kodai hasn't come to me yet. He looked to the side. I know she is an inexpressive person, but I worry for her because of that. He turned to Hound Dog. I recommend that Kodai and Tagata see you twice a week. Hound Dog nodded. Agreed. I will set up appointments for them after this meeting is adjourned. The detective nodded. Good. Now I would like to discuss the matter of the murder itself. I was under the assumption that Toga Himiko was the one to commit the murder, Toshinori stated, looking at his old friend. Knives are her weapon of choice and from the reports I read she was on the scene as well. Eraserhead spoke up. We did indeed encounter her, but there was no way for her to possibly beat Tagata to the scene after that. He looked down at the table in thought, folding his hands. Even if she had committed the murder before our encounter with her, then what happened to the girl? So another faction then. Ectoplasm finally spoke up, asking the detective. The detective nodded. Most likely. The underground tunnel stretched for many blocks long and had multiple secret entrance and exit points. The detective then brought up another image. This door was breached only a few minutes before the raid initiated. The path to get to Overhaul from the door is incredibly random and complex, so the suspect had to take multiple turns in order to reach him. The detective looked around to all of the heroes. We believe that there may have been some kind of tracer on Overhaul that enabled our mystery man to find him, but if there was one, it is gone now. Eraserhead chimes in again. That theory makes the most sense. He got a few nods from his peers. Someone breached and entered through a separate entrance, located Overhaul with a tracer of some kind, murdered him, then took the girl back out the way he came. The question is, how was he able to get a tracer on Overhaul in the first place? The detective shook his head. Most of the grunts we captured are incredibly uncooperative. The ones that are cooperative are unable to recall anyone who specifically had that kind of tech or had a grudge against Overhaul to such an extent, much less know about the girl since apparently nobody outside of their group knew about her. He held a paper in his hand, reading something that had been written on it before looking back up. Additionally, the Yakuza's bank account had been completely drained of its contents. Someone had withdrawn or transferred all of the money without leaving anything for us to trace. He read another thing on the paper. There was also a set of 5 experimental quirk-suppressing bullets that Overhaul had in his possession. One was found shot across the room. It had missed its target. The other 4 were not found. We believe that the one that killed Overhaul is responsible for both, but we have no leads as to who that may be. Ectoplasm spoke up again. What about the security system in the base? How about cameras around the hidden entrance? Unfortunately, most of the cameras inside of the base were offline during the entire raid. There were a few separate systems that were still online, but the footage had been wiped clean. The detective read more of what was written on the paper. As for the cameras outside, they didn't pick up anything. It was almost as if they were invisible. The footage was not looped or changed either, it was entirely untampered. So we have no leads on where this person is or who they could be. Present Mike grimaced, looking up to ask, you're bringing this up for a reason, right? This would usually fall under Night Eye's agency because he was involved in the raid. Why'd you bring this up with us? We believe the information broker from the website may be involved with the Overhaul case. Nezu was the only one not surprised at the statement. We need more evidence to conclude that this is the case, but that is the only lead we have on the matter as of now. I brought it up mainly due to All Might's previous situation and how he was targeted, so you all may be targets as well and quite possibly the students as well. What evidence as of now do you have on the subject to connect the two? Midnight asked, her arms now crossed. I'm aware that your gut feelings are usually correct, but there has to be something connecting these. The detective looked at her. There isn't much to go on. The only thing we have are extremely well hidden chat logs from the Yakuza's own website. In one of those logs was the name, Mr. Mystery, the same alias of the person that runs the broker website. He looked down at his papers, flipping to another page. They had a scheduled meeting planned in which the broker would receive 30 of the quirk-suppressing bullets which the Yakuza get paid a significant sum of money. Some of the teachers grimaced at the mention of the bullets. From the numerous statements from captured villains, we know that this person is extremely intelligent. He or she is able to detect weaknesses in any given enemy and make viable strategies to adapt for others present in the environment. Eraserhead spoke up while the detective caught his breath. When Overhaul and Chronostasis bodies were examined, we found traces of their own quirk-suppressing bullet inside of them. He looked down at his own setup papers. It's not too hard to believe that this mystery person bugged Overhaul during their meeting and used it to gain access to his facility and location. If the same bug had a tracker, then that would be how he would have found Overhaul and the girl in the labyrinth. This would also explain why all cameras in the facility weren't properly active and their bank was completely drained. The teachers thought about that information for a moment. This was actually a very plausible theory. Ectoplasm then brought up something else. Even though their own bullets were used, what stops this from being a betrayal or someone else they've sold them to? The detective looked over at him. Night Eye has shut all of the remaining holders of these bullets down. Most of the bullets have been recovered or destroyed, with only a few groups or individuals left, but they're all on his radar. This is the only one he has no leads on. He then sighed. As for it being a betrayal, I highly doubt that. The remaining Yakuza members seem entirely too loyal to betray him, not to mention most of them couldn't have been close enough to him and make it to where they were captured in the given time frame. Should we cancel the upcoming cultural festival then? Toshinori suddenly asked, specifically to Nezu after thinking about the situation. The students may be in danger if we continue with the event. This guy may be too dangerous to keep the festival held, it's too risky. Nezu shook his head. We shall proceed with the event. Some of the teachers were shocked at the notion. Similarly to the sports festival, we need to show the world that we are not standing down. I will make sure security is increased similarly to the sports festival. The staff seemed to ease themselves a bit at the notion of an increased security, but the feelings of a looming danger still surrounded all of them. What about the girl herself? 13 finally spoke. Do you have any leads on who she might be related to? The detective shook his head. The information regarding that is incredibly hidden. The only thing we know about the girl is her appearance, first name, and her age, but we only have a rough estimate of that. We have no leads on possible family members or her whereabouts. Some of the heroes looked downcast, Eraserhead especially. One of his main objectives was to save that girl and he had failed in that. He, of course, had experienced many other failures before, but this one stung just that little bit more. He didn't know why, though. On a side note, the detective started, catching everyone's attention again. Gran Torino and I successfully captured the most troublesome member of the league, Kurogiri. A picture of Kurogiri appeared on the projection behind them. As of now he is incredibly uncooperative during questioning. Additionally, a picture of a giant appeared on the screen. This is what Kurogiri was after. Its whereabouts are currently unknown. This is all troubling. Toshinori spoke, his face dark. There is too much in play right now, it gives me a bad feeling. Same here, Toshinori, Nezu spoke, smiling at him. But we cannot waver. If we do, the villains have already won. The detective nodded in agreement. Yes, this is why we are prioritizing the arrest of this villain. Due their clear intelligence and capability in finding weaknesses in heroes of any caliber, as well as the death of B-rank villain overhaul, this person will officially be B-rank villain until further notice, but it may increase to A rank or decrease to C rank if any evidence suggests it. They all nodded in agreement to that statement. The meeting was adjourned soon after that and the teachers returned to their normal duties. All of them had bad feelings in their chests, but could do nothing about it. The cultural festival was coming up in a month's time and they would be damned if any villain would ruin it. October, in the fall, at UA High School a certain event was being prepared for. We're going to have a school festival. Upon Aizawa's sudden announcement most of the class promptly exploded into fits of cheers. They were excited for something so normal and carefree after everything that has happened to them. Well, those things could also arouse concerns. Sensei, is it really okay to be so carefree at a time like this? Surprisingly it was Kirishima who had asked that. He was usually the kind of person that would go all in for a fight but he was rightfully concerned. Villains were prospering and growing with the loss of All for One and All Might as top of their respective factions. Once they fell, other villain factions have been making themselves more active, like the previous Yakuza group. Crime had overall increased by around 10% and between UA and the media they were making it abundantly clear. Aizawa seemed to agree with Kirishima's concerns. UA is not just about the hero course. The sports festival is typically the big moment for the hero course, so this one is for the others. Support, general studies and business courses all have time to shine in their own unique and respective ways. The class could understand that, so nobody made a big deal about it. It would be wrong to cancel something other classes looked forward to, despite the fact it may get less coverage than the sports festival. There was also the fact that people were starting to get overly stressed due to the increase of crime and villain activity, Aizawa had said to them. Utilizing the festival to not only ease the people and students but to also show the villains that they'll remain active, not backing down, is a smart move. Aizawa had also mentioned that it would be just for the school, but there would be some people to record and broadcast its events. Every class needed to participate with something. Before Aizawa left the front of the room though, he had something else to tell his students. There are some things you should know before I let you go. The students' attention was grabbed by the statement. There has been an increasing amount of villain activity lately, I advise you to be more careful outside. The message was cryptic but still a bit chilling nonetheless. The students didn't quite know what to make of it, but they took the warning seriously. That's when Yaoyorozu and Kendo both went up to the front of the room and took over from there. Iida suggested taking suggestions from everyone so nobody would feel left out and they seemed to agree so they went with it. There were a lot of suggestions. Yui didn't have anything to suggest so she ultimately sat that one out. Katsuki had suggested a death match, which surprisingly had some support behind it. After Yaoyorozu eliminated some of the ones that seemed confusing or impossible, some of the class started to get shaken up and loud. They were actively discussing what they could do or change in the suggestions, like combining all of the food suggestions into one collective. Though, they were too loud and unorganized and despite the representatives' attempts to quiet the class down they remained completely unsuccessful until the bell rang. Aizawa had gotten up after that and before he left the room basically forced them to decide by the next morning or else he'd make it a public lecture. Everyone flinched at the suggestion and became determined to find something to do. Yui as well as some of the other interns had some extra classes so they were unable to attend the meeting about it in the dorms. Katsuki had gone to bed early so he also wasn't present. But, the students had collectively decided to do a play, with musical elements mixed in. There were only a few suggestions that hadn't been eliminated and the majority of people had voted for that. Katsuki wasn't too happy that his death match idea was discarded, though. They had a month to prepare after that. They would need someone, or multiple people, to actually sing some parts, assign certain roles, set up the scenes and write a script. Altogether it was all gelling work, but the class was determined enough to complete it. There were, of course, other details that needed to be put into it, but they had a month to put it all together, so it wasn't much of a concern just yet. Yui had been having troubles of her own though. Despite her heart-to-heart with Izuku, as she now would refer to him as, she still had nightmares and trouble sleeping. She had noticed the light bags under her eyes a few days after everything first happened, and Aizawa did as well apparently because he made her go see Hound Dog twice a week now. She had other issues with One for All to add to that. Her power wasn't getting anywhere. She was improving but extremely slowly. She felt as if she should be at a much higher level to where she was now. She went to All Might to see if he could help. It's been a while since we've talked like this, just the two of us. He stated, a small smile on his face at seeing his protege. What is it you wanted to talk about? Yui held tea in her hands, looking down at it. One for all. I am having trouble increasing my total output in full cowl. All Might looked at her, an eyebrow raised while motioning her to continue. I feel like I should have a higher output that I currently have. I can only produce around 15% on my own, even then my body feels like it will fall apart. She looked up at him. There is also an issue with long-distance attacks. There are times where I cannot exactly reach the objects from my pockets. Even if I do, they travel at a slow pace and will not reach a target too far away. It leaves me more vulnerable than I would like. Her plethora of objects were acceptable long-range attacks already, but for opponents at a longer distance away they were not reliable at all. She had learned that during a battle or two during the raid. Her objects were more of a close-range trapping and maneuvering mechanism she could use. Additionally, they could create extra terrain she could use with her full cowl, giving her a slight advantage. She needed something she could reliably use to attack villains at a farther distance. He put a hand to his chin in thought. I have to admit, this issue you have with One for All is new to me as well. When I first received it, my body did not destroy itself. Yui was surprised at the admission, but let him speak. It is most likely due to the fact One for All is continuously stockpiling power, and every time it is passed it becomes stronger. He took a sip of his tea before setting it down and looking at her with concerned eyes. Yui looked at him more confusingly as he opened his mouth to speak. I can see the bags under your eyes. He commented, causing her to look down. She didn't know why, but perhaps her subconscious tried to hide herself from his gaze. The incident must be hurting you more than you want to admit. He said, sighing, I do not blame you. Some of us even flinched at the body when we saw it in the meeting recently. I can narrow down why you want to become stronger, and I'm sure it is to protect the people you care about, right? Yui looked up to him and nodded. Toshinori let out another sigh, picking up his tea again for another sip before once again setting it back down. What I'm going to tell you is technically classified, but you are my successor and I feel you should know. Yui only nodded to what he said. There is a third party coming into play now. Heroes are being targeted, even some of their most hidden and personal weaknesses being exploited. As of now we are being extremely cautious as to what we do in the future. Yui looked at him questioningly, raising a brow. Why throw the festival then? She could tell he didn't support the idea of doing the festival, so she figured to ask. I do not think it is a good idea, he stated. Villains are on the rise and this festival is a potential target. This broker knows a lot of things. He unconsciously held the wound on his stomach with his right hand. They knew exactly where to hit me before. Shigaraki stated that someone on the internet had told him that information. That broker knew about my weak spot. Yui's heart had started to uncontrollably beat against her chest at a rapid speed. She could feel a sense of dread, worry and fear wash over her. This guy that he was talking about somehow knew of All Might's weak spot. The USJ confrontation could have killed him, if he hadn't been careful. This guy was dangerous, that much was certain. Yui couldn't help but worry for her parents, who were well-known pro-heroes, as well as her classmates. They were potential targets of this guy, someone who could easily determine a weakness in a hero. Yui was snapped out of her thoughts when Toshinori spoke again. Let us change the subject back to what it was originally about. Toshinori suddenly changed the topic, hanging his head a bit. One for all, it can be tricky. Tell me what you've been doing so far to increase your limit. So she told him, I imagine the fire on a stove. I control the output of how much fire is produced. He nodded, a very good and helpful image. He put his hand to his chin in thought. I can only recommend that you train your body to adapt to the feeling of a certain percentage of power. For example, channel around 20% of your full cowl, Don't move, and train your body to adjust to the feeling on its own. It may take a while, but that seems to be the best way. There is always the option of getting support equipment to help brace your limbs upon impact if you need them. She nodded at him. It was worth a shot, really. She hadn't really tried doing that before, so it was a gamble as to whether it was possible or not, but still, worth a shot. You should also make long-distance attacks, he also suggested, snapping Yui out of her own thoughts. I've been looking back at certain things, he looked up at her. Let's go outside. Outside they went, straight into the forested area on school grounds. Yui had changed into her gym clothes and Toshinori kept his suit on. Are you sure? Yui asked him, unsure of what he was asking was truly sane. He nodded, yup. Let's full cowling. Go to 15% right here. Hesitantly, she began to charge full cowling throughout her body, letting the fire warm her limbs and spark into an electric flame. She had increased to 15% as Toshinori had suggested, and he ordered her to go higher, up to 20%. Once again, she did as she was told and increased her percentage to an almost exact 20%, her muscles tensed as she crouched into a semi-squat position. Remember how this percentage of power feels. Remember exactly how to get back to this point. So Yui did, as she forced her muscles to memorize the feeling. She practiced getting to that power multiple times, under Toshinori's demands, until she could instantly jump to that percentage of power without any delay or build-up. She powered down as Toshinori started to speak again. Good job, young Kodai, he praised her. I was initially going to teach this to you when you hit an acceptable limit of 15%, which you have already achieved. Now, listen closely. In summary, Yui was taught how to send concentrated blasts of wind pressure from her fingers. It was a nice, alternative, long-range attack that she could better rely on to travel longer distances and hit targets. She would charge her full cowl to 15% and right before the moment she flicked her fingers would switch to 20%, then she would release the blast and switch back to her more stable 15%. As the days went on, not only did she practice her performance with the class but she also took some lessons with Toshinori. She was having some difficulty keeping her fingers uninjured after firing a shot, so she and Toshinori worked on that the best they could. Toshinori brought Yui the possibility of using a support item to help, which chained into a multitude of different ideas which then eventually went to Hatsume for her to make. The days started to pass fairly quickly as they did more work, and it would only continue that way until the day of the festival actually came. Yui and Toshinori started to only practice her new attack around 2 or 3 times a week. Throughout that time, Yui was starting to adjust more and more to her new attack and getting used to the feel of it. She still had issues, though, mainly with internal bleeding, pain and drawback, but drawback issue was solved rather easily by her better adjusting her stance and positions when firing. However, the other 2 issues she still needed to work on. About 2 weeks into her practice, she came up with a way to pay her friend back for all he's already done for her. She decided to call him and hope that he would accept her invitation. Life for Midoriya Izuku was pretty alright, if he had to say anything about it. But it could definitely be better. Not for him, really, but for the girl he had recently saved. Following his attack on Overhaul, he had taken the girl, Eri, back to his home without any issue. Easily enough, he used the drones to mask himself from the outside cameras and just went home. At first she had been afraid of being near them. She was afraid that her quirk, Rewind, would end up erasing them from existence. Izuku had read up on her quirk from the files the Yakuza had on her, and from what he found out, her horn seemed to be the source of her power. The smaller her horn was, the less power she was able to use. He was the one to reassure her that she was no curse, burden, or anything of the sort, but someone he cared about and wanted to protect. It took a few hours of convincing, but he was eventually able to get her to touch him on her own without being totally afraid of killing him. He had told her what he knew about her quirk and that she had nothing to fear, because he was there. He promised her that he would help her, as well as help her train her quirk so she could control it. She had given him a tight hug after that. During that hug, he had heard her say something about how his hold was comforting and safe. It made him smile. She was able to relax around him, so in his mind that was progress. She was attacked, tortured and scarred, so Izuku naturally wanted to protect her and keep her safe.
Eri hadn't stopped clinging to him for a while after that though. The following days after the raid was just him trying to get the girl adjusted in her new home. She would let him get, at most, 12 feet away from her before she started to follow him and cling onto him or just ask him to come back. Needless to say, that made a lot of things awkward. She absolutely demanded that he stay in the bathroom while she used it, bathed, showered, or just got prepared in general. The same could be said for him, as she would often follow him into the room, and if he denied her she'd start having a panic attack. To solve the issue, the two just had to cope with it. He only saw her as his family, someone he needed to protect, not a woman. So through the awkwardness he dealt with it. Because of the unique situation, Izuku discovered that Eri was just all around clueless on how everything worked. She didn't know how to clean herself, brush her teeth, or just do basically anything. Izuku had taken the liberty of teaching her as much as he could, and it didn't actually take her long to get used to doing things on her own, but he was still needed nearby so she wouldn't have any panic attacks. It didn't take long for her to open up though. She talked with him rather easily, but it was a bit hard to get her to fully open up to his mother, even after their heart-to-heart after he brought her home. Izuku noticed that she never smiled, which was obviously from the torment she had been through for so many years. She made Izuku sleep with her, and even after falling asleep would cling to him as if he were the only shining star in her never-ending darkness. It was like the ghost of Overhaul surrounded the poor girl and wouldn't let her go. A dark presence just looked over her. Izuku was always saddened when he looked at her frown. He was at a loss as to what he could possibly do in this situation. He still didn't particularly have any social experience and he never took care of younger people prior to this. This was all new and a hell of a learning experience, but he would get through it for her. Izuku had run some options for candy by her one time. He figured that she could enjoy some sweets. Something seemed to get her interested, like a candy apple or cotton candy. Izuku took pride in the fact he was able to make all of those things on his own. Seeing her develop even just a small smile after eating his candy made him incredibly happy. One night, after Eri had fallen asleep, Izuku had been able to slip away to speak to his mother about Eri's situation. There were multiple problems that needed to be addressed. Heroes were, most likely, actively looking for her day after day, so they would need to not only alter her appearance but change her name and give her a new identity with a new backstory. They didn't get far before they heard a lot of rustling coming from Izuku's open room. When they investigated, Eri had been shaking in her bed, rocking and almost violently moving from side to side as if she were struggling. She reached out a few times, trying to grab something with her hands. So, Izuku went over to her and picked her up. The squirming stopped immediately as she seemed to relax into him. Instead of continuing the discussion out in the living room where they had been having it, they just decided to finish it in the morning and could also get Eri's input on what they should do. When morning came, Izuku and Eri had gotten ready for the day while Inko made breakfast. Izuku had taught Eri how to do most things on her own, but she preferred to stick close to him most of the time. When breakfast came around, the three of them sat at the table and had talked about it while they ate. It was mostly up to Eri to decide most of the stuff, like what she should look like and what her new name should be. Once Eri made her decisions, Izuku would just create a fake ID, social security and all basically take care of all of the technical stuff. At first, when Inko said that they were going to discuss some matters, she had misunderstood and clung to Izuku for dear life. They quickly explained what they were actually going to be talking about and she seemed to relax. Izuku thinks she seemed both happy and excited as well. When she heard that she would, officially, be a part of the Midoriya family, she had given them her biggest smile yet. They ran a few names by her and when she didn't like them they came up with more. It took a little while, but ultimately she had ended up picking Izumi. Her main reason was that it was the most similar to Izuku's name. Inko even commented on the fact she would have named her daughter Izumi if she had one anyway, so it was practically perfect. Eri's new name was now Izumi Midoriya. Additionally, they had to alter her appearance a bit. Heroes were obviously going to be looking for a white-haired girl with a horn on the right side of her head. Inko had mentioned that she could find someone with an appearance-altering quirk, but Izuku himself denied using that. There were simpler methods they could use instead of making a permanent change, just in case Eri wanted to keep it temporary. First off, they cut her hair for the simple reason of it being way too long for her. Ever since she moved into the Midoriya abode she complained of it hurting when he did her hair, or that it got caught on objects and pulled on her scalp. So, they just cut it. At first, when she saw the hair clippers, she freaked out. Izuku had to assure her that they wouldn't be used to hurt her. After a while, she relented, but she would only allow them to be used if Izuku was the one that used them. When he looked to his mother for help, she laughed and gave him a thumbs up. He sighed and reluctantly picked up the hair clippers. Ever since Eri Izumi first got attached to Izuku, Inko had been all but helpful. She thought it was cute. Inko liked that they were becoming close, as siblings should be. The whole time he was cutting her hair he was scared he'd accidentally cut her. He wasn't a barber or hairdresser. He wasn't experienced in this department. He picked a size, not too long, not too short, and just started to buzz it off. She didn't complain about it either, so he thought he was doing a good job. That wouldn't stop him from having his doubts about it though. Once he finished and showed her, she wanted it cut shorter. He didn't understand why, but he did it anyway. In the end the girl only had about 2.5 inches of hair left unstyled. The parting of her hair let it flow a bit to the left and to the right, but overall it didn't look that bad. She liked it and thanked Izuku for his efforts, hugging him and smiling widely. Izuku felt prideful. He was successfully fulfilling his duty as an older brother figure. The next thing that was on the list of things to do was dye her hair. They could already see that being a pain in the ass, having to re-dye her hair once it grows in more. Izumi didn't really mind though, even offering to do it herself if they'd let her so it wouldn't be a burden to them. They told her that they didn't mind doing it, just that it would get repetitive after a while. That day her hair color was changed to the same shade of green the rest of the family was known to have. Izumi was so happy, she felt like a biological family member. Her horn was a different story, as well as her eyes. Well, her eyes were pretty easy to hide. They could just give her special contacts to wear. Her horn was the bigger issue though, since it was the most recognizable thing. They could just use a hat or something to hide it, but using that solution long-term wouldn't be a smart move. A hat could easily be blown or hit off, and if any hero with common sense was nearby they could easily make a connection. Instead, Izuku opted for a different solution. He had been working on something specifically for one of his potential recruits, but he figured it could still be useful in this given situation. He had to take her to his warehouse though in order to actually get it, since she didn't want to leave his side at the moment. She was starting to get better with that, but ultimately it'll take a little longer for her to fully get used to it. Getting there wasn't much of an issue, since he just used his drones to mask him from any cameras throughout the city. While Izuku had been digging around for the prototype, Izumi took the liberty of exploring around a bit on her own. When Izuku found what he was looking for, he found the girl mesmerized by the technology stored there. She constantly asked him questions like, "What does this do?" and "Does this work with that?" Her enthusiasm and interest in his work made him happy, causing him to let out a chuckle and give her a meaningful smile. He didn't mind telling her some things. When he told her how things worked, what they did, how it should be used, etc., he could tell she was giving him her full attention. She seemed genuinely interested in what he was working on. Eventually, after he had finally finished explaining most things to her, he decided to give her his completed prototype. It was a small device that could lock onto a person's clothes, activated, controlled and changed through his tablet. It was only the prototype, but it was still the best option for them to use, especially because he didn't think Izumi was ready to have complete control over the device yet. When he had turned it on, a holographic projection began to overlap her body. He had told her that it was okay and that it was normal, so she didn't end up freaking out. The blue holographic image coated her body, nothing changing until it got to her eyes and horn. Once it got there, Izuku tapped a few times on his tablet and the holographic imaging changed her eye color to match his and completely camouflaged her horn to make it look like nothing was there. Overall, it was a success. Izuku used the imaging to make the device he placed on her disappear as well. This would also work on her hair, but Izumi herself wanted it to be dyed all the time. She said it made her feel more a part of the family. Following that, Izuku decided to take care of everything. While he was in the warehouse he hacked into the government's records and made her official, legal documents under the name Izuku Midoriya. They shouldn't get any alerts or figure out the documents he made were forged. He made sure of that. The official story as to why nobody knew of her would be that she was living with her father in America and had to return due to an accident of some kind, so now she lives with her mother and brother. With that, they had no need to hide from the cameras anymore. They could walk outside freely now that everything was in order. There wasn't really a need to hide her now since she looked almost nothing like the missing little girl the heroes were looking for. No horn, green hair that's extremely short, green eyes, and not to mention the official document stating her citizenship basically ensured that she would be fine. In fact, they had even passed by a few patrolling heroes that had given them a friendly wave. The next few days were spent getting her a little more adjusted to her new appearance and home. She was opening up a lot more to both him and Inko, often requesting to play games or go outside for a walk. Then, she kept begging Izuku to go back to the workshop. It seemed as though after he explained to her that he manually built everything, or most things, she not only wanted to see more but get involved with it herself. Izuku absolutely refused. He would not let his new little sister get involved in what he was planning. Not only was it too dangerous for her, it was just plain not okay for him to let her get involved. It was dangerous, and what he was doing was something that could get him into serious trouble if he wasn't careful, and an extension her as she stood with him. He said that to her, but what she said in response both warmed and froze his heart at the same time. She had started off shyly, but after getting reassurance from Izuku that he wouldn't be mad, she looked at him directly in the eyes and said, "You saved me, so I just want to help you. Why can't I help you like you helped me? I don't care what you do, I just want to help and do things with you." He didn't know what to say to her after that, much less once she started to shed a small amount of tears. Eventually he relented, mostly because he thought of the possible aftermath of his possible responses. He was afraid, of course, but he was more afraid of what would happen if she felt rejected. What would she do if, per se, Izuku totally rejected her and left her alone? There were a lot of things that could happen. She's already depressed, so perhaps suicide. Perhaps she would go to great lengths just to prove herself, similar to what he wanted when he was younger. All in all, the better thing to do was just let her come with him and do what she wanted. He was too afraid to think of what would happen if he said no to her. She seemed to be interested in what he actually did too, more like fascinated by it. He supposed that wasn't a bad thing either. If she wanted to come and watch him work, or just hang out while he did so, he didn't have a problem with that. He was just scared of what would happen if she were caught with him in the event he was caught, or worse. When he said she could come, finally, after all the times she had asked, he didn't know if he'd seen her happier. She was crying tears of joy, basically, as she gave him a tight hug. She profusely thanked him for letting her help him. As she cried into him, he couldn't help but wonder why she could be so insistent on wanting to help him. Was it because she wanted some kind of purpose? Was it because she was genuinely interested in what he was doing? All of them? He couldn't be sure, but in the end he accepted her, and if that made her happy, he was happy. That same day, he finally began work back in the workshop with Izumi right along with him. The girl was basically skipping her way ahead just because she was so excited to get there. When they got there, Izuku decided to simply work on a few more drones. He had a few left to finish from before the whole Eri rescue mission thing, so he wanted to get them operational and out of the way. The entire time he worked on them, Izumi had been right there, mesmerized by the sophisticated work he did. She would often ask questions and he would answer. It actually more so amused him than annoyed him. As he worked, the thought had occurred to him, why not teach her how to do this stuff? From what he and Inko could gather on Izumi's level of intellect, she was actually fairly smart. Yeah, she didn't know a lot of stuff due to her time in captivity, but when they ran a few things by her to see if she understood, the girl strangely picked up on the subjects rather easily. It was like her ability to learn and remember the content given far exceeded that of a normal person. Izuku himself was actually considered a prodigy due to his high amplitude for learning. The courses he completed usually took a lot longer for normal people. Izuku considered that fact that she was like him in that aspect, a prodigy of sorts. He would have to look more into that later. After a while, she ended up just watching him do his thing. It was like she was studying how to do it and trying to specifically remember the steps taken to reach a certain end. Izuku was impressed at how well she followed his movements, but said nothing about it for now. It was something he'd need to look more into at a later date. Eventually he gave her one of his spare, clean computers, one obviously not connected to his sources or has any of the similar history on it, for her to browse on. Additionally, he added a child search protection software to it so she wouldn't end up exploring places she shouldn't be going. He had told her that, since she was so interested in his creations, she could find something online for him to create. She happily agreed to it and hastily went to her research. At first she didn't know how the computer worked. He should have figured that out, but he had given her the basics and ended up leaving her to it. She already knew how to read and write pretty well, which actually shocked him and Inko. The girl actually had quite the vocabulary too. Their only guess was that someone had taught her how to read and write, but didn't understand why. They supposed it didn't really matter much now anyway. There was no reason to worry about it when Overhaul was dead and most, if not all, the remaining Yakuza members were captured or killed. Additionally, public schooling had actually been brought up between the family of three at one point. Izuku has unintentionally winced at the mention of it, which made Izumi start to ask questions. He then explained to her his own school experience and, go figure, she absolutely refused to go to school, saying, if other kids are so mean I don't need to go. Izumi can teach me. Izuku couldn't help but agree. He could easily teach her what she needed to know in a much faster time than any school could. Not to mention that he didn't even think she could handle going to a public school as of now. In the end, it was decided that Izuku would take care of her education himself. She was also rightfully pissed off, or at the very least very angry, after hearing about what Izuku had gone through during school. She had absolutely no respect for the public education system and even more so other kids. Izuku noticed that, one time, after Bakugo was mentioned, she glared and clenched her teeth. However, it only lasted a mere moment before she assumed another expression. Izuku thought nothing of it, for the time being. Speaking of the captured Yakuza members, he had looked through them to see if there was anyone interesting enough to try and either recruit or pry for information. It was likely none of them would crack for information though, since a lot of them were too loyal to Overhaul to do so. However, one was particularly interesting to Izuku. Kendo Rappa. While for some reason unwilling to tell the police any information, Izuku still found him quite fascinating. His personality especially was interesting. A battle-hungry man that only wants a good fight, not caring about what gets in the way. While unsuitable as a permanent recruit, he was someone to keep in mind for a future use. Another thought had occurred to him as well. Azumi's quirk would be especially tricky to deal with. He would have to train her, he figured. He knew a lot about quirks to begin with and had a good amount of confidence in his own abilities to be able to help her. It wasn't like they could take her to a specialist anyway since they'd be found out immediately. While he was working on a drone, his mother had come by. She seemed happy and satisfied about something. Izuku only found out what it was about when she came in with his fully finished Mysterio suit. He was impressed with the design. It was pretty much exactly how he had sketched it. He would have to try it on later. His mother left after that, saying bye to both him and Izumi before wishing him luck on his projects. As he worked on his drones, he thought of something else. Automation. Automation would work wonders for drone production and significantly increase the number of them with a shorter production time. It was risky though, setting a machine like that takes a lot of time and could create a lot of errors, which in turn could mean he would get less drones completed overall if he took too much time on the automation machine. It was a thought for later, he guessed. In the meantime, when he was home or something, he could work on possible designs for an automatic drone building center. He had the space for it on lower levels of the warehouse, but he needed to make sure he could actually build the thing correctly first. The day had gone by with them simply doing their own things. When Izuku had told Izumi it was time to leave, she was saddened to go, seriously looking to be interested in something she was reading online, but nevertheless she complied and followed him out. The next day he had taken her back there, under both Izumi and Inko's insistence. They had started doing what they had been doing the previous day, all going well until about after a few hours of working in silence. Izumi had reapproached him with a nervous look on her face. She wanted to ask him something but was ultimately too shy to do so. After some words of encouragement, she stated with a blush on her face, "Scorpions are cool." To say he was surprised would be an understatement. Why, in the name of everything, would she like scorpions of all things? Like, that was so random to him. Why not a pony, or a horse, or like literally anything else? He shook his head, refocusing on his sister. He was glad she found something interesting and wanted to tell him about it. It was adorable, really. Well, why do you find them interesting? The stutter was mostly due to his own shock at the fact she liked scorpions of all things. She seemed to get more embarrassed after he asked for her reasoning. Most of her responses were stuff about its looks and qualities, like how it had an amazing grip which they could crush things with, the tail they possessed was cool and was able to inject a toxin into its enemies, and the fact they just looked cool. Izuku was baffled, not only as to how the hell she even found scorpions of all things on the internet but also because she seemed to be genuinely interested in the creatures. Well, Izumi, when he addressed her as her new name, she smiled. I'll admit, I'm surprised. How did you even learn about them? Eri looked at him excitedly, but still a tad bit nervous. There was this website that had a whole list of creatures in the world and I thought it was interesting. That made sense. He didn't know what exactly she searched to get to that point, but he supposed that if she was curious enough about animals and the like she would eventually find something like that. There were other interesting ones, like bears, rhinos, chameleons, spiders. Except the widow kind, they're scary, geese, ducks, vultures. She cut herself off once she realized she was starting to ramble. But scorpions were the coolest. He chuckled. She seemed really interested in learning about different types of creatures. Maybe he'd let her ramble about each of them later. He chuckled, amused at her antics, and ruffled her hair. She gave him a small pout of annoyance as he started to talk. I'm glad you found some stuff you're genuinely interested in. Why did you tell me this all of a sudden? She shyly looked in another direction before responding. I wanted to get a cool suit like yours. After that she started mumbling, but Izuku understood what she was trying to say. Earlier, while Izuku had been telling her what he did and was working on, he had told her that he had been genuinely interested in holographic imagining and the mystery element of things. He told her it's what he based the suit off of in the first place. So he thought that perhaps she wanted a suit too based off of something she was interested in and liked too. He couldn't help but chuckle at that. It was cute. Even though it was cute, he had his doubts about even considering making a suit for her revolving around a scorpion. He already knew that after she started listing what scorpions can do that she would want all of that stuff included, including the venom-tipped tail, the enhanced grip strength, etc. He sighed. He snapped her out of her rambling, which was something incredibly similar to him, and made her look at her questionably. Izumi, are you absolutely sure you want this? The concern in his voice was very, very clear. From that question alone and the tone he spoke in, she knew that he didn't want to do it. She started to get upset and pout. Izuku frowned. What's wrong? She looked up at him, looking like tears were about to fall. I just want to help you. She extended her arms out dramatically to further express her point. You told me you're doing this to fix the heroes, right? He nodded to her question. Then why can't I help you? It's not a bad goal. You saved me, helped me when I needed help. So why can't I help you when you need help? It's not fair. She stopped her foot on the ground in a fit of sadness and anger. Tears fell from her eyes as well. She just didn't understand the consequences of getting involved. Izumi, you don't understand the… No, she interrupted him, surprising the boy. I do understand, you've told me more than once before you took me here. She kept crying, taking a deep breath before saying the next part. You said, it's too risky for you to get involved with my work. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't care about getting in trouble. I just want to help you. She stopped talking, taking the time to catch her breath after letting such an outburst. He was shocked, to say the least. He didn't really expect this much of an argument. I just really don't think it's right for you to risk getting involved, he started, trying to reason with her. He looked at her pleadingly. I understand that you want to help, I really do, but what I'm doing isn't exactly legal. She tilted her head confusingly at him, like she didn't quite understand what he was saying. Does that really matter? Her question worried him, but before he could speak she spoke again. You saved me, so I know you're a good person. She gave him a smile, which calmed him down a bit. He was still on edge and worried about what she may say next. You told me that your goal was to fix the hero system. You said there were corrupt heroes or something putting more people in danger and wanted to get rid of them. Isn't that a good goal? As long as you achieve that goal in the end, wouldn't it be better off for the people even though you used questionable methods? There it was, her above-average vocabulary. She had a way with words that made a lot of what she said convincing. He still had his doubts though, as he thought. He sighed and looked at her. I get your reasoning, but this isn't something I really don't think you. Even if you say, no, I'm going to follow you anyway, she suddenly proclaimed surely. No matter what you say I'm going to help you, whether you like it or not. She crosses her arms defiantly, glaring at him with a message that only strengthened her defiance. Izuku found himself startled and a tad bit afraid of this girl. He could tell that she wasn't bluffing at all, her stern, defiant and unfaltering glare had already proved that. He considered his options very, very carefully. She already knew the risks of helping him. She was a lot smarter than she looked or seemed and could pick up on information quickly. Of course she was a bit behind the level of others her age, but the fact she could learn as quickly as she could didn't make that a big issue. Izuku estimated he could get her through middle school in a month and high school in 2. The point was, she was smarter than she looked and was only going to get smarter from there. If he said no to her, it was likely she wouldn't care and insist on staying anyway. He figured that, despite his possible numerous attempts to keep her away, she would keep following him and possibly put herself at more risk trying to get involved. Not only that, but he feared what would happen to her mental state if he continuously pushed her away. Fears of possible suicide or something worse came to his mind. It was something he didn't even want to think about nor imagine. Additionally, she may even try drastic things just to prove herself to him, which wasn't something he wanted at all. The last thing he wanted was for her to do something drastic. If he said yes, then he could always keep an eye on her and teach her what she needs to know. Her schooling would also be easier to manage since she'd likely be in the same place as him most of the time. He could even have her learn how to defend herself or something. Granted it wasn't the best pros he could come up with, but he figured it would be better than denying her and having her situation worsen tenfold. In the end he ended up giving in. It was for multiple reasons, some of which he'd end up sorting out in the near future. For now though, he spoke to her saying, fine, you can help. He trailed off, enabling her to start getting excited and making her smile grow to inconceivable length. But, you will listen to me. You will not act on your own. You will do exactly as I tell you to. If you don't do that or I feel like you can't handle it or that the situation is becoming too risky for you, then I will not let you help anymore. Despite his warning, the girl was childishly excited about the fact she was actually going to help him. She attached herself to his waist in a tight hug and wouldn't let go, loudly exclaiming how happy she was that he had accepted her. He hugged her back lightly and hesitatingly, unsure as to what he should exactly think. Eventually, she broke away from him with a happy smile on her face. Does this mean I get my own cool suit too? She started to do mock punches in the air. Can I beat up people too? Her excitement both amused and worried him. The fact that she wanted to go beat people up was concerning itself too. He thought about the suit though. Despite how much he really didn't want her to have it, some part of him thought it may actually help her out. He'd pry her for more information first, before I say yes or no. Tell me, what kind of suit do you want? Her question made her tilt her head. I thought I already said I wanted to be a scorpion. They're really cool, so are a lot of other animals. Did you know that scorpions don't even have bones but instead have an exoskeleton made out of chitin, which is a fiber that makes up exoskeletons in arthropods? I know I looked it up to make sure. Oh, did you know that scorpions are arthropods? Their tail is so cool, the way it bends up like that and they use it as a weapon. It's got a really mean stinger on it too that's really venomous, so don't touch it. In fact, they use venom for both offensive and defensive capabilities. A lot of scorpions use different kinds of venom too. It's so weird and cool. They also have a really tight grip too. Did you also know that? So this is what it feels like to be on the other end of that, Izuku thought to himself as he watched his new sister ramble about scorpion facts. Only now did he realize that she was a lot like him, or what he used to be. He feared that she wanted to be like him too, maybe a little too much. He'd have to sort that out at another time. Izumi, he called out, but she still went on. She was caught in her own thoughts, like how he always used to be. If he was being honest with himself, then he'd have to say he was amused. Izumi, he called out to her again, this time a little louder so he could get her attention. She actually jumped. blushing as she readjusted herself, making him chuckle. You really want a scorpion suit? An excited nod followed. Izuku, facing the facts, could admit that this wasn't an entirely bad idea. For multiple reasons, the suit itself was actually pretty useful. He would have to work on the designs, but he already had a few ideas for what he could do for it based on the information Izumi had passionately told him about. Actually, he could probably have her be a part of the design process. Alright then, he started. Just from those 2 words her eyes started to light up and glow as bright as the sun. We can design the suit, then I'll have to see about how to get it made for you and that might. I thought you could make the suit. She was confused now. He looked shy again, pressing her fingertips together nervously. I was hoping that you could build it for me. He sighed, of course she did. Well, he could build the suit himself. It was probably better that way. He didn't even know who his mother had asked to build his suit, so maybe it was better if he did it himself. It would take a long time to do, but he could do it. He theorized that designing the suit itself and its features would only take around a day or 2, then maybe a few months to actually build. It could take more or less time depending on the materials that needed to be added and overall design of the suit. It seemed like he was going to have to prioritize automation sooner than he thought if he was going to keep getting sidetracked like this. I'll build it for you, he told her, which made her light up again. There are conditions for this suit though. Do you need to hear them or do you already know? She should have it drilled into her head by now, and if she didn't it should be pretty obvious. She shook her head to show that she didn't need him to rehash the conditions again. With it still being fairly early in the day, Izuku had decided that they could just start designing her suit then. Of course, Izumi was more than happy to begin then too. Izuku had taken out some extra paper, which was actually quite big, and the two started to go over their ideas. Izumi had made a lot of things clear when she spoke to Izuku about the suit. Her goal was to be as scorpion-like as possible, so a lot of the features were based on a real scorpion. She wanted pincers or something like them, that could not only be used to enhance grip but could also be used to scale walls and other surfaces. The tail was also something she really wanted. She requested that it should be able to essentially retract and extend on command, allowing for it to reach further out ahead similar to a real scorpion. Not only that, but she wanted it to be venomous as well. Izuku wasn't sure about that, but if he ultimately decided to add that feature then he had some ideas for it. Money was no problem at the moment, so they could go all out. Izumi, being surprisingly flexible, was able to move in weird and almost sometimes unnatural ways. Izuku figured that the suit would need to be flexible and easy to move in, meaning he had to be careful about what they made the suit out of. Izuku wanted it to be armored, mainly for her protection if she ever took it out. He figured a full bodysuit would be ideal. Something made of Kevlar would do nicely for the heat resistance and protection. Under the outer armor a layer of thick insulation or padding would be beneficial as well. Izuku thought that maybe armor plating was the best option. That way it could be flexible and movable. He would definitely tech out the armor though, like giving it an EMP shield and making it less vulnerable to electric-based attacks. He would also have to give the suit itself some kind of tool-assisted maneuverability, because Izumi herself would not be able to move the suit. Additionally, he would have to program an AI for it and register the suit itself to only respond to either him or her. The suit itself would have to be powered by something, he just didn't know what. He could give it a really powerful battery or something, but that would be too big and vulnerable. A way for it to power through solar energy would be a pretty good extra system, but it shouldn't be the main power supply. He'd figure something out. The tail, Izumi's favorite part, was next. First off, it needed to be extremely strong and durable. It would be completely made of metal and armor. Izuku determined that the way she could control the tail would be through a link of some kind connected to the muscles of her spinal cord when she put on the suit. He'd have to figure out a way to make the process painless, of course, but that's the only way he could think of having her efficiently be able to control the tail. The tail itself would also be strong enough to use as support, similarly to how the one kid, Mysterio, did it in UA. She wanted a curved tip on the end of the tail, which was supposed to be extremely sharp and tipped with any toxin of her choice. Despite Izuku's protests to the idea, she kept begging and giving him the eyes. Oh, how weak he was. He really didn't want her killing people unnecessarily, and he made sure she knew that before he added what she wanted to the design. She looked offended when he brought that up, saying she'd never harm people like that. She wanted it to shoot acid from somewhere too, so he added a system in the tail so that acid can be shot from the top and refilled at the bottom. The tail was also, admittedly, going to be Izuku's nightmarish and most complicated work. The rest of the suit wouldn't be too bad, but the tail is a real hassle. The tail itself would need to extend and retract, so he'd need to find materials for that. He wanted the tail to be at a default length of around 4 feet and then stretch to around 20. The idea of the tail was that it was supposed to act similarly to a fifth limb, so the spinal cord thing was probably necessary. After they figured out what they wanted to add,
They could make up the design for what it would look like and how it would ultimately function while making necessary adjustments where they were needed. They did that the next day though, since it had started getting late and both of them were pretty famished with both of them wanting a nice meal from Mama Inko. With Izuku's insane drawing skills and attention to detail, the two of them were able to get a solid design for the suit completed within the span of a few hours. While he was actually in the mood, he started to actually gather the materials he would be using to make the suit. This was going to be a long process. The same day, before he started getting materials together, he actually set up Izumi's schooling and had her start it. At first she didn't want to, but Izuku was able to convince her that not only would it help her become smart, but if she completed her courses sooner rather than later she would be able to help out and be with him more. Both of those things seemed to motivate her enough to get to work. It would also be important to note that she was legally allowed to take online schooling with Inko's permission and the fact she had official paperwork. Her schooling, as of now, would start on a middle school level. She was incredibly smart, but Izuku was unsure as to where the level precisely lay. He had her test out of elementary when he figured out that she had most of the knowledge necessary to do so. If she ended up repeating things she already knew during the middle school classes, then that was fine, at least they were cautious and made sure to cover all of the bases. Overall, he would be helping manage her schoolwork and time. Inko would have done it, but both she and Izuku would admit that she was terrible with that kind of thing. Izuku on the other hand would always be available if she needed help on any subject. When they had wrapped up for the day, with Izumi having ended her schooling session for the day, she seemed miserable. Like, the tired and upset kind of miserable. When he asked about it when they got home, she told him that she hated school already. He only laughed it off, smiled at her and told her that she'd get through it. The next day was basically the same as the previous day, with Izumi doing her thing for school and Izuku preparing to make the suit. He had made orders for the specific materials he needed and they would arrive in a few days. He could work with what he had for now though and work his way up, since he did have some of the necessary material. He really wasn't looking forward to building the thing. A few minutes after he finally started working, his phone had started ringing. Curiously, he looked at the caller ID and name. Raising an eyebrow, he answered the call. Hey, Kodai. How are you? Izuku, her response seemed stern. He wondered why she addressed him like that, but after a moment he remembered. Oh, sorry, Yui. He apologized, a bit flustered. I'm just not used to calling people by their given name. She hummed through the call. He hadn't talked to the girl in a while, or at least since they talked at the beach. He imagined that she probably just needed more time to cool off and ease herself after the raid, which he understood. He wasn't the kind of person to try and reach out on his own either, so he just thought that it would be best to give her some space. What are you up to? Nothing much, he responded nonchalantly. I'm just working on a passion project. You never answered my previous question, though. How are you? She hummed again, almost as if she were thinking. I could be better, or worse. I'm being forced to see the school counselor and he's been trying to help. Has it helped though? He switched the phone to his other ear as he started to work on something with his hands. Mentally speaking, how are you holding up? It haunts me sometimes, but it's starting to go away. He supposed that was a good sign. Well, that's good I guess, he spoke with unsurety. He didn't really know what else to say about that, or if he even should, so he decided to change the subject. Say, have you talked to Shinso lately? I haven't talked to him for a while. No, I haven't talked to him. I haven't seen him around either. Izuku thought that was a little odd. Maybe Shinso was planning something. Who knows, really. Izuku could snoop in on his business but at the moment he felt like he didn't need to, so he left it be. What do you think he's up to? Izuku chuckled to himself for what he was about to say. I dunno, maybe he's planning on asking you out and has just been stuck on what you actually liked since you don't really give us any signs. He heard a scoff from the other side of the phone, doubtful. The chance of myself being asked out is little to none. I also don't really want to be asked out. He hummed in curiosity after that last statement, grabbing the phone again with a free hand to stabilize it next to his ear. Really? How come? Reasons, was all she said in response to his question. She decided to shift the topic a bit. Maybe he is planning a surprise birthday party for you. Izuku laughed at her attempt to make a suitable comeback. Unlikely. For one, Shinso does not seem like the kind of guy that wants to plan a surprise party. In fact, he looks like the kind of person that wants to stay as far as he possibly can from any loud noise or unnecessary interaction. Plus, my birthday passed last July. Sorry for not celebrating with you then. Her apology came quickly after he mentioned his birthday had passed. He wasn't sure why she was so quick to apologize for something she couldn't control, but he didn't push on it. What day was it? July 15th. Don't apologize for something I never told you about, you had no control over that. She hummed again in response. When's yours? December 19th, she responded quickly. Ah, Izuku said. So it's coming up then. Izuku put the phone on speaker for a moment as he picked up and moved a few pieces of metal plates into certain positions. Got anything planned? He took it off of speaker and put it back on his ear. At the moment, no, she responded honestly. I think some of my friends want to have a party for me, but I'm not too sure. My cousin definitely does. Izuku gave a small laugh in amusement. Sounds like fun, honestly. I never got invited to birthday parties or anything like that. I'd be cool to actually go to one. Ditto, she agreed. If something ends up happening, I'll make sure to invite you. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Thanks, I really appreciate it. She hummed again. She was silent for a few moments on the other end of the phone. Izuku didn't know what to say either, so he just waited for her to talk while he worked. Eventually, she spoke up again. Can I ask you something? Sure, ask anything. He told her, adjusting a piece of metal and deciding whether or not that's where he wanted it. UA is holding a school festival soon. Precisely in about 2 weeks. She informed him, striking his curiosity. I was wondering if you wanted to come. It's only available to UA students though, so I'd have to ask for a visitor's pass for you. I think it'll get approved though if I ask correctly. Izuku thought about it. Did he want to go? In all honesty, not really. He looked at Izumi, who was trying not to get caught glancing back at him. It would probably be good for her to get out though, maybe talk to a few other people and get a grasp on some new things. It wasn't healthy to always have her cooped up inside the apartment or workshop either, so even having her get outside for a few hours would be pretty good. Sure, I can go, he answered her, looking away from his sister and back on his project. But is it alright if my sister comes as well? Sister? She questioned curiously. I don't think you've ever mentioned a sister before. Yeah, sorry about that, he apologized. He began to explain, our parents aren't really, together. She lived with him and I lived with my mom. Something happened over with my dad where she had to come live with us. We don't really know what happened, all we got was a cryptic message from him telling us to pick her up at the airport. She's still a little jumpy, so I think it's better to get her out and stuff for a while. He lies as naturally as he breathed, his voice natural and unchanging as he spoke. I see, her voice subtly changed, almost seeming unsure and a bit worried. Is it something that should involve heroes? No, nothing like that, Izuku assured her. She was just a little shaken, but she's doing a lot better now. She's fine, seeing a therapist too. I just think I'd be good for her to start getting out a little more and maybe meet a few people. She's not good with people, pretty antisocial, and I thought I'd be good to show her that some people can be really nice, he lied naturally again. I'm also pretty sure there's nothing that can really be done with affairs outside of the country. At least for most heroes here. Don't worry about it. She wasn't abused or anything, it's probably some emergency with his work and that he needed us to take care of her for a while. She let out a thoughtful hum before agreeing with his logic. Most heroes from Japan really couldn't do anything for affairs taking place in another country unless it directly affected them. Nezu, the principal of UA, was actually one of the few people allowed to bypass that rule. How old is she? 12, almost 13. He responded. Her birthday is December 21st. 2 days after mine, she responded before humming in thought. After a moment, she started to talk again. It should be fine. I'll ask and message you back later once I get a confirmation. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. He couldn't help but smile, even though she couldn't see it. Talk to you later then. Yeah. They hung up the phone after that, with Izuku placing it on a separate desk nearby as he began working on the suit again. Who was that? His sister asked from her seat across the room. She, apparently, was taking a break from the work for now so she could talk to him. A friend, I guess. He was actually unsure as to what she was to him. He didn't want to be close to her, but he also felt a magnetic type pull that just yanked him in. He didn't really have much of a choice other than to refer to her as a friend, since now they were using each other's given names. She's in hero school, UA specifically. A UA student, really? She turned around in her seat, facing him. Are you sure that's a good idea, getting close to one of them? She pointed to her head. You've been drilling the fact that this field is dangerous for a while now, so if you're befriending a hero student then you're sort of a hypocrite. She pointed at him to exaggerate her point. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I know. He looked at her, smiling amusedly at his thoughts. I can't help it, really. There's just something drawing me in there. It doesn't help when you've had no friends for most of your life either. She shrugged after that comment, choosing not to argue about that point. Don't worry, though. He pointed at her, you shouldn't have to worry about me getting caught. I'm more concerned with you. She groaned at his jab and he laughed. Izu, I'm not going to just tell people stuff. He laughed a little more as she developed a cheeked puffed pout. She crossed her arms and looked away, attempting to look upset. She stood up and walked over to her, ruffling her hair. I know, I was just messing with you. Now, he turned her chair back to her computer, keep working. She groaned again in mock irritation, fine, just for you Izu. She looked back at him with curious eyes, making him look down to her. I wonder what this girl is like though, if even you're friends with her. I can't tell if that's an insult to myself or her. Izuku held a hand over his heart in mock pain as he gasped, is it that hard to believe that I have friends? She shrugged, somewhat. Brutal honesty hurt, you're an amazing person, Izu, and I'm grateful you saved me. She smiled at him, making sure that he knew her words were sincere. It's just, I dunno, with everything that you're doing and making it sound like we should avoid getting others involved. That's true, he agreed with her, somewhat surprising her. But, in a way it can be useful for both of us. For the end goal, our mental health and some other stuff. He smiled down at her, try not to worry about it too much. If things get too far, I'll take care of it. Just trust me with this stuff, alright. She sort of just looked at him for a moment before turning back to the computer and continuing her work. She did say one last thing, though, I trust you with my life. Those words meant a lot to him. Not only had she shown that she really cared for him, but now she told him that she trusted him with her life. The fact that anyone, other than his mother, trusted him like that made him feel happier than ever. He wouldn't let her down, he swore it, and he would let her know that, I won't let you down. As he started walking back to where he had originally been, Izumi smiled, despite the fact he couldn't see it, and stated loud enough for him to hear, I know you won't. They resumed their previous activities after that. About 10 minutes after they resumed working on their own, Yui had messaged Izuku to let him know that she got him approved for the festival. He thanked her and the two promised to see one another at the festival. For the following 2 weeks everyone did their own thing. Izuku worked on the scorpion suit constantly and without delay. He wanted to get it done as fast as possible so he could resume his drone production. That didn't mean that he wouldn't make sure that the suit was the best as he could possibly make it though. At night, once Izumi had fallen asleep, he worked on designs for 2 other projects. One was the machine he would have to make the drone production automatic. It was something he considered a priority in the future anyway, and if he was going to keep working on other projects like he currently was, then getting that done was high on the priority list. The other one was something entirely new. It was something he wasn't exactly sure he could do, but ended up being excited about it anyway. Completing this project would not only be a significant advancement for him and his skills, but it would also be something he could use to his advantage in the future. There was also this other thing he was thinking about. He already had the designs for it completed, ever since the Yakuza were arrested anyway. He just didn't think he had the time to build this one. He would have to ask his mother to make another suit again. He still didn't even know who she had make his own suit, but whoever they were did an amazing job on it. It was a bit tight in some places, a little more snug in others, but overall it was exactly what he wanted. He noted some things to change or add later, but the suit itself was a dream. The dome even materialized into a real, solid object. From the outside looking in you only see a blue-gray swirling mist, but the inside was expertly built with a small interface for the suit's statistics and he could clearly see through it. It was like a one-way effect. When he asked his mother about it, she only smiled and expressed her gratefulness that he liked it. He had also handed her the design for his other suit he had no time to build himself. She examined his notes and ideas for it. It took a few moments, but she looked up at him and told him that it could be done. She said it may take a while, but it could, in the end, be done. The 2 weeks leading up the festival went by smoothly for everyone. Izuku worked on the suit, Izumi worked on her school work, Yui trained with Toshinori on her new move and Katsuki worked to build his relationship with others around him. The day of the cultural festival finally came, with Izuku and Izumi both standing outside of Yui's campus. He held his sister's hand as they waited for Yui to come and get them, having only arrived a few minutes ago. Izumi wore the device that hid her horn and adjusted some of her other features, making her unrecognizable as Eri. I messaged her, she should be here soon. Izuku said to his sister, who nodded and looked away from him. He looked at her concerningly, everything alright? She shrugged, unsure of herself. She looked up toward him, I'm not sure. I'm nervous, I guess. She admitted to him nervously, making him crack a small smile, I'm concerned. I still don't think this is the best idea. He chuckled, ruffling her hair. I'm nervous too. He looked ahead of them, into the campus and toward the school. I get what you're feeling. A part of me wants to turn back right now, but another part of me doesn't. He looked in another direction, bitterly saying, he's here too, after all. Izumi adopted a glare for a millisecond before pushing it away and hugging her brother with the biggest smile she could muster. Don't worry, Izuni. He looked at her, confused as to why she suddenly changed her demeanor. We can just ask your friend to avoid him, right? We can do that. From what you said about her, she seems considerate enough to understand and not ask questions. If not, we can do our own thing or leave. He sighed. I guess you're right. He recomposes himself as he and Izumi assume their previous positions. I'm just a little concerned about it. We shouldn't run into him, but still. She giggled, amused at his statement. You were the one that wanted to come, for whatever reason. He chuckled, also amused at the irony of how things went. True, true. Sorry I pushed you to come, I just thought I'd be good for you to get out. She shrugged. I'm not bothered by it. I know you're trying and that's all that really matters to me. She smiled up at him, causing him to have a smile himself. I know you suck with social stuff, so it's no problem, really. You're trying, that's what's important. To me, I don't think that's enough, but thanks. She gave him a small, one-armed hug before letting go and staring forward again. She had another question to ask, though, so she gently pulled on Izuku's clothes to gain his attention. What if I see her, or the other one? He turned his head to face her, seeing her worried face. They go here too, so what if I see them? He smiled at her. Well, just be nice. Don't do anything rash or compromising. I never said you couldn't be friends with them. She smiled back up, thanking him profusely for allowing her to do that, despite his insistence that he didn't need to be thanked. He told her that if it made her happy, she was allowed to do it. He just told her to be careful with what she said and did with them. After a few more moments of waiting, Yui and a blonde, skinny man appeared at the gate. You made it, she smiled at him, with it extending to the smaller girl by his side. I'm glad you could make it. He chuckled. It's nothing, really. He looked down to his side at his sister, who had wide eyes staring at Yui. He ruffled her hair a little to snap her out of it, making her jump and develop an embarrassed blush. This is my sister, Izumi. Izumi rapidly shook her head before bowing politely at a perfect 90-degree angle. Hello. I'm Midoriya Izumi. Yui actually giggled at the smaller girl's nervousness, extending a hand to shake. I'm Kodai Yui, it's nice to meet you. Izumi stood up straight, looking at the extended hand for a moment before shyly shaking it. Izuku realized that his sister was nervous because Yui was probably one of the people she ran into before. Yui too had told him that she had run into Eri sometime before the raid. It was part of the reason Yui was so upset about her failure. Izuku felt bad about keeping the secret from Yui, but at least they could get along this way. Izuku laughed a little at his sister's antics. She's a lot like me when I was younger. A nervous wreck and a stuttering problem. Izumi looked at him with an expression of betrayal and feigned an expression of shock and hurt, while also glaring at him. He knew some of those were actually real, though, because he knew that she knew that he knew that Yui had been one of the people to previously encounter her, and that he didn't bother to tell her. So, in the end, she was left completely unprepared for the situation. He didn't think she actually minded though, since he could tell she was happy to see her again. It took Izuku a moment to notice the other person there with them. Izuku's gaze turned serious, his expression neutralizing as he looked at the man. Toshinori Yagi stood there with a similar expression that Izuku couldn't read, looking at him. Yui and Izumi started to get into their own conversation as the two looked at one another, the girls not noticing the sudden tension in the air. Izuku knew that the man remembered him. All Might spoke up first. Young Kodai, he said, interrupting the girls' conversation. Why don't you and young Izumi, is it alright if I call you that? He received a nod in response from the girl. Why don't you and young Izumi go on ahead while I speak with young Izuku for a moment? Yui looked concerningly between the two as they looked at one another, now sensing the tension between them. Is everything okay? She asked, looking at Izuku for a confirmation. Without looking at her, he responded, everything's fine, we just want to talk for a minute. He looked at his sister, who also looked at him worriedly and with a tad bit of fear. You can go with Yui if you want, Izumi, he told her, developing a small smile. I'll catch up in a bit, okay. She looked at him worriedly, then at All Might, then back to him, then to Yui who looked back at her. Izumi nodded at the girl and the two started to head inside toward the festival. Before they went fully inside though, both girls glanced back at Izuku with worried eyes. All Might waited until they fully went inside to the festival before he approached Izuku. He looked to the side, a bit guiltily as he spoke, I'm sorry, young Izuku. Izuku was surprised at what All Might had just said, his expression greatly showing that with wide eyes and a semi-agape mouth. He apologized to him. He didn't expect that. I was harsh on you, I'm sorry. He bowed his head, attempting to show the sincerity in his apology. I crushed your dream, I realized that. I can't even imagine what you felt that day, or what happened throughout your life. I deeply apologize for being so harsh. Izuku stared at him, who kept bowing, in shock still. Izuku kept staring at him for a few moments, but he eventually just sighed and held up his hands. All Might, please raise your head. The man seemed a tad surprised, but obliged nonetheless. He stood up straight before going into a coughing fit. Izuku was going to try and pat his back or something, but the man raised his hand to stop him. I appreciate your apology, Izuku spoke truthfully, looking at the frail man in front of him. Izuku hung his head. You're a great hero, I'm sure you had plenty of reason to say that. All Might hung his head as well. After a moment, the two rose their heads to look at each other again. Izuku spoke up again, you can't change what happened in the past. Now, we can't change what will happen in the future. It's alright. All Might sighed, obviously not buying Izuku's lackluster attempt at saying, everything's fine. Still though, All Might relented and backed down. He didn't want to push this conversation more than he needed to, nor did he want to bug the boy about it. Izuku was thankful he didn't, either. If All Might had decided to push the conversation further, he likely would have gotten more annoyed. Still though, what Izuku did say to him was true. There wasn't nothing anyone could do to change anything, past or future. Though, the future was concerning. A particular hero would be a problem, he'd have to look into it later. Very well, All Might laid a hand upon Izuku's shoulder. How have you been? I hope life has been treating you right. Izuku smiled at the man, it's been going pretty smoothly. I feel like I'm moving up a little in life. His expression seemed to shift into one of concern, looking the man up and down, how about yourself? When we first met your health already wasn't the best, now after that fight you had. Yeah, that was rough. He grimly admitted, taking his hand off of Izuku's shoulder and looked to the side. I'm effectively retired now, unable to hold the muscle form for more than a few seconds. Other than that, I believe I'm doing quite well. Izuku smiled toward him, that's good to hear. After a moment, the frail man who used to be All Might motioned toward the inside of the gate, shall we head inside? I'm sure your sister and friend are eager for you to join them. Izuku nodded in agreement as they both entered the gates. Though he was still nervous, and despite the fact that everything was already doing alright, he felt like he needed to make it through. This was something he wanted to do for his new sister. He felt like she needed this and, in a way, he did too. He didn't know what to think at the moment, either. This apology from All Might was unexpected. He didn't know what to make of it. He would have to ponder on it later. Katsuki was pissed off. Like, incredibly pissed off. First, the class sent him, of all people, to go and look for Neutral Face so she could help with the final preparations. Apparently, since he, quote, wasn't doing anything important, he should be the one to look for her. He really disliked the girl, borderline hated. He didn't understand why he should have to listen to the class's insistence, but he did anyway. Maybe it's because he was becoming less of an asshole. He'd realized that after someone had complimented him on how nice he was being. Still, he just wanted to chill somewhere and relax. He wanted to just sit until the more exciting games became available to play. He was still upset that his death match suggestion had been rejected, but thankfully there were still other games that he could aggressively compete in, otherwise he'd be bored out of his mind. Here's where he got even more pissed off. While looking for Neutral Face, he had taken the liberty to scout some of the other attractions in the festival. There were actually a lot of interesting ones, like a maze race, where the competitors raced to collect a bunch of items before time ran out, and an obstacle course. The problem was that he apparently was infringing in Class 1B's precious space, and the blonde, snobby guy, Monoma, got upset. He started gloating at how much better they compared to 1A and outright insulting him. Katsuki, despite his best efforts, then got into a shouting match with the brat. It would have gotten physical, but Uraraka came in and forcefully knocked Monoma out. Sorry about him, he's a bit, she trailed off, her eyes moving toward the side. A narcissist, asshole, playboy, fuckface, egotistical little shit. Katsuki happily finished for the girl. She pointed at him, yeah, those. I heard you say them to him earlier though, but a lot meaner with a lot of extra words attached. Katsuki smirked proudly as Uraraka and a few other Class B students drug the blonde away. Then he continued his stupid search for the person he hated the most. After his run-in with the Class B students, it actually didn't take him much longer to find who he was looking for. Neutral Face, along with another girl he couldn't quite recognize from where he was, seemed to be just walking into the actual festival. He scowled in annoyance as he began to walk toward them. As he got closer though, the girl she was with started to make his mind race. From appearance alone she looked like him. The closer he got, the more apparent the similarities became. He felt a pit in his stomach, but he just ignored it as he approached them. Neutral Face, he bawled out, his voice surprisingly tame. She turned to look at him, actually confused about his tone of voice. It confused even him, but he chalked it up to him being bored and just not up to raising his voice anymore. Bakugo, she said back to him. What do you need? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the girl next to neutral face react. It only lasted a moment, before going away. Her expression adopted the friendliest smile he probably ever saw, actually similar to his, in a way. It was almost unreal, fake, an illusion to mask over her true feelings. Just like what he used to do. Katsuki didn't visibly react, but he felt something on the inside. He didn't know what to make of it yet. The class wants you back to finish preparations or something. The assholes thought that it would be best that I come and get you. He looked at the girl now, a questioning look in his eyes. Who are you supposed to be? This festival is supposed to be UA students only and you don't look like you're even our age. The girl's smile seemed to go wider, somehow. Neutral face was going to respond, but the girl quickly shot her hand forward before she had a chance to speak. It was in a position for Katsuki to shake, which surprised him. I'm Izumi, nice to meet you. Izu what? His eyes widened as he thought about what the girl had said. He had to have heard wrong, there was no possible way for this girl to be related to him. There just wasn't. But, the looks, the smile, the name, it all was just too much to be a coincidence. The pit in his stomach grew as he hesitantly extended his hand to shake hers. The moment their hands made contact, Katsuki felt something. He felt the pit in his stomach become a never-ending black hole, consuming himself with it. He felt hollow. But he also never felt more scared in his life. The moment their hands touched, Katsuki felt the raw sinister intent. He could see behind the smile. He could see her real emotions and feelings. She hated him. She wanted to hurt him. She knew him and knew what he did. He could feel himself sweating as he processed his emotions. That smile, that damned smile. It looked innocent, yet behind it was something truly frightening. It shook him to his core. He let go of her hand after a few seconds, starting to sweat profusely. He felt sick. He felt tired. He didn't even know what he felt at this point. His breathing subtly increased, but not enough for either of the girls to notice. He stared absent-mindedly at the girl as she continued to smile at him. She knew full well that he picked up her intent, and he knew that she was purposely directing it all at him. When he looked at her, he saw something straight out of horror, something truly terrifying. The amount of absolute hate, disdain and intent directed at him was intense and piercing. He didn't know what to do, he froze. This girl knew what he did, she knew him, and she wanted him to pay a terrible price. That was the message he got, on a lighter scale as to how it was actually received. Neutral face finally spoke up again. I won't be going back to the class for now. I have guests here that I want to help. I'll be back before they start to do my part. He wasn't really paying attention, and she noticed how he started to subtly shake and how his sudden sweating had increased. Bakugo, are you feeling alright? Katsuki put a hand to his forehead and wiped some sweat off of his face. He became aware of the fact that he was shaking too. Why yeah, I'm good. He stuttered, making the girl who asked severely doubt that. I just feel a little sick. I'll tell them you'll be back at some point before the thing starts. I'm going back to the dorms after that, I feel sick. She tilted her head in confusion and a bit of worry. Are you sure? You look terrible. Maybe you should see recovery girl. Do you need help getting there? I said I'm fine arg. His head started pounding suddenly, making him clench it. Everything was too much for him right now, he needed to leave. Leave he did, immediately turning around and getting out of there as fast as he possibly could. First he would tell the class she wasn't going to arrive, then he was going back to the dorms. He didn't even feel like doing anything at the festival anymore, he felt too sick. This would pass with time, he was sure of it. Still though, everything was painful in more ways than one to feel. He needed to be alone for a while and think. As he left, nobody noticed how the green-haired girl, who had previously been giving a friendly smile, had started glaring in the direction Katsuki had gone in, anger and disdain clear in her eyes. After Katsuki had left, both of them, who had been looking in the direction he had left in, took a minute to recuperate themselves. When Yui turned toward the smaller girl next to her, Izumi's expression was still cheerful and upbeat. Yui looked at her curiously, with the other girl looking back at her with similar thoughts. Yui decided to ask, has anything caught your interest? Izumi took a moment to think to herself, trying to decide on something she found interesting or wanted to do while glancing around the area. Some of the things wouldn't open until a little later due to some of the major events being early on in the festival, so they were a little limited on what they could do or go to. Eventually, her eyes landed on a booth of candy and Izumi promptly requested to go there. The two went over to the booth and browsed the options. Yui didn't have much of a sweet tooth herself, but she was open to a little bit of candy now and then. Izumi, though, seemed to be the epitome of someone with a sweet tooth. The girl wanted one, or more, of everything in the booth. The person running the booth was a second-year girl, who had been kind enough to actually fulfill her request. In the end, the two of them left the booth with a few bags of candy and Izumi happily humming in victory. The two began to browse a little more, but they hadn't found anything too particularly interesting. Most of the stuff was still closed until later, after all. Oh, I see you found the candy. A voice said behind them, causing them to turn around. Izuku started to approach them, a small smile on his face. Sorry about her, I hope she wasn't any trouble. She has quite an appetite for candy. The girl in question quickly snapped her head toward him while sucking on a lollipop. I do not. He raised a brow, gesturing to the bags of candy she currently carried. She sighed, fine, I like candy. Like, is a word that doesn't even come close to being accurate to your level. Izuku laughed a little, seeing his sister mock a hurt expression. Yui even let out a small giggle herself, greatly surprising the green-haired boy. She was amused at their sibling antics and couldn't help but let it out. You two have quite the bond. The two looked at her, smiling happily. Well, we were stuck together for a while. We opened up to each other a lot and, well, we got closer because of it. Izumi nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, we're really close now because of that. She looked at him, still smiling. He's done a lot for me and I wouldn't want to trade him for anything. He looked at her, somewhat surprised she said that out loud and so confidently, not to mention she even said it at all. Though, he was happy she felt that way. He felt the same way. Yui felt absolutely touched by that, finding it really cute and amazing at how much of a bond the two shared, but her face didn't really show her emotions. On the inside, along with the happiness she had for the two of them, lay a smudge of envy. She wanted a relationship like that too, with a close friend, preferably with the first one she ever had. She shook the thoughts and feelings away, though, as they started to explore around a little more. As they browsed, Yui's phone rapidly vibrated in her pocket. Curiously, she took it out to view what had been sent, only to find 50+ missed messages and a few missed calls. She deadpanned at her phone, completely baffled as to how she had missed so many things. The most recent call was from Kendo, who she had recently given her number to on the basis of completing a school project, not to mention the fact they were actually progressing in their friendship. She decided to call Kendo back, excusing herself from the siblings as she called the number. It rang a few times, but after a few seconds she picked up. Kodai. Where are you? We've been trying to get in contact with you for over an hour. Then Bakugo tells us you're busy. You know, it's fine, never mind. Still, where are you? Yui was amused at how much Kendo had gotten herself worked up, but nonetheless looked around her area so she could determine her location. It seemed that they ended up looping back toward the school gates, but still in festival limits. I'm by a few booths next to the gates. What? Why are you there? Forget it, can you run out real quick and grab an electrical part, or something? What was it called again? Her voice seemed further away from the phone as she asked someone the question. She came back a moment after getting the answer, a conductor or something for the electrical panel. One of the things broke and we can't find any replacements. Nobody can find power loader anywhere and the people in the support department are too busy finishing up to help us. We're on the other side of the building, so we can't make it to any store in time, not that anyone knows where a store is around here. Can you pick something up or see if there's something around? Yui mentally face-palmed. She had no knowledge regarding electrical components or engineering. Not an ounce of it. It didn't interest her. She thought Kendo knew that, but it wasn't a big deal. They were probably desperate to get a replacement part before the show started, so that was probably why they called her. It seemed like nobody even knew if there was a store nearby, and since she was closer to the gates they figured that she could scout the area. They were a riot, that was for sure. She looked toward the two siblings, who were currently engaging in a small conversation. She figured that she could ask them if they had any knowledge of that kind of thing. She approached them again, still on the phone, which grabbed their attention. Do any of you know your way around engineering and electrical equipment? Izuku seemed surprised for a moment before almost shyly raising his hand in the air. I do, actually. What's the problem? Something broke on an electrical panel, like a conductor or something. She listened as Kendo spoke into her ear again. Yeah, some kind of wire and a small wire, no, a few of them. Red, green, and white respectively. They broke or tore and now the panel isn't working. He sighed. You need it fixed. She nodded. How long until your thing starts? About 40 minutes or so now. Yui looked at him somewhat questionably. Do you know of any stores nearby that sell them? He nodded. Yeah, I do. It's not a bad store. I'd be easier for me to go myself, since the directions can be a bit confusing and you can end up walking right past it. Just send me a picture of what the panel looks like and what the wires were attached to and I'll be able to sort them out. Yui decided not to argue against that, asking Kendo to send her the pictures he requested. Although Kendo was curious about who Yui had been talking to, even outright asking who it was, Yui didn't grace Kendo with a response. Yui knew that she'd get talked to about it later, but that was neither here nor there. Once Izuku received the pictures, he was ready to go. Yui got his attention again, though. Would you like me to come along? He smiled at her, grateful that she wanted to come, but shook his head. You don't have to, there's not really a point in you coming, no offense. None taken, I'm not experienced with that kind of thing and wouldn't enjoy being there anyway. Izuku smiled. It was mainly because he realized that, despite the fact she wouldn't enjoy going, she wanted to come in case he needed any help. It was nice and sweet of her, something he admired in a person. He realized that he's probably thought that, like, 5 different times already. Yui spoke again. I should probably stay by the gate to let you back in anyway, since we forgot to give you a visitor's pass. Izuku nodded in agreement, with Izumi excitedly looking at him. Can I come too, Izuni? He looked at her, amused at his sister's needless excitement. Sure. He looked toward Yui. You don't mind, do you? She shook her head. Not at all. I'm not offended or anything. I'll be fine on my own for a bit. With that, Izuku and Izumi went off to the hardware store nearby. The two speed walked to the hardware store in a hurry. Izuku didn't exactly know why Izumi wanted to tag along, but she seemed, for the most part, happy. He was glad. When they had gotten there, it didn't take long for Izuku to discern what he specifically needed, using his own knowledge and the pictures he was sent earlier. While in the line for checkout, Izuku decided to make some conversation. He looked at her. So, how are you enjoying the festival so far? She looked up at him, a small smile gracing her lips before she spoke. It's actually been fun so far. She began to tell him a little bit about what Yui and her did before he met up with them. I take it you like her? He asked, genuinely curious as to what his sister thought of his friend. She started to become a little shy, nodding a single time. Yeah, she's really kind. She seemed supportive and understanding. You picked a good friend, Izuni. He smiled at her. He was glad that she thought that Yui was a good person, because he couldn't agree more. Izuku knew that she previously encountered her, along with another hero in training, while she had been with Overhaul, but the meeting was incredibly brief. Though, from what she told him, she felt safe in Yui's arms and that they wouldn't let her go. Unfortunately though, she did, but only because of the other hero's insistence. Izuku was upset about that, actually. Not necessarily at Yui, but at the other hero that could clearly see something was wrong but just tossed her back to the villain. When he first heard about this encounter, he had been rightfully pissed off. He researched Night Eye's agency, looking at schedules, names and more to try and pinpoint who exactly that imbecile was. Turns out, it was another UA student, Mirio Tagata, hero named Lemillion. The guy himself was actually a problem, in Izuku's own book. His quirk especially, permeation, was going to be something he needed to take care of. Lemillion was a threat, a big one, so he would really need to think about what he should do with him. Perhaps isolate him somehow, then disable him, but the process in which he could even do that was incredibly frustrating to figure out. Another huge threat he needed to worry about was the hero Lemillion was interning under, Sir Night Eye. His quirk, foresight, was yet another pain in the ass. A right look into the future and everything would end up crumbling down. He respected Night Eye greatly, he had his rough edges, but he was a good hero. Even if that was the case, he needed to get him out of the way. Though, unlike Lemillion, he had some ideas on how he could deal with Night Eye. He didn't want him dead, neither did he want Lemillion dead, just disable them or get them out of the way. He would have to get into contact with someone, he would try later tonight. Somehow, he also thought about All Might. He didn't quite know what to think of the man now. After he retired, Izuku researched him a little more under his real name, Yagi Toshinori. The man was just like him, once upon a time. A quirkless loser that wanted to be a great hero. He was a late bloomer, so to speak, and Izuku figured his late development of a quirk was due to One for All. Izuku couldn't help but think that the man was a massive hypocrite. Even though he was a hypocrite, Izuku still respected the man. During his time as a hero, All Might not only saved countless people, prevented bigger threats from rising and defeated one of the deadliest villains in history. Aside from that, he was a genuinely good man. Izuku could see that when he spoke to him at the gates earlier. He also knew that the man really didn't mean to be as harsh as he did when they spoke on the roof, though, Izuku still hated the fact he was so careless about it. There were problems with the man, some things that he could really work on, but ultimately Izuku didn't actually hate him. He wasn't in his shit list, like some other people were, but he wasn't on his best list either. He sort of fell in the middle of all that, and Izuku didn't really mind. It didn't take too long for the line to shorten and for the siblings to check out. After that, the two began to head outside, Izuku carrying the bag with the necessary items. They had a little bit to get back, around 20 minutes to get back, but as a precaution they chose to pick up their pace. As the two began to run back, they too almost ran into two other individuals who were wearing odd clothes. After a single look at them, Izuku grew skeptical. It was something he felt, something a bit off about them. He'd test the waters a bit. "Excuse me," he simply stated. "I wasn't watching where I was going, sorry about that." Izumi, who was next to him, looked at him oddly as he performed a slight bow for a few seconds. It took her that same time to realize what he was doing and copied his action. The both of them put on a friendly smile as they waited for the other two to respond. The man held up a hand to show that everything was all right. "Do not worry, no harm done." He performed a bow of his own. "We appreciate the apology, but I must recommend that you watch where you are going from now on. You were about to ruin the aftertaste of the Gold Tips Imperium. A special tea." Izuku thought to himself, eyeing the two in front of him. Izumi looked like she was thinking about something, also eyeing the two. When Izuku looked at them, they seemed like high-class people. However, some of their clothing options don't make much sense. Izuku got an intense feeling like they were disguises of some sort. The man seemed shaken too, like he was nervous. There was also an itch in the back of his mind that made him think that he knew them from somewhere. Izuku never responded to the man, due to being lost in thought, so he decided to talk again. "Come, let us go, honey." "Honey?" the extremely short one exclaimed, shocked yet happy. "Yes, I'm Honey." As the two turned their backs toward the siblings, Izuku's eyes narrowed. He thought more intently, trying to remember where exactly he knew these people from. The itching in his head just wouldn't go away. The girl seemed surprised to be called Honey, like she's never been addressed as that before. In fact, the man corrected himself from addressing her as something else. They were in a hurry to leave too, the way he had been going, toward UA. The strangers were walking further away when Izumi pulled on his sleeve to get his attention. When he turned to look at her, the expression on her face seemed worried. She motioned him to lean his head closer, as he did, and she whispered in his ear, "Gentle criminal and La Brava." Ah, so that's where he knew them from. Izuku resumed his old position, moving away from his sister as he looked at the criminals ahead of him, still walking away. After she told him that, he could totally see how they were the same people, they held a lot of similarities to the ones seen online. He and Izumi had seen a video with him in it, once. Actually, it had been only a week ago. The two of them, after being in the workshop all day, decided to take some time to themselves by enjoying a bit of online entertainment. The video had popped up automatically, due to their failure to click on another video or move off of the page. Out of pure curiosity, the two had watched the video. On a side note, during that time, he found out that Izumi greatly enjoyed things like video games and sci-fi stuff. He wasn't sure if he'd accidentally gotten her hooked on those things, but he was happy to know someone who enjoyed them. Izuku wasn't too particularly impressed with the man's villainous efforts. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary criminal trying to make their name more widely known. However, his story was much more complicated than that. Izuku had done his own research on the man known to the world as gentle criminal. From the videos he watched, the man tended to avoid direct confrontation with any person or hero, usually using his quirk as a means to escape rather than attack. Izuku already found that interesting, since most criminals out there aren't openly nonviolent. Izuku took the liberty of searching even further into the man's past and identity. He had originally been a hero course student, Danjiro Tobita. He had apparently been removed from the hero course because he hindered a pro-hero from saving someone, despite his good intentions of helping. His personality was complicated as well. He seemed to lack a lot of insight before acting, which is something that can be incredibly dangerous depending on the situation, like hindering the pro-hero despite his good intentions. There are other instances in which this is the case, but more were more severe than others. Izuku considered what he was about to do as well. If Izuku was correct, then he was heading right toward UA to possibly sneak inside and do something. That action would have major consequences and he didn't even realize it. Unlike most people, Izuku believed that he could be turned away from his current path. He may not be able to become a full-fledged hero at the moment, but he could be swayed to the side of being a better person. If he refused that path, however, insisting that he wished to continue his criminal life, Izuku had other options for him. He would have to see how the man thought and acted to reach a definitive conclusion. It was time to test the waters a little more. There were no cameras or anything nearby, with no hero agencies nearby UA, not to mention the streets were entirely clear, he'd be okay with what he was about to do. Please, wait a moment, the two froze at Izuku's call to them, gentle criminal. They stood in place, the little one looking up toward the taller man with a look of worry. The man took his glasses off, as well as his mask, turning around to face the siblings. Izumi started to get worried, looking at her brother questionably. She wondered what exactly his plan was, but in response to her gaze he just handed her the bag. Izumi, go back to the school and give this to Yui. If they need help hooking it up, just tell them what to do. Don't get seen by the whole class. The two ahead of them looked at Izuku intently. They were tense and ready to attack if need be, but they seemed more coy and defensive than anything. He made sure to add one last thing to the list for her to do: make sure you tell nobody about this little encounter. Tell them I got held up by something. I trust you to make up a decent reason. I'll try to be back before the show starts. Izumi reluctantly took the bag and dashed away, back to the gates. As she ran, she looked back at her brother with a worried gaze, but continued on anyway. The two criminals ahead of him eyed the girl, but didn't attack. They looked back at him. You told her not to speak of this, why? The man said, confused. You know who I am, so why? Izuku smirked, his confidence in this confrontation clearly showing. Don't worry so much about that, GTI_lover 42. He was taken aback a bit, sweating profusely as his face showed one of intense shock. That my eye only used that once on. He glared at Izuku, even more on guard than before. Who the hell are you? Izuku gave a lighthearted laugh, amused at the criminal's response. It has been a while. You once asked me for advice on how to escape a few particular heroes. He shrugged. I saw the video, actually. It wasn't bad work, but it could certainly be improved. He took a step back, and so did the girl. Their expressions carried a vast number of things, but the main things Izuku saw were shock, surprise, and most of all, fear. They were scared of him. Why you're him? Impossible. He leaned forward, glaring at the smirking boy ahead of him. You're merely a small child. You cannot be the man most of the villain community respects and fears. Izuku's smirk increased. You have no idea what I can do. At the snap of his fingers, multiple dots appeared on Gentle's body, with a few on Labrava as well. They yelped in fear, with Gentle ready to use his quirk to defend himself. Izuku noticed this and decided to speak. I wouldn't do that. Your quirk, elasticity, could end up doing more harm than good for you here. Don't bother. In fact, I merely wish to speak. Gentle stopped what he was doing, looking back at Izuku with an analytical gaze. Very well. I shall listen to your demands. Izuku smiled as he called off the lasers, making them disappear from the two's bodies. They visibly eased themselves, most likely out of relief that the standoff had cooled down, but they still looked at Izuku worryingly. I'm glad you're open to discussion. Gentle wasted no time in asking, most of the villain community is scared of you. I've read the forums online, as well as some of the more questionable ones solely meant for other villains. He uncomfortably directed his gaze to the side. You are known for your secrecy, with an overwhelming analytical skill and intelligence. Why reveal yourself to mere low-tier criminals such as us? He was confused, which Izuku could understand. What Gentle said wasn't wrong either. He had ended up making quite the name for himself online. Villains in particular spoke about him, fearing or respecting him for what he did. Rumors were spreading, he didn't know from where, that he had been the one to kill Overhaul, which was just even more icing on the cake for his reputation. The police have also been clever enough to somehow make a connection, though he still wasn't sure how. He'd had to be more careful from then on. Because, Gentle, my friend, I see some potential in you. He clapped his hands a bit dramatically, all while smiling at the man. Potential. He was even more confused now, unsure as to what he meant. Gentle criminal's sweat was still intense, he was nervous and on edge. What do you mean by that? I mean that you, gentle criminal, can change, he said simply, surprising the man. Before I say anything about myself, answer me this: what is your opinion on heroics? The white-haired man and the red-haired girl both raised a brow at the question, clearly not expecting it. Gentle thought for a moment before saying, my opinion has swayed over the years. The only thing I may say is that being a good hero depends on actions and heart. Izuku looked at him quizzingly, admittedly a bit unsure as to what he should do next. In the end he came to a decision, but he needed to ask something first. I figure that opinion comes from experience. He glared at Izuku in a defensive manner. I do not like to remember some parts of my past. Don't worry, Gentle, or should I call you Dankuro Tobita? Izuku poked them a little with that, causing them to jump a little in surprise. The man was about to say something, but Izuku started to speak again before he had a chance to say it. I know about your past already. Former hero course student, with your expulsion being exceptionally upsetting. At the mention, the two were undoubtedly more afraid than before. Not only did the boy know their criminal identities, no, but he knew who they were. He knew their names, backgrounds, and probably a whole lot more. They could just tell that he knew, just from that tease of knowledge he had already given them. Izuku laughed. My apologies, it was not my intention to put you on edge. I just wished to know if your statement came from experience, is all. Gentle narrowed his eyes, slowly nodding his head. It does. When I was a student, I actively thought that heroics was more about heart than anything. My own light has been shifted since then, so I do not hold the same candle as others do, but I still believe in that. Izuku nodded in response to the statement. Admittedly, it was a good response and something he had been truthfully looking for. He had been unsure as to what the man would actually say, since his villain persona now focused more on publicity and image. He thought that due to that, his perception of heroes should be similar, but he was glad to be wrong. Izuku thought for a moment, considering his next actions before saying, I have one more question for you. Gentle nodded, giving Izuku permission to ask what he wanted, if given the opportunity to restart your life. Records erased, no criminal record, just an opportunity to be a normal citizen, would you take it? He was unsure as to how he should respond, putting a hand to his chin in thought. He glanced at his partner, Labrava, who looked back at him with a worried, fearful and questioning look in her eyes. After a minute, he looked back at Izuku. I'm sorry, but I would not take that. Labrava and myself have worked up to where we are now. I do not wish to give that up. There is nothing to go back to, anyway. Gentle seemed a bit downcast after explaining his reasoning. From what Izuku got from his research, Gentle didn't have the best ordinary life. His parents hated him, he had bad luck with work and overall his life was just plain depressing. This was sort of his escape from that, and he and Labrava seemed to have fun doing it as well. Izuku could understand why he chose to answer the way he did. If Gentle had said that he would take it, Izuku would have willingly helped him out, but that wasn't the case anymore. Izuku nodded. I see, his face changed to one of curiosity and thought, considering the next couple of options. Gentle criminal, while he wasn't the right person to be on his assembling team, could still be very useful. How would you like to help me? He raised a brow. Help you? What might you be referring to? Izuku held a hand out to his side. For unknown reasons, consider it association status. You will sort of work under me, but it's not like a full-time job. He started to explain, making Gentle curious. You and your partner can still continue doing your own thing, with limitations to how far you can go, of course, and when I call on you I expect you to be there. Gentle seemed to ease a bit, most likely because of the offer. He considered the question for a moment before expressing one of his doubts. Why us? We're, as of right now, mere low-tier criminals compared to yourself and people like the League of Villains. What is so special about us that makes you offer that kind of position? Izuku smiled. The two of you have your own unique set of skills, particularly in escaping most situations you're in. Infiltration is another useful skill you two possess. Both are useful in their given situations. I see, he responded, mostly understanding his reasoning. He and Labrava were professional escapists, as they've been called on more than a few occasions, so he could see and understand. Though, the fact that he was allowing the two to continue their videos made him a bit skeptical. What are the catches? What kind of operations do you want us to perform? Izuku chuckled at the first question. There really isn't a catch. If you want, I can pay you a little bit after you do something for me. He shrugged. Like I said, you can continue doing your online streams and videos, I don't much care. However, I'll have to set limitations for you, like staying out of UA. The two criminals looked shocked for a moment, ready to rebuttal Izuku's statement, but the boy spoke again. It is important to stay under the radar. Your capture is something I do not want, first and foremost, so small operations for your streams are optimal. It was a simple explanation, but reasonable enough to make the two quiet. Izuku continued, additionally, you just think of the consequences before you start acting. UA is already in a rough spot, so infiltrating their campus now is not the best idea. They're on edge, alarmed, ready to act if necessary, so not only would you be captured and imprisoned, but UA will likely have to deal with the situation in ways that could hinder the future of both the school and the students there. Gentle criminal's mouth went agape after he said that, truly surprised at the notion that was being suggested. He closed his mouth, pondering what was said. He never truly considered that. He didn't truly want to affect the school or students that badly, being a former Hero Corps student himself. He was being too selfish, trying to put his dream ahead of what the world truly needed, competent heroes. I do understand that you wish to put your name in the history books, Gentle. Izuku spoke again, getting his attention again, but I assure you that sneaking into UA will not grant you that. Perhaps you'll get a mention on the news, or a few articles written, but that's about it. Gentle criminal looked downcast, truly saddened at his recent realization. Tears actually formed in his eyes as he sniffled. Labrava noticed this and tried to comfort him while glaring at Izuku for hurting her beloved. After a little bit, Gentle looked up at Izuku with a serious look on his face. I'll help you. Izuku smiled genuinely at the man, clapping his hands together once to signify his pleasure at the news. Wonderful, I'm glad to have you on board, Gentle. Izuku approached the two, sticking his hand out for the taller man to shake. Albeit hesitantly, Gentle shook the extended hand, causing Izuku to smile more. The two moved their hands away from one another. They had mutually agreed to a partnership, or association. After standing almost awkwardly for a few moments, Izuku looked at the time on his phone and looked up at the taller man. Well, Gentle, it's been a pleasure, but I really do have to go. I'll message you later, the same place we spoke a while ago to exchange private contact information with you. Now, if you'll excuse me. Izuku began to walk past them and back toward UA, with only a little bit of time left until the event started. He had received 2 text messages while talking with Gentle, one from Izumi and another from Yui. Yui had basically thanked him and told him that they fixed what they needed to fix, as well as that Izumi would be at the gates for him with her pass to let him in. Izumi had told him that she arrived safely and gave the stuff to Yui, but also expressed her worries and asked him to be careful. He smiled at his sister's worriedness, pocketing his phone and heading for UA, planning to just talk to her in person. Wait a moment, please, a voice behind him stated, making him stop walking. Curiously, he turned around to face Gentle, who had been the one to ask him to wait. Surely you don't plan on just leaving. He was confused, unsure, scared. Izuku didn't really blame him. After all, we saw what you look like, who you are, you're not going to take any precautions for that. Izuku smiled. That just proved that Gentle wouldn't spill his secret, but he would still confirm anyway. Do you, though? Izuku turned around to face them, their faces confused. Are you sure I look like this? Izuku smirked, his appearance beginning to change. The 2 criminals' mouths opened wide in shock as Izuku took the appearance of one Katsuki Bakugo. I can be anyone. He changed again, this time to resemble an older man with blonde hair and a scar going vertically down his forehead. You don't even know my name. Izuku changed back to his original appearance, which was actually his normal one, but they didn't know that. The 2 criminals were understandably shocked and confused, not to mention afraid. They had no idea as to what they were dealing with, and that amused Izuku. He turned his back to them again, starting to walk away. Though, he stopped walking one more time, glancing back at them. I trust that you won't tell anyone of this encounter. The 2 of them shook their heads, recognizing the serious gaze in the boy's eyes. Good, then I'll be off. He started walking again, sending a backward wave to them. The 2 watched him leave. Once he was out of sight, they turned to each other and let out a breath of air they didn't even know they were holding. La Brava turned to her beloved. Are you sure this is a good idea, Gentle? He looked at her, then to where Izuku had left. I'm not sure, he admitted. That encounter, I felt scared for my life, like I could die at any moment, despite knowing he wasn't going to. I don't know why. La Brava nodded, agreeing with his assessment of the encounter. She had felt the same way. Izuku made it back to the school gates to find Izumi waiting for him. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up as she ran toward him. She envelopes him in a tight embrace, tears coming from her eyes. Don't scare me like that again, you idiot. He chuckled, rubbing her back in small circles to help calm her down. Sorry, I needed to do that. I'll try not to worry you again. The 2 separated. Izumi glared up at her brother, a small pout on her face. You better not, Izuni. He playfully laughed at the face she was making, causing her to frustratedly, but lightly, hit his stomach with her fists. She stopped, though, coming to a realization. Izuni, she started, catching his attention. What did you even do? He closed his eyes, remembering the encounter. He opened them after a few seconds, motioning her to follow him inside. I'll tell you later, for now we have a show to catch, right? She groaned in annoyance. That's not fair, Izuni. I wanna know. She pouted and let out frustrated cries as they entered the school, earning them questioning looks from people nearby. He was smart enough not to talk freely about anything in UA. The principal, Nezu, was cheeky. He had cameras everywhere and could probably listen to anything he said. He had to be careful here. Later, he simply said. She groaned again, but gave up, realizing that she could get him to crack. The only barely made it to the play on time. It was actually pretty crowded, with almost the entire area filled with students. The play itself started only a few minutes after the 2 had arrived, only able to secure half-decent seats due to their tardiness. The play itself was actually amusing, with the 2 siblings getting a lot of laughs out of it. There were a lot of cheesy moments, but there were also a lot of genuinely funny things included in the story that made it enjoyable to watch. The story could have been better and the music was certainly top-notch, thanks for Kyoka Jiro's talent, as well as some of the other students, but ultimately the play was a good 7/10 in Izuku's book. As for Izumi, she enjoyed the show greatly. He could see her smile frequently throughout the play and could hear her laugh at some of the parts, along with the rest of the theater. He was happy she was enjoying herself, since that was what this entire trip for them was for. After the play, Yui had met up with them again. She had asked what they thought of the play, causing them both to go into full mumble critic mode. Izuku didn't mean to go back into one of his old habits, really, but in the end he wasn't able to help it. Yui had to snap him and Izumi out of their almost hypnotic state, though she was amused. The siblings weren't amused, but greatly embarrassed. The rest of the festival was spent just having a good time. The siblings insisted on leaving early, just because they wanted to go home and relax for the rest of the day. They weren't normally prone to be around other people, so that was another main contributor for wanting to leave. By insisting on their early departure, they also encouraged Yui to be with her classmates as well, which she ended up reluctantly agreeing to. Despite that, the three of them went to enjoy some of the other attractions before leaving. Some of the stuff left much to be desired, but overall the siblings would admit they had a fun time before they left. Izuku was, admittedly, upset he didn't get to see Shinso at all, but he figured that he was busy with something and didn't bother worrying too much about it. Izumi, especially, was happy that she left with bags of candy. Izuku was just happy that she had a good time. When they got home, Izumi wasted no time in trying to pry Izuku for information regarding what happened with Gentle Criminal. He told her what happened, along with his explanation for doing what he did, much to her skepticism. She was unsure as to whether letting them become associates was actually a good idea, but Izuku assured her that all would be fine. Speaking of, Izuku had also done what he had promised and got into contact with the man to exchange necessary information. For the rest of the day, the two just relaxed. Inko was out at work, so the two had the place to themselves. They didn't feel like going to the workshop, instead opting to take the day to relax and take a break. Izuku had actually shown Izumi his collection of video games, since he noticed her interest in them. The two actually played some together, for a few hours, until dinner time had come. Nighttime had come sooner than expected. Yui had messaged him earlier in the day to thank him for coming and inform him that, overall, everything was a massive success. She also thanked him for getting the replacement parts that they needed, again, which he just tried to metaphorically shrug off. The two ended up talking for a little while about things, but ultimately ended up ceasing when it got later. That night, when Izuku made sure Izumi was asleep, he took out his phone. He put it on his desk while he went and sat at his computer, pulling up a private messaging server in questionable parts of the internet. He opened a private messaging part of the server, going to a particular username and opening a channel. Hello. Believer 3224, this is unexpected. Believer 3224, we haven't talked since I asked for information on Endeavor a while back. Believer 3224, to what did I owe the pleasure? Believer 3224, is that what you want me to say? Izuku smiled, amused by the response. No, not really. I don't care much for reputation. Believer 3224, you're well known. Believer 3224, really well known. Believer 3224, the handy man wants to recruit you. Says you'll be an asset too good to pass up. I have no interest in joining his little league. I have my own agenda. Believer 3224, I find it hard to believe that you'd message me for something like that. Believer 3224, what are you up to? I want you to join me. Believer 3224, excuse me. Believer 3224, that's a pretty bold move on your part, buddy. Believer 3224, I thought you were supposed to be all smart and shit. That seemed like a dumb move on your part. Let me ask you this, why did you join the league in the first place? Believer 3224, the hero killer. I believe in his ideology. They harbor his cause. Izuku smirked. He's got this now. Now, tell me, what part of what the league does represent Stain's ideology? Believer 3224. Attacking innocent children. Kidnapping said children. All for what? Because your leader had a grudge against All Might and heroes in general. That's not Stain's ideology. Believer 3224, then what are you proposing? Believer 3224, even if what you're telling me is true, why are you even telling me? Believer 3224, what's your goal then, if you're so judgmental? I want to reshape the hero world. Believer 3224, that's extremely vague, I want more than that. There are a lot of bad parts of the hero world. Heroes fail to act when they should, which can, inadvertently or not, cause the deaths of innocents. On top of that, most heroes care more about their public image and popularity rather than saving people. It's something I despise. There are other things, but that's the base of it. Believer 3224, wow. Believer 3224, Gotta say, I didn't expect that. Believer 3224. That's a lot like Stain, you know. Believer 3224. You sure you two didn't know each other? Yeah, I've thought about that myself. My ideology does greatly resemble his, but we are a lot different in the way we do things. Believer 3224. I get it. Doesn't really matter to me how it's done, just that it's done, or getting done. Does this mean you're up to joining? The other end of the conversation was silent for a while. Izuku sat there, a small smile on his face as he waited for a response. Eventually, he got one. Believer 3224. What do you want me to do? Call me, ######. After Izuku sent his number, he waited for the phone call. The phone was on silent, so it wouldn't make any noise and wake Izumi who was sleeping nearby. After a minute or so, the phone buzzed. He picked it up and answered it. In a quiet voice, he spoke, "Hey. You want me to join you, right?" The voice on the other end of the phone asked. Izuku could tell that the person was unsure, most likely wanting a bit more information. Is this call secure? Yup, Izuku responded with a pop on the P, answering both of his questions at once. I'm building a team, of sorts. A team that agrees with my ideology and is capable enough to help me fulfill the end goal. I think you'd make a great addition. How many other members are there? Izuku responded quickly, 2 right now, including myself. You'd be the 3rd member. However, I'm currently scouting potential recruits. Don't worry, you shouldn't have any quarrels with them, since I'm sure they'd share your beliefs as they do mine. He was silent for a few moments, most likely considering the offer. What the hell, why not? You fit Stain's ideals a lot more than these guys anyway. Izuku smiled, pleased at the fact he had gotten a new member. So how does this exactly work? What do you want me to do? Izuku went back to his serious state, making sure to relay that kind of tone to the person on the other side of the phone. We'll meet in person soon. Lay low for now, act like you're still in the league. Tell me what they're doing, I need to keep tabs on them. Izuku paused to take a breath before he continued, I'm going to avoid anything too extravagant until the entire team is formed. Fair enough, the person commented, probably shrugging on the other end of the phone. The job sounds easy enough to handle, I've got it. The person agreed to doing the assignment, making Izuku smile again. When did you want to meet? I'm up to do it whenever. A week from today, 1600 sharp, food court area. I'll find you. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled, what is this, a date? Izuku rolled his eyes, though he was a tad bit amused at the person's joke. He decided to make a comeback, you'd probably mess it up if it was. You probably have a shit temper. A laugh was heard on the other side of the phone, whatever you say, boss. At the Heights Alliance dormitories, the students slept peacefully. All of them had a long day and each took the opportunity to relax without a fight. All except for one. A spiky, blonde-haired guy tossed and turned in his bed. Sweat poured down his face, as well as the rest of his body, as he dreamt. No. Deku, stop. Please. Don't. He shot up, rapidly breathing to try and catch his breath. He grabbed his chest, his heart beating at intense speeds. He felt terrible, the whole day. After meeting the girl, he'd been a complete and utter mess. He'd felt sick, his head hurt, and overall he just felt dead. Then, the nightmares, he hadn't been able to sleep at all. Now, though, he knew that he was wrong. He had been wrong to think that he had died. He was still alive. Katsuki didn't know what he was doing, or where he was, but he was alive. That's what's mattered. That girl knew him. She hated him. She wanted nothing more than to make him pay for what he had done since he was 4 years old. That also meant she knew him. Not only that, but Katsuki had a feeling that they were related. He'd get to the bottom of this. He'd find him. He'd settle things the way he should have. He needed to. He wanted to. He wanted nothing more than to apologize and make things right, but he had his doubts. Would he be accepted? Would he be forgiven? He had a feeling that he wouldn't. A strong feeling. Why Scorpion, you ask? Well, let me tell you. I know it's really out there. I'll talk about overall abilities and then why her ideals are shaped the way they are. Okay, so I picked Scorpion for a few reasons. First of all, Scorpion himself is actually really athletic and flexible, or at least he seems so. I can easily see Eri adopting that kind of style pretty easily. There's also the fact that she's just genuinely interested in scorpions themselves and wanted to sort of represent them like how Izuku represents his mysterious side. Like I said, her interests will change along with her persona in the future. As for why her ideals are the way they are, 1, she's older now. This may seem confusing, but since she's older her view and perspective on certain things will 100% become more warped. She's able to understand a lot more about the world and that it's a pretty shit place and, Through Izuku, which is totally his fault, she sees that even the people who are supposed to be good can be bad, and she hates that. She especially hates when people let other people die, those are the worst people to her. It should be obvious as to why she feels that way, in my opinion. With Izuku's plan and ideals, she completely agrees with him. It's not just because he saved her and she wants to repay him either. Things need to be changed, and she knows that his end goal is something for the good of everyone. She knows Izuku isn't a bad person and won't just turn and start killing innocents. She wants a world where people are happy and free, not suffering like she was, and if people, heroes in particular, are letting that happen, then she wants them gone. In general, she's going to become more of a venomous person, especially to strangers she doesn't trust and people she loathes. She will, of course, have that sweet and innocent side still in her, but it will only be shown to people she likes, trusts, or wants to fool. But regarding her home life and how she really is, then she's only going to get happier. She will be less and less depressed as time goes on and as she helps Izuku with his plan. So yeah, happy and healing. I also did tease one of her future personas in this chapter too. If you figure it out, then, hell yeah. I'll tell you that I totally forgot to put him on my previous villain list, so that should narrow it down a tiny bit. It'll be an incredibly dangerous one too, maybe more suitable for her. You'll actually get to see a glimpse of it soon. I know Yui won't in this chapter much, but you'll actually get more from here in her thoughts of the festival, Izuku and Izumi more in the next chapter. Also, regarding Gentle Criminal, I think I handled it pretty well. I know that it wasn't a full-on action sequence, but instead you got more of Izuku's manipulative and decisive side. This Izuku won't fight if he doesn't want to, or have to, so he saw this issue being resolved with words instead, which he successfully accomplished. This Izuku is far more cunning and thoughtful, so he's able to pull it off. And no, Gentle will not be a part of the Sinister Six. The other person though. Yeah, that's a member of the Six. Thought that's as a given considering how the conversation went, but yeah. You'll meet him eventually, though you can all actually probably guess who it is. By the way, if you see a username with numbers in them, it's most likely an Easter egg or hint in my story. See if you can figure out what the numbers mean, if you want. For Katsuki, I get what a lot of you are saying. I'm not a Bakugo fan, personally. Actually, I despise him in the anime manga. I don't really get how people pick him as their favorite character. But in this story, I'm trying to change him. He's not the same Bakugo as in the canon. Like I said before, I hope you don't mind the name I have, Eri. I think it fits quite well, along with its meaning. She'll be referred to as that name for the remainder of the story, or at least most of the time. Soon, there will be a lot more things happening. This chapter had a lot in it, more setup, but hopefully it was exciting for you and hyped you up a bit for what's to come. Very, very soon you'll get more villain action. Very soon.